Chapter 452. Was it really a bath? He was clearly having an attack. His illness had clearly improved. But who touched his sensitive nerves today? Jingwan felt like she wanted to hit someone. She didn't do anything, but she subconsciously rubbed her small waist. She wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed. In order to let someone be a little protective of the fairer sex, Jingwan felt that it was better for her to be more obedient and take the initiative. It was just that when the living king of hell was crazy, he was completely unreasonable. You could pick the bones out of an egg. To put it bluntly, whatever you did was wrong. As the saying went, if you did the right thing, he would have no reason to cause trouble. Jingwan wanted to take off her clothes, and he tore them savagely. She wanted to step into the bathtub, and he picked her up and threw her in. She obediently leaned against him, and he gave her a thorough wash, as if there was something dirty on her body. Jingwan couldn't bear it anymore and flipped out. If it weren't for the fact that he was her man and that he was having an attack, she would have slapped him to the sky and let him stand side by side with the sun. What a pity this kind of thing could only be thought of. Even so, the living king of hell was still unmoved. This kind of person who was unmoved by force or persuasion was the most difficult to deal with. Jingwan couldn't really get angry with him, so in the end, she could only helplessly approach him. While stroking his strong waist, she asked, "What's wrong with you today? Can you tell me directly? Can you tell me directly? You're making me uncomfortable." Li Hongyuan's expression eased a little, but he couldn't say that he was bored in the Luo family and had no one to accompany him. Could he say that he even saw Chen Zhengmin? The Chen family was Madame Luo's maiden family, so it was normal for her to come to the Luo family. Besides, Jingwan hadn't even seen Chen Zhengmin's face, so she might not have thought of this person. Moreover, it was not a man to torture his wife because of this kind of thing. However, when he thought of his wife stopping him from killing people, he couldn't feel happy. Wan, don't hug those animals in the future. It's best if you don't touch them at all. If I find out about it again, I'll have them cut up and use them as fertilizer for your flowers. Wan, you like flowers and plants more than those animals, don't you think? That's right. This was one of the reasons why Li Hongyuan fell ill. So, was this the reason why he changed his usual style and didn't do it right away, but took a shower first, and a shower at that? Crazy. Jingwan didn't intend to pursue the fact that this person had been in the wrong since the Luo family. However, one could only look at the cute furry things, but not stroke their fur. What was the point of raising them? Li Hongyuan didn't give her time to think about those things. He controlled his emotions and didn't eat his wife fiercely. On the contrary, he was quite gentle. If he was too gentle, it became extraordinarily torturous, and the time was unprecedentedly long. Jingwan was completely eaten from head to toe from the inside out. The continuous feeling made her collapse, and her tears couldn't stop at all. Someone kissed her away and chuckled at the same time, with temptation and wickedness, which made people's souls seem to tremble. In the end, Jingwan didn't move for a long time. She suspected that she had become a disabled person. When someone's mood eased, Jingwan thought that he finally knew how to control himself, which was worthy of celebration. But the fact was that someone had been upgraded to a super serious patient, which was even more abnormal, wasn't it? Li Hongyuan's negative emotions had already subsided. Although it wasn't intense, the taste was equally wonderful. Kissing Jingwan's cheek, it seemed that he still wanted to continue. However, if he continued to bully her, he was afraid that he would be swept out of the door. In the next few days, Li Hongyuan dealt with the follow-up issues in the northeast border town while staying with Jingwan in the Wangfu, living a dejected life that didn't know what day it was. Jingwan once again felt that she was really going to become a disabled person. As for whether the entire capital was truly peaceful or surging with undercurrents, it seemed to have nothing to do with them. However, no matter what happened, after the 15th day of the Lantern Festival, when the court reopened, what should be revealed would definitely be revealed. Jingwan said that she wanted to prepare a big gift for Xianjie. The weight would definitely be 10%. A family with a real family background would start to accumulate dowry from the moment their family's daughter was born. Although Sun Yijia's own family background was very rich, after all, Jin Wangfu was only a hair from 9 oxen. Jingwan didn't mind helping to accumulate it all. In any case, no matter how rich it was, in the future, her uncle would support her. When she reached her husband's family, they could forget about scheming against her. However, in order to not let her own little niece be too ostentatious, the things that Jingwan chose, other than being several times thicker on the surface, there was no other way. The gifts that Jin Wangfu gave before were placed there. If it suddenly became too thin, then it would be abnormal. The truly good things were all kept in private, not ostentatious and not conspicuous. Don't look at how a lot of things were sent to the Luo family before the new year, but if one were to carefully calculate, there wasn't anything that was truly eye-catching. Jingwan still had the most basic sense of propriety. Even so, she was still warned by her own grandparents. However, thinking about it carefully, the amount of money in her hands now compared to the situation in the Luo family before, that seemed to be a bit too extravagant. However, the wealth of Jin Wangfu was placed there. Although outsiders didn't know how much it was, Li Hongyuan was recognized as the wealthiest person in the entire capital other than the emperor. This gift was too little and didn't match his status. It definitely wouldn't do. Even before Jingwan married in, Li Hongyuan didn't care about the gift at all. It was only Mu Gonggong, who was the steward of the Wangfu, who intentionally prepared a gift for the other Wangfu. Now that there was a Wangfei in charge, it was impossible for it to be like this. Moreover, the precedent of sending gifts to the Luo family was set. Other families definitely couldn't continue to be so stingy. Otherwise, Jingwan would be blatantly subsidizing her maternal family. Most women who always thought of their maternal family would at most be criticized by others, and outsiders couldn't do anything about it. But for a Wangfei who only thought of her maternal family, the problem was big. The congratulatory gift from Jin Wangfu was sent to the Luo family on the 13th day of the first month. Originally, when they saw the things on the gift list, Sun Yijia and Luo Jingbo were very helpless. They knew that this younger sister was now rich and should at least take it easy. However, when they were organizing the things, they saw the things that weren't on the gift list and were completely speechless. It was just 4 small boxes. Among all the things that were present, it wasn't eye-catching, but its value was more than 100 times more than the other things. The husband and wife looked at each other. Luo Jingbo sighed. You know, Xiaomei, there's absolutely no possibility of returning it. Let Xianjie keep it. According to the current situation, when Xianjie grows up, this dowry, we probably only need to prepare some furniture. When she came back a few days ago, Zumu already told her. Now it's good. On the surface, she didn't restrain herself much, but in private, she's doing more and more. It's better to do what's on the surface. At the very least, she still has a sense of propriety. Sun Yijia's mood wasn't much different from Luo Jingbo's. In the end, she could only slowly put away the things. If it were some other people, they would be very happy. They couldn't wait to have more, and more. It would be good if they could take all the wealth of Jin Wangfu for themselves. However, for this kind of person, no matter how rich Jingwan was, she would still be stingy. This time, for his great-granddaughter's first birthday, Luo Peishan could be said to be a big banquet. He didn't feel that it was inappropriate at all. To be honest, even if it was his own birthday, Luo Shangshu had never been like this. Instead, he tried to be as low-key as possible. Now, for a younger generation, who knows how many people couldn't help but ridicule in their hearts? How much did he like this child to be like this? Even Zhengzhang's son was far behind. So, Shangshu Darren liked female dolls more? Although Jingwan knew that it was going to be held, but this level of grandeur was still somewhat unexpected. Wasn't a bit too much? Li Honyuan didn't care. It's just a younger generation's birthday, why bother so much? Jingwan thought about it and felt relieved. For grandfather to do this, his heart should be clear. It's just that eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law will have a knot in their heart. Their eldest son turned 1 last year. It seems that they only invited relatives and friends. It's much worse than this time. So what? Now your grandparents are in charge of the Luo family. Even if they are unhappy, they can only hold it in. They can't show the slightest dissatisfaction on their faces. Even if your grandparents die in the future, and your eldest uncle becomes the head of the family, the second branch of the Luo family will be separated, and it will be even less of a hindrance. On the contrary, they will be more attentive. After all, you are from the second branch. For your sake, even if your father and brothers are useless, as long as they don't do evil, they will definitely be rich and idle for the rest of their lives. In fact, they are not so incompetent, so it's destined that at least in the next few decades, your branch will be the most prosperous in the whole Luo family. As long as there is nothing wrong with your brain, you should know what to do. Your uncle and eldest cousin brother are not stupid people. So Wan, you think too much. Li Hongyuan reached out and gently rubbed Jingwan's cheek with the back of his fingers. Wan, if you have the time to think about other people's feelings, why don't you think about me more? Jingwan really had to hand it to him for being able to bring up any topic. It just so happened that the Luo family had arrived, so Jingwan naturally broke away from this atmosphere that was becoming more and more strange. In order to participate in Sister Xian's week of catching, Jingwan came relatively early. At this time, those who had arrived were basically the Luo family's relatives and friends. Jingwan and Li Hongyuan had arrived, so the catching could begin. Speaking of which, they were waiting for Jingwan and the others. Once they arrived, they could naturally begin. The things to be used for the catching had long been prepared. Books, brushes, rulers, abacus, scissors, copper coins, rouge boxes, chopsticks, spoons, small toys, herbs, rags, and so on. On the cushions on the square table, there were dozens of different kinds of things. Looking at the bright red Sister Xian, Jingwan reached out and pinched her small hand. Sister Xian was also someone who was not shy with strangers. When she saw Jingwan, she fluttered and wanted to call out. Jingwan carried her over, and the little girl danced and giggled. Then her gaze fell on Jin Xinwang, who was at the side. Her black and bright eyes seemed to cast a trace of curiosity. Li Hongyuan reached out and touched her white and chubby little hand. Then Sister Xian seized the opportunity to grab his finger and subconsciously wanted to stuff it into her mouth. Li Hongyuan used a little bit of skill to make the little girl's action fall short. Jingwan's eyes flashed, and a little mischievously stuffed Sister Xian into Li Hongyuan's arms. Li Hongyuan looked at Jingwan and slightly raised his eyebrows. Li Hongyuan's reputation was really too deeply rooted in people's hearts. So much so that the bystanders who looked at him became nervous, as if they were worried that he would get angry at a baby. Sun Yijia also could not help but worry and wanted to carry the child back. Who knew that Li Hongyuan actually reached out and caught the child? Moreover, his posture was very correct, not at all like he had never carried a child before. It made people unable to help but feel strange. Jin Xinwang did not look like someone who had done this kind of thing before. Who exactly had the honor to be carried by the living king of hell, and definitely not just once. Sun Yijia and the others could still remember that not long after Sister Xian was born, Li Hongyuan carried Sister Xian for the first time and paralyzed her on his lap. No matter how they looked at it, it was very dangerous. In this nearly 1 year, what exactly happened? Who did the living king of hell carry? Naturally, it was his son from his previous life. When that child was young, he carried quite a few times. Jingwan's heart was similarly astonished. She looked at Li Hongyuan with a little curiosity. Li Hongyuan saw this in his eyes and did not say anything. He casually placed Sister Xian on the table. Let's start. Since this lord had spoken, naturally there was no need to delay anymore. Whether it was Sun Yijia or Luo Jingbua, they did not have high expectations for Sister Xian. They only hoped that she would live a safe and prosperous life. Therefore, they did not train her in advance. Chapter 453. Add this. Li Hongyuan casually threw his personal seal over. Everyone's faces once again changed into a strange color. That, Jin Wangye, did you forget that Xian Jie is a girl? A girl? Do you understand? A little girl catching Zhou Yang's seal. What's the meaning of that? Even if she caught it, what could she do? She, a girl, can be successful in her official career. Moreover, it's a Wangye's personal seal. What, in the future, there will be a female Wangye with a different surname. I know that your temperament is treacherous and unreliable, but in this kind of situation, Can you restrain yourself a little? In any case, this is your in-laws' family, If you want to cause trouble in other places, then forget it. Jingwan was also slightly speechless for a moment, but it was fleeting. Her eyes flashed. Why can't a girl step into the officialdom? Other things aside, if Xianjie really had this kind of idea in the future, with this kind of ability, the person with the highest authority would be this person beside her. If his feelings towards her were still the same, she believed that based on his ability to accept, he would not stop Xianjie from walking on that path. At present, a female official was not a fantasy story. After all, a hidden gene country was there. If they were female officials, as long as they had the ability, they would be able to have the same high position as men. Something like a Wang Ye. She didn't think about it. Thinking of this, Jingwan's eyes even carried a trace of expectation. Li Honyuan turned his head to look at Jingwan. As the person who shared the same pillow, no one knew better than him what she was thinking. He slightly smiled. A female official, nothing more, there was nothing he couldn't give. Looking at the others, they were non-committal. This was the so-called promotion, if one really had the ability. So what if she was a Wang Ye? As Sister Xian Er's parents, meeting this kind of brother-in-law was also very helpless. However, they really did not care about this matter. Who said that a girl could not use a seal to scratch the skin? From a certain point of view, they even wanted to say, well done. If they wanted to do this, they might even be criticized by others. However, if it was Jin Xinwang, even if he had an opinion, he would also hold it in. Thinking about it like this, it was really satisfying. Looking at the other people in the Luo family, perhaps compared to others, they had relatively more opportunities to come into contact with Jin Wangye. Especially Luo Shangshu and old Madame Luo, they were very clear about Li Hongyuan's nature, and their psychological endurance was also very good. A seal was really nothing. Although there was a certain meaning to it, in reality, it really didn't mean anything. And Jingwan's younger brothers and sisters of the same generation, in fact, were somewhat restless in their hearts. They also wanted to take something and throw it up. However, in the end, they didn't have the guts. If they dared to do so, no matter what the reason was, they would certainly be dealt with very miserably. Sun Yijiao whispered a few words to Sister Xian. This little baby might not understand what she was saying, but she should be able to get the gist of it. Even if she didn't understand, there were so many things around her. It was normal for her to play with them out of curiosity. So what if she was playing with them? Xianjie had indeed been attracted by those things. Sun Yijiao retreated and stood together with the Luo family, quietly watching and not giving any guidance. Xianjie touched the things here and there. Most of the things she had seen before, but they weren't rare. After playing with them for a while, she threw them to the side. This caused the people around her to have no choice but to swallow back their words whenever they wanted to say something auspicious. After doing this several times, each and every one of them calmed down and wouldn't easily open their mouth until the end. Xianjie grabbed the small abacus and shook it loudly. She grabbed it in her small hands and didn't let go. However, it seemed that this wasn't the end. She continued to shake it and picked up a small string of copper coins. And she accepted it. In the end, she grabbed Li Hongyuan's private seal. Looking left and right, she probably didn't see anything special about it and accepted it with a smile. With the toy in her hands, Xianjie faced her mother and babbled, asking for a hug. However, some people were still immersed in the fact that she grabbed the seal. She really grabbed the seal. How did she grab the seal? It wasn't to the extent that they were greatly shocked, but they were a little unable to accept it. If it were just the first two things, needless to say, it would be that she was good at managing money. She would definitely choose a good one and praise it as much as she could for free. If it were a boy who grabbed the seal, he would inherit the fortune of the heavens and be successful in his career. Congratulations, congratulations. You have a successor. However, this was a girl. Girls, understand? They could only live in the backyard and take care of their husbands and children. If they appeared in public, they would be criticized. Therefore, they really didn't know what to say at that moment. However, Li Hongyuan's lips curled up slightly. She's a smart child. Of course. Don't you know whose niece she is? Jingwan quite shamelessly agreed. And indeed, Li Hanyuan also very unprincipled in his approval. In any case, everyone had become mute for the time being, so they didn't mind changing for a while. Wang Fei Nyang, you have the support of the living king of hell. Whatever you say, it's fine as long as you're happy. The living king of hell pampers his wife without any principles. In any case, other people don't even have the good fortune to have a good expression. As the saying goes, comparing oneself to others will only make one angry. Who let the Luo family's daughter enter the eyes of the living king of hell? If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Sun Yijia really wanted to roll her eyes at this couple. Because of her background, Sun Yijia definitely saw Li Hanyuan more than others. She also understood him more than others. To be honest, when she saw how he interacted with Jingwan, she once suspected that this was a fake Jin Xinhuan. The difference was really too big. However, no favorable impression was just no favorable impression. No matter how much she did or said, it was still the same. With one person speaking, the others naturally wouldn't remain silent. They selectively ignored that seal and only talked about the other two things. One after another, it was very lively and the atmosphere was very good. After the celebration, time was relatively free. At this time, it was natural to chew teeth and eat some snacks to pass the time. Those who had a good relationship could also go to each branch's courtyard to admire the scenery. Not to mention other things, in any case, Falling Plum House was a good choice. Speaking of which, the celebration shouldn't have been held so early. It should have been held before the formal banquet when the guests would gather. However, the people who would come to the Luo family today were not few in status. Whether it was Luo Rongyin or Luo Jingbua, to some extent, they weren't very presentable. If they were really allowed to participate, it would really be a loss of fortune for the little girl. There was no other way. The court hadn't started yet, and there weren't many people who dared to hold a banquet at this time. Therefore, there were many idle people, so naturally, there were many people who came. Because there were many people, the masters of the Luo family must go and greet the guests. Even the relatively close in-laws and great-aunts who were married out were helping out. Jingwan's current status was too high. Those who could make her personally come out were only those of the same level. Unfortunately, those people were not invited by the Luo family. This was also reasonable. Therefore, Jingwan pulled Li Hanyuan to the courtyard where she lived before she married. The layout of the courtyard was still the same as before. It was just that there was no master living in it now. Every day, the servants would leave after cleaning. Therefore, it wasn't very lively. In the winter, it was even colder. However, the earth heater was burned early today, so it wasn't cold when they entered the room. Several of Jingwan's maids were not married yet, so they were still serving by her side. When they came back again, they were naturally very familiar with it. Soon, they dealt with things and then retreated to the outer room. This kind of thing had long been accustomed to in the prince's mansion. Before the two of them got married, Li Hanyuan had frequented this courtyard many times and was rather familiar with everything here. Therefore, the two of them interacting here did not seem to be much different from when they were in the prince's mansion. They were just as relaxed. About 2 hours later, Your Highness, Prince Kong is here with a little air. Outside the door, Nanny Gong's voice was neither light nor heavy. They came uninvited? Jingwan looked at Li Hanyuan and said, Pay no attention to him. Li Hanyuan had no intention of getting up at all. Since Li Hanyuan didn't move, Jingwan naturally didn't move. Although he was a prince, he was much more restrained than before because of the Empress. Moreover, her grandfather was the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and his position was stable. As long as there was nothing wrong with his brain, he wouldn't be in a hurry to offend him. Moreover, now that Prince Rue had left the Ministry of Personnel, other ambitious princes should seize the opportunity. Even if the minister of the Ministry of Personnel was as difficult to deal with as the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, at least they couldn't be hostile to him. Therefore, there was no need to worry about any problems ahead. Prince Kong came in the name of Sun Yijia's legitimate cousin. In addition, his son missed his aunt. His reason was all right and above board. Since he had shamelessly come without an invitation, even if someone cared about it, they would just grumble in their hearts. Luo Darren wore an increasingly amiable smile as he stroked his beard and played Tai Chi with Prince Kong. If Prince Kong were to compete with him, he would definitely be played to death. Wang Ye, Prince Jean has arrived. Should this official invite him out so that the two Wang Ye can have a good chat? That is not necessary. Find that living king of hell to have a chat? He didn't want to have a stomachache. Therefore, Prince Kong also didn't want to see the living king of hell. Thus, it would be best if the two didn't interfere. However, even if they didn't meet now, when the banquet started, they would still meet. It couldn't be helped. The two had the same status, so their seats were naturally arranged together. Therefore, Prince Kong was destined to have a stomachache. Prince Kong didn't have a Wang Fei, so Jingwan was the boss of the female guests. At this time, they met people from Ding Wugong Fu. To be exact, there were several sisters-in-law from Sun Yijia's maternal family. Jingwan wasn't unfamiliar with these people. It had indeed been a long time since she last saw them, but they looked much better than they did at the beginning. Younger Anna, how long has it been since you went back to see grandmother and mother? One of the sisters-in-law looked at Sun Yijia and asked, https://11/11/10807/10168892. Chapter 454. After Sun Yijia got married, she basically cut off contact with Ding General Manor. She had never relied on her parents' family to support her in her husband's family. If it weren't for the fact that being expelled from the family would be a hindrance to the child and the Luo family's reputation, and if it weren't for the fact that there were one or two people she really cared about in Ding General Manor, she really wanted to completely cut off contact with Ding General Manor. Indeed, Sun Yijia hadn't returned to Duke Dinghu's mansion for several months. However, every time she went back, they parted on bad terms. Old Madam Sun also asked her to live a good life in the Luo family and not get involved in the mess of Duke Dinghu's mansion. However, the one who had been ill was her mother, who gave birth to her and raised her. Although her mother had always been very utilitarian and her daughter was more of a tool, it was an indisputable fact that Sun Yijia had been well educated since she was a child. It was impossible for her to really ignore her mother. Now Ding General Manor was very chaotic, not to mention the power struggle between the brothers. Even Sun Yijia's uncles had become restless and wanted to get a share of the pie. In addition to these, the inner residence was also in a mess. The fight between women was really not much worse than that between men. It was even more insidious and vicious. Only a fool would go to that damn place from time to time to make trouble for himself. When her daughter was 1 year old, she was bullied by her parents' family. They accused her of being unfilial both openly and secretly. Sun Yijia seemed to be in a good mood now, but the premise was that her bottom line was not touched. Don't forget that Sun Yijia could slap those so-called sisters and sisters-in-law at the beginning of her disfigurement. Did they really think that she didn't dare to do it now? Sun Yijia's face was painted with delicate makeup. At this moment, she restrained her smile. Her eyes were cold and inexplicably oppressive, which made the people who provoked her feel a little scared and want to retreat. In such a scene, in addition to those who were worried, there were naturally more people who were happy to watch a good show. After all, Sun Yijia was the object of envy of many women, no matter those married young women or unmarried girls. The former Sun Yijia had a good family background, good learning skills, and good looks, so no one could be jealous of her. However, after her disfigurement, she could still marry so well. Not only did she marry well, but her husband was also devoted to her. Many women wanted to throw themselves at him, but he ignored them and stayed with such an ugly woman. What virtue did Sun Yijia have? She was Sun Yijia's ugly face. How could she still get all the benefits? As such, he was naturally happy to see her being torn apart. It would be even better if her reputation could be ruined and she was divorced by the Luo family. Unfortunately, it was probably just a thought. Third sister-in-law, today, Jinhua's wife, come to my side. Before Sun Yijia could finish her words, Madame Luo's voice rang out. Sun Yijia obediently shut her mouth and retreated to Madame Luo's side, choosing to be a quiet and beautiful woman. Madame Luo leaned on her cane and sat upright. She looked at the people from Ding General Manor with neither joy nor anger, but it made people feel cold. As the saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. Even if you're a girl from Ding General Manor, after marrying into the Luo family, you naturally have to abide by the Luo family's rules. However, I wonder which family's married daughter goes back to her parents' home every few days? Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about you. How many times do you go back to your parents' home a year? If you can't do something yourself, don't blindly talk about it in other people's homes. Or is it that although you are in your husband's home, you only think about your parents' home? Today is Sister Xian's first birthday. As her aunts, it's fine that you didn't come early to participate in the celebration, but when you came, you acted as if you were ancestors and had no respect for your seniors. This old one wants to go to Ding General Manor and ask the madam of your manor where this rule came from. Ding General Manor is the Empress's family. As the Empress's niece-in-law, don't always do stupid things to tarnish her reputation and hinder her. Old Madame Luo did not hold back at all with her big hats. Sun Yijia's sisters-in-law's faces turned green and white. However, in terms of seniority, Madame Luo was a first-rank honorary madam, and they were nothing. In terms of seniority, Madame Luo and Madame Sun were of the same generation, so they were firmly suppressed. More importantly, if she really went to Ding General Manor, they would definitely be in serious trouble. Her grandmother was a vegetarian and recited Buddhist scriptures in seclusion. No matter how chaotic Ding General Manor was, she ignored it. However, if outsiders came to her, she could definitely kill them as soon as she made a move. They would not have any room to turn over. Therefore, when Madame Luo said this, they did not dare to say a word. You are a guest. Kind guests should be treated kindly, and evil guests should be driven away. You should take care of yourselves. Everyone, please take your seats. Eldest daughter-in-law, pass the word that the banquet will start. Madame Luo did not say anything else, but her meaning was quite obvious. As a married daughter, Jingwan naturally wouldn't intervene because she knew very well that such a small matter wouldn't be difficult for her grandmother. However, the daughters-in-law of Ding General Manor weren't stupid. There was no reason for them to suddenly make things difficult for her grandmother. Jingwan pondered. Could it be that something happened again? Was it some people's conspiracy? Was it purely targeting Sun Yijia? Was it to scheme against the Luo family? Or was it that the ultimate goal was Jin Qinhuang? Jingwan lowered her eyelids, blocking the darkness in the depths of her eyes. Why were there always so many people who refused to stop? Chapter 455. After the banquet, the people of Ding General Manor hurriedly left, which seemed even more abnormal. When she looked at Sun Yijia again, there was a trace of pity in her eyes. God was indeed fair. No matter what, there would always be something unsatisfactory. In this way, she felt more or less balanced in her heart. Others would not care about the abnormality of the people of Ding General Manor, but Jingwan would not ignore it. However, she believed that her husband could also think of what she could think of. Therefore, she did not need to do anything. Jingwan thought of another thing. At the birthday banquet, she once suspected that old Madame Sun was responsible for the resurrection. However, she did not find out anything. Therefore, the source of the resurrection was still unclear. Jingwan considered the possibility of directly starting with old Madame Sunday. Her eyes fell on Sun Yijia. Perhaps she could ask her best sister-in-law to take her little niece to see old Madame Sun. However, everyone was smart. There were some things that could be roughly understood without being explained clearly. In this way, there might be a little more exposed. No matter how close old Madame Sun was to the Empress and Prince Kong, they were still her biological daughter and grandson. If she didn't support them, she probably wouldn't do anything to harm them. Thinking about it this way, was the source of her resurrection also wrong? Also, was it wise to involve her best sister-in-law? Jingwan thought for a while. Sun Yijia noticed it. She looked back and said with a chuckle, Princess consort, what's the matter? It was obvious that her mood was not affected by those sisters-in-law. Jingwan shook her head gently. Nothing. I just thought of something and was a little absent-minded for a while. After all, there were so many guests. They still had to pay attention to what they should pay attention to. Naturally, the two of them could not be as intimate as arm in arm. Even so, they were much more casual than others. As time went by, the guests also left one after another. Those who stayed behind were basically close friends. Sun Yijia had nothing to do for the time being. She could have some time to talk with Jingwan. However, before she could go to Jingwan's side, the maid told her that her father was looking for her. Oh yes, the women of Ding General Manor left, but the men outside sat steadily. At this time, Sun Yijia knew that her father had put on the airs of father-in-law in front of her husband. In front of so many guests, he put himself on a high pedestal. Sun Yijia felt deep hatred in her heart. A qualified father-in-law, even if his son-in-law had some problems, would privately correct him. In front of others, he would not praise or support him, but at least give him face. Of course, if he was completely unreliable, then forget it. Her husband was not perfect, but he was definitely a good man. He was filial, respectful, kind to his brothers and sisters, and cared for his wife and children. He was ambitious and had a good temper. Under normal circumstances, when meeting such a son-in-law, one would be smiling from ear to ear. However, it was obvious that her parents did not belong to this kind of normal situation. Sun Yijia went to see her father expressionlessly. Her impression of her father was 10 times or 100 times worse than her mother's. This was especially so after she married into the Luo family. With the Luo family as a comparison, this feeling was even more obvious. Her father-in-law was not a good father, nor was he a good husband. He seemed to be calm and collected, but in fact, he was more irresponsible in pursuing his own interests. Of course, this was the old him. However, in Sun Yijia's opinion, even so, he was better than her father. Moreover, now her father-in-law was changing. He was working hard to change himself for the sake of his family. Her father was still the same. He was sinking deeper and deeper into his original path. He did not think of turning back. Or perhaps, he did not realize his mistakes at all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. How could she have such parents? Gradually, she suppressed her anger. She was very lucky to have such parents, wasn't she? Jingwan saw Sun Yijia approaching and then walking away. Then, she knew what was going on. The High Duke's public house had been neutral for thousands of years. Should she say that this was a matter of course, in accordance with the law of prosperity and decline, or should she feel a little sad? After all, as the current Duke of Dinghua, he actually had an unshirkable responsibility for the High Duke's public house's current state. Some things and some decisions were wrong from the beginning. At this moment, there were no outsiders around Jingwan. However, there was a figure sneaking behind her. It seemed like she wanted to scare Jingwan. However, Jingwan was guarded by people around her. How could she let her have her way? After Jingwan received the hint, she turned around and smiled. Cousin, Yuan Xiao Xiao greeted her politely. Then, she sat down beside Jingwan. Jingwan came to the Luo family to participate in Sister Xian's Catchment Week. After that, she stayed in the Haitang Inn with Li Hongyuan. She basically had no contact with other people. During the banquet, those who were close to her were not qualified to sit next to her because of the seating arrangement. Yuan Xiao Xiao came up to her at this time, but she looked tired. Yuan Xiao Xiao had always been a cheerful and lively girl. Although she restrained herself a little after getting married, she was still in high spirits every time she saw her. It was rare to see her like this. Cousin, what's wrong? Jingwan asked. What's wrong? It's because of the child. We have been married for almost half a year now, but we haven't gotten pregnant. Because of grandfather and you, my mother-in-law doesn't dare to put another person into our house for the time being. But I think it will be soon. It seems that she has already chosen one from her beautiful and fertile maids. The conflict between wives and concubines, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, was never a pleasant topic. Jingwan frowned slightly. This kind of thing could be handled, but it was also not good. To some extent, the governor's wife did not do anything wrong because many people were like this. Moreover, she was not mean to her daughter-in-law. In some aspects, she was very good to her daughter-in-law. If she came to her house just because she wanted to give her son a concubine, it would be too overbearing. It would not make sense especially when her cousin did not have a child. Although half a year was not a long time, it was not short in some people's eyes. If she did this kind of thing within 3 months, she might be criticized. The most important thing was that Jingwan could not instill some of her thoughts into her. If she was immature, then it would be neither fish nor fowl. In that way, it might be counterproductive and make her cousin live more painfully. Moreover, she might not have the ability to bear all of this. Rather than this, it was better to let her be like other women. As long as she was alive, her husband's family would not go too far. Every era had its own characteristics. Even if there were unreasonable things, it was difficult to change with one person's strength. Especially in her current position, she could not do anything easily. Therefore, this matter was really not easy to solve. For the time being, Jingwan could only comfort her. However, it was obvious that Yuan Xiaoqiao was not so weak because her husband was still on her side. Therefore, when facing Jingwan, she could put aside her unhappiness. Cousin, how good would it be if I married Cousin Jinghua? Why am I not so lucky to meet such a good husband and reasonable in-laws? Jingwan, who was in a bad mood because of her just now, choked in an instant. If you have the ability, say this in front of your cousin-in-law and see how she reacts. Yuan Xiaoqiao's expression changed. I'm just joking. I've never thought about Cousin Jinghua at all. In the past, I didn't know that he was such a good man. Now, I'm just looking forward to meeting someone like him. Cousin, don't talk nonsense. If cousin-in-law really misunderstands, she will fall out with me easily. I'm afraid she will eat me alive. She looked scared. Jingwan sneered. Cousin, you still don't have a filter on your mouth. If someone heard what you said, or if they didn't hear the whole thing, they would make all kinds of speculations. Who knows how big a mess it will cause? Yuan Xiaoqiao also knew that what she said just now was not very nice. She looked a little embarrassed. Well, you're sitting here. There are so many people around. How can you sleep and eavesdrop? You can always trust the people around you. Jingwan was also helpless. Although Yuan Xiaoqiao did not feel good, she did not dwell on this matter. Sun Yijia came back faster than expected, but she did not look too good. After sitting down, she fiercely turned off a cup of tea. Jingwan and Yuan Xiaoqiao looked at each other and they did not speak. Chapter 456. Do you know why they are looking for me? They want the Luo family support. They wanted to talk to my grandfather. If I don't help them, they are heartless, unfilial, cold-blooded, and selfish. If I don't help them, they're saying that Jing Bo is heartless and unrighteous. He doesn't care about the Yu family. If he treats his own family this way, who knows how ruthless he will be when he enters the bureaucracy in the future. Sun Yijia lost control as she spoke. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. How can they be so shameless? Huh? If it was just her, Sun Yijia wouldn't be so angry. After all, it wasn't the first time. She had already given up on them. It would be best if they had nothing to do with each other. However, they were so despicable. They wanted to ruin Jing Bo's reputation and threaten her with Jing Bo's future. Sun Yijia exploded at that moment. She didn't hide her hatred anymore. At that moment, she really wanted to kill them with her own hands. How could they be her family? They were obviously her sworn enemies. Who do they think I am? God? I am just one of the granddaughters-in-law of the Minister of Personnel Affairs. Do you think I can influence the decisions of a first-rank official? Were they out of their minds or something? How can they say such idiotic things? In front of her two best friends, Sun Yijia did not restrain her emotions at all and completely vented them out. Her eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred and her expression was deranged. The beautiful makeup on her face made her look even more ferocious. The veins on her neck and the back of her hands were clearly visible. She no longer had the refined bearing of a noble lady. The emotions in Jingwan and Yuan Xiaoqiao's eyes were indescribable. The people who forced her to this extent should have been the people who cared for her the most. They should have been her most reliable support. In the end, they only hurt her time and time again. They cut her flesh and let her blood flow. They gnawed at her heart, messed up her life, and destroyed her happiness. Yuan Xiaoqiao was at a loss. She didn't know what to say. At the same time, she felt a little sad. Although the Yuan family wasn't very rich, the whole family was happy. Her parents were wholeheartedly considerate of her. Her grandfather was in a high position, and the people in the family didn't force her mother to ask for benefits from her grandfather. Although there was a little trouble in her husband's family, it was really nothing. Jingwan didn't say anything and let Sun Yijia vent her emotions first. It was best to let it out. If she kept it in, Jingwan still remembered how her sister-in-law looked like when she first met her. She was the most beautiful flower, but inside, she had already withered without any vitality. It was heartbreaking to look at her. Jingwan was very clear that although the Luo family didn't have any opinions about her sister-in-law and the elders were very good to her, if Ding General Manor kept making trouble like this, even if it wasn't her fault, gradually, they would have a bad opinion of her. This was human nature. No matter how deep the love was, it couldn't stand the torment. However, Jingwan thought more in her heart. Because her grandfather was unmoved by force and persuasion, no one could do anything to him. Sun Yijia was like an abandoned child to Ding General Manor. The relationship between the two families existed in name only. Everyone was happy and relaxed. But now Ding General Manor suddenly came to her door. What was the reason? Was it really so difficult for Prince Kang's side without the Empress? The Empress was ambitious, but she shouldn't be so weak in control. However, it was also possible that Prince Kang had been poached, and some people who originally supported him had changed sides. Duke Dingwo looked for Sun Yijia to talk to her. It did seem very stupid, but it wasn't very thorough. Because rather than threatening Sun Yijia, it was better to say that he was threatening Luo Peishan. Although Luo Jingbo was a virgin, he was now famous. No one of his peers in the whole capital could surpass him. He had a bright future and might be the backbone of the Luo family in the future. Luo Peishan naturally didn't want such a grandson to be ruined. In this way, Luo Peishan might give in to Ding General Manor. If it were another family, Sun Yijia might have been divorced, so she was the most pitiful and innocent. After venting, Sun Yijia became incomparably disheartened. Sister-in-law, don't be like this. Grandfather will solve this matter. Don't worry. Grandfather will solve it? How can I have the face to tell? Sun Yijia's voice stopped abruptly. Because of anger, hatred, and emotional loss of control, she realized that she had made such a big fuss at that time. How could it not attract the attention of her grandfather and grandmother? Now, they probably knew everything. Yes, her father didn't stop her at all at that time. He didn't use his father's identity to suppress her. He just looked a little angry. It turned out that he did it on purpose with such an idea. Sun Yijia twitched the corners of her mouth and showed an extremely ugly smile. She was even a little discouraged. So what if she was born in a noble family? Such a family, such a family. So what if she was lucky and happy? Such a family, such a family. Sooner or later, everything would be destroyed. In fact, Sun Yijia's matter could be completely solved, but it was very difficult and even impossible to do so. They didn't know how to comfort her, and the atmosphere fell into silence. A maid from the Luo family hurried over. Princess Consort, third young madam, great aunt, someone from the palace said that the emperor has bestowed something. Master asked us to go to the front to receive the imperial edict. Although the maid was a little out of breath, her tone and expression were full of excitement. This news made Sun Yijia's depressed mood slightly better. The three of them looked at each other. Although it was a little strange that the emperor had bestowed something on Sister Xian's first birthday, it still made sense if they wanted to explain. When they arrived, almost everyone in the residence was present. Jingwan walked straight to Li Honyuan, who was at the front, and squatted down. Your Highness, Li Honyuan, who was originally a little lazy, didn't say anything and reached out to help her up. The eunuch who came to announce the imperial edict saw this and hurriedly bowed to pay his respects. He was very respectful. Jingwan smiled faintly and nodded. Everyone was present, and everyone knelt together to receive the imperial edict. From the imperial edict, it could be seen that this time, rather than saying that it was for Sister Xian, it was better to say that it was for Luo Jingbo. It made people feel baffled and unable to make sense of it. However, Jingwan and Li Hanyuan looked at each other and understood that it was because of that portrait of the imperial Gui Fei. Because of the birth of Luo Jingbua's meticulous brushwork, that painting was born. It's just that Jingwan wanted to roll her eyes. This reaction arc was a bit too long. After all, when a Yellow Emperor wanted to reward someone, he could casually find a reason. If there was no reason, there was no problem. It was up to him to be happy. Therefore, at this time, it made people feel baffled. However, since Jin Xin Wang said that it was fine and Luo Shangshu also received it as a matter of course, everyone didn't take it seriously. Only Sun Yijia had something on her mind. She felt that she had let down the elders of the Luo family, especially the head of the family, Luo Peishan. She brought trouble to him. At the same time, she was perturbed and worried that the peace and happiness of the past would be gone forever. Jingwan couldn't bear to watch anymore. She pulled on old Madame Luo's arm and gently pushed it. She pouted at Sun Yijia. "Yua." Old Madame Luo was also helpless. Seeing Sun Yijia like that, she sighed and waved at her. Sun Yijia took half a beat to react. She hurriedly walked over. "Grandmother." Old Madame Luo patted her hand. "It's okay. Don't think too much. Today is Sister Xian's birthday. As a mother, you have a worried face. If the child sees it, wouldn't she be affected?" Sun Yijia's tears fell, and she hurriedly wiped them away with a handkerchief. "Grandmother." "Okay, you young people talk." Old Madame Luo went back to the rear courtyard. Jingwan smiled and winked at Sun Yijia. Sun Yijia didn't know how to thank Jingwan. She knew very well in her heart that the Luo family had accepted her so well from the beginning. It was all because of little sister Wan. Until now, little sister Wan had always been helping her. Let's go, let's go." Jingwan pulled Sun Yijia and went straight to the rear courtyard. Li Hanyuan watched as Jingwan left again. She had no intention of leaving the Luo family and returning to the prince's estate. He frowned, but in the end, he didn't stop her. He also knew that Jingwan had deep feelings for her maiden family. Forget it. It wasn't easy for her to come back even once. However, Jingwan wouldn't really leave Li Hanyuan alone. If she left him alone for too long, he might fall ill again. After staying for 2 hours, Jingwan went to say goodbye to old Madame Luo. Coincidentally, Madame Jean was also there. She seemed to be talking about her younger sister's marriage. That younger sister was only 1 year younger than her. It was indeed time for her to find a husband. "Wan, you're here. Just in time, come and listen." Old Madame Luo waved at Jingwan. There were indeed a lot of people who wanted to marry Luo Jingyu. However, they were all aiming for the Luo family's power. Regardless of how Luo Jingyu was in the Luo family, they wanted to climb up the Luo family's social status first. In any case, they would have to marry a wife. With the Luo family style, even if it was a concubine's daughter, it wouldn't be too bad. No matter how they looked at it, they wouldn't lose out. The previous candidates weren't very satisfactory. It's just that today, the CF family wants to arrange a marriage. The CF family? Since her grandmother directly said the CF family, there wouldn't be a second choice aside from the aristocratic CF family. Which son of the CF family is it? Based on her understanding of her grandmother, she definitely wouldn't just take a fancy to the CF family. She should have taken a fancy to the son of the CF family who was going to marry into the Luo family. Naturally, she was curious about who the other party was. However, for such an aristocratic family to marry into the Luo family, it probably wouldn't be a very important person. Although it wasn't like the previous dynasty, the status of aristocratic families was very high. Ordinary sons of concubines had to be picky, and those sons of the first wife wouldn't marry the concubine's daughter of an official's family. Chapter 457. You know, it was Sierra and Hui who entered the Honglu Temple because of you. Jingwan was surprised, and she thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. The Honglu Temple was in charge of foreign guests. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for them to achieve much. However, when envoys from other countries came or went, the Honglu Temple would play a very important role. People who were proficient in the languages of other countries and foreign countries were indispensable. Hui, from the letter of credence to the reception of the envoys from other countries, and even the friendly diplomatic relations at the end, had picked out the language traps set by some people with ulterior motives more than once. As a result, the Qi Yuan was always in an invincible position. Therefore, his contributions were not small. When the envoys left, Emperor Lu Qingdi was very happy. Then he did not jump 3 times in a row, but 5 times in a row. There were also other rewards. Hui was still not prominent in the entire officialdom. However, no one who entered the officialdom at the same time as him, including his elder brother, who was the top scholar. Hui was born of a concubine, so he thought that he had the blood of a different clan. Even if his official mother did not treat him harshly, he was still a nobody in the Xie clan. But now, although he was far from being valued by the entire clan, his branch would definitely not ignore him. She did not know why he wanted to arrange a marriage for the Luo family. Jingwan asked her question. He didn't say anything specific. Besides, it was Hui's official mother who asked your mother. Don't you know what kind of person your mother is? Even if other people had a deeper meaning, she would not be able to understand. Madame Luo said bluntly. Madame Zhang was ashamed. Although it was not the first time that her mother-in-law said this, she still blushed in front of her daughter. She stole a glance at Jingwan and found that Jingwan was drinking tea with her head lowered as if she did not hear anything. She then covered her ears and stole a bell. She then covered her ears and stole a bell. She then pulled her handkerchief and pretended to be dumb. If this marriage is successful, it's not a bad thing. There won't be any bad implications. Grandmother and mother can do as you see fit. Jingwan thought for a while and did not ask about this matter anymore. After that, Jingwan bid farewell to Madame Luo and Madame Zhang. When the imperial prince and imperial consort left, everyone in the residence naturally had to send them off respectfully. In the carriage, Jingwan told Li Hongyuan about this matter. Li Hongyuan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jingwan. His expression was unfathomable. Facing Jingwan's puzzled gaze, he sneered. Jingwan was baffled by his crazy look. Hell, what else could it be? Hui is only in his current situation because of you, the talent scout. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Moreover, this is equivalent to the grace of a new life. Even if he spends his entire life, he won't be able to repay it. When we got married, he brought people to support you. Now, he wants to have a marriage alliance with the Luo family and marry your stepsister. What's so strange about that? Don't forget that because of you, your stepsister's reputation has been greatly affected. She has to bear the brunt of the marriage. Otherwise, your mother and the others would not have been unable to find a suitable candidate. What's so strange about him doing such a thing? Jingwan could naturally hear that something was wrong from his words. Then, wasn't this jealousy a bit too unreasonable? However, knowing that he was unreasonable, Jingwan naturally did not lower herself to his level. Otherwise, this vinegar jar could turn into a vinegar jar in seconds. If there was more vinegar, it could drown her. Jingwan lazily leaned on him. What he thinks has nothing to do with me. As long as it doesn't have any negative impact on you and the Luo family, I naturally don't care about this kind of thing. Li Hongyuan's expression eased a little. After returning to the prince's residence, they continued to live leisurely. However, the next day, there was shocking news from Duke Dingwa's mansion. Even Li Hongyuan was speechless for a long time. It was because old Madame's son, who had been living in seclusion, suddenly walked out of her courtyard and adopted son Yilin, leaving no room for discussion. And the person she adopted was the younger brother of the former Duke Dingwa, a person who died halfway before reaching the age of 20. It should be known that she had never thought of adopting a son for him, but now she adopted a grandson for him. What was even more incredible was that son Ijia was also adopted by son Yilin. That was to say, his biological father became his uncle. As his uncle, his relationship with son Yilin and son Ijia naturally became much weaker. If Duke Dingwa asked son Ijia to do something again, it would be completely untenable. Old Madame's son's move could be said to be cutting the firewood from under the cauldron. She used another way to cut off her relationship with Duke Dingwa's mansion without hurting son Ijia and her child. There could only be one word to describe it: Ruthless? Jingwan was a little stunned for a time. Sure enough, she didn't make a move, but once she made a move, it was like a thunderbolt. Chapter 458. Old Madame Sun was definitely a qualified official mother. Otherwise, how could the former Duke Ding leave so many concubine children behind? Not only that, but she also allowed them to continue to stay in the Duke's mansion and enjoy the honor of Duke Ding's mansion after the death of the former Duke Ding. It should be known that even if they were brothers in Duke Ding's mansion, it was absolutely different from outside. Naturally, some people were not convinced by this sudden change. Then, they were beaten up by old Madame Sunday. These people probably forgot her nature and character because old Madame Sun had been eating vegetarian food and praying to Buddha for a long time and didn't have a strong sense of presence. In fact, old Madame Sun didn't mistreat those concubines' children. It was not for the sake of reputation, nor was it really virtuous and magnanimous. She just didn't care. Because she didn't care, she allowed them to exist. Therefore, at this time, she didn't care about reputation. Moreover, after the death of the head of the family, it was normal to separate the concubine's children. No one could blame her for this. Duke Ding wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, he was hit by old Madame Sun's cane. Many of his descendants were watching from the side. However, in the face of old Madame Sun's cold eyes, Duke Ding could only tremble and kneel obediently. He swallowed the words of objection that were about to come out of his mouth. Looking at his useless appearance, old Madame Sun's face became colder. Sometimes she wondered if this son and the daughter in the palace had switched genders. If this idiot was half as stupid as his sister, Duke Ding's mansion would be more than this. As for the daughter, only half was left. If she didn't have the desire for power, Duke Ding's mansion wouldn't be like this. When it came to the adoption of Sun Yilin, the happiest person was his eldest brother, Sun Yibin. The joy in his eyes couldn't be suppressed. Old Madame Sun's cane, which was taller than a person, waved again. Judging from his strength, if she hadn't died for a long time, Sun Yibin's leg would have been broken directly. You're worse than a beast. These few cold words seemed to carry the deepest malice. The complacency in Sun Yibin's eyes disappeared completely. His face was pale, his lips trembled, and his legs went soft. He also knelt on the ground. Grandmother, shut up. I don't want to listen to your chatter. It's so annoying. Sun Yibin's face was extremely ugly. If his grandmother's words were spread out, his reputation would be tarnished in a very short time, and he could not wash it clean. More importantly, he could not even think about the position of the heir of Ding General Manor. Not to mention that his father was dissatisfied with him now. Even if his father still supported him as before, it would be difficult for him to get what he wanted under the pressure of his grandmother. Moreover, the relationship between His Majesty and his grandmother seemed to be unusual. He believed that his grandmother could make him lose everything with just one word in front of His Majesty. Sun Yibin's heart was filled with hatred. He couldn't care less about anything else. He only wanted to change the current situation. Old Madame Sun was old and shrewd. She saw his expression and understood it clearly in her heart. She couldn't help sneering and scolding him in her heart. Sure enough, a dog can't change its habit. He never knew how to reflect on himself. Out of sight, out of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. Old Madame Sun turned directly back to her courtyard. As soon as the courtyard door was closed, two completely different worlds were formed inside and outside the wall. The wall, which was not as high as a mountain, was like an insurmountable moat. As for the people outside, without old Madame Sun's permission, those who were kneeling did not dare to get up, and those who were standing did not dare to leave because the head of the family could not leave. The uncle who had been driven out was the best example. They did not want to leave the protection of Ding General Manor. Therefore, they were all scheming against each other a few days ago, but now they were all obedient. However, in the whole Ding General Manor, no one told Duchess Ding about the adoption of Sun Yilin and Sun Yijia. She didn't know whether it was because they had simply forgotten her or for some other reason. In fact, in the end, it wasn't that no one wanted to invite the Duchess of Ding out to make trouble for old Madame Sunday. It was well known that the Duchess of Ding cared about Sun Yilin. If she knew that her son was gone, she would really make a scene. However, no matter how much Duchess Ding did, she could be suppressed by old Madam's son, who stood at the top. At that time, whoever invited Duchess Ding out would definitely be dealt with by old Madame Sunday. After seeing her thunderous means, this group of people naturally did not dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers. After hearing the follow-up, Jingwan couldn't help but sigh. Yuan, do you think that if old Madame Sun had set the overall direction of Duke Dingwa's mansion from the beginning, would the current situation of Duke Dingwa's mansion be completely different? It would indeed be different, but it would be worse than it is now. In such a situation, she still worked hard for Ding General Manor, the Sun family, and even the Empress and Li Hongyi. Now the grass on her grave is deep. Because of her, she can occasionally suppress Ding General Manor. But when she is gone, Ding General Manor has no shackles at all. Moreover, Ding General Manor is a grandfather, but he is still suppressed by his mother. How can he be happy? It's obvious that the things left by old Madame Sun and the people cultivated by her will be abolished by him for various reasons. Can Ding General Manor be better in his hands? Well, her husband was very reasonable. So, old Madame Sun had seen through the situation. So she left Ding General Manor to fend for itself? Or did she really not have a good impression of Ding General Manor, didn't care, and didn't want to intervene at all? Probably only old Madame Sun herself could answer this question. Sun Yijia, who received the news, cried hard and kept shouting grandmother. She was not expelled from Ding General Manor, but she basically had nothing to do with Ding General Manor. What she once thought was impossible was achieved so easily. Sun Yijia felt that this was like a dream, but she clearly realized that this was definitely not a dream. Luo Jingbua sat next to her with Sister Xian in his arms. He didn't say anything, but in this way, he told her that they would always be by her side and support her. Their family would always be happy and happy. Seeing Sister Xian clumsily trying to wipe away her tears, Sun Yijia's heart softened. She hurriedly wiped away her tears, hugged Sister Xian in her arms, and kissed her. Her heart relaxed, but there was also a trace of pain that was hidden very deep. As for Sun Yilin, who was still thousands of miles away, there was no way to know how he would react after learning about this matter. This matter affected not only the people of Ding General Manor. It should be said that everyone related to Ding General Manor was affected. To some extent, it could be said that it was even more serious than the people of Ding General Manor. After all, there were many people in Ding General Manor who were just idlers. In essence, this actually represented old Madame Sun's attitude on certain matters. She had painstakingly cultivated the younger generation for the sake of prosperity, but now the most promising one was sent away. The meaning behind this was simply too obvious. If the old lord of Ding General Manor had such an attitude, how would the people who relied on Ding General Manor feel? It was not that no one went to Ding General Manor to ask to see old Madame Sun, hoping that she could withdraw the order before the matter became a foregone conclusion. Even some elders of the Sun family came forward, hoping to persuade her with emotion and reason. Most of them, old Madame Sun didn't give them any face at all. She didn't even meet them. As for the one or two elders who did meet her, she was also cold and indifferent. She didn't say much. She probably meant one thing. What's wrong? There were people in the Sun family whose seniority was higher than old Madame Sun's, but in the face of such a powerful old Madame Sun, they could only be silent. After all, old Madame Sun was a superior madam, and the patriarch of the Sun family was Ding General Manor. If they really wanted to argue, they might not be able to suppress her with seniority. What's more, she was the mother of the Empress. A mother's identity could really be used to suppress others with filial piety. Even the emperor had to be obedient in front of his mother. The Empress was really nothing. It was human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. The actions of these people, on the contrary, sped up old Madame Sun's action. She didn't choose a good day, but directly opened the ancestral hall, worshipped the ancestors, and directly changed the family tree. In this way, the matter was completely settled. From the beginning to the end, the Empress didn't send anyone to stop this matter, and Prince Kong didn't do anything. Obviously, there was no room for recovery. The others also stopped, but it was hard to say what they thought in their hearts. However, very few people knew that the Empress's illness seemed to have worsened, and Prince Kong seemed to be irritable again. However, seeing that Lu Qingdi was also indifferent, some old officials who knew his temperament faintly felt that Lu Qingdi was actually happy to see this matter succeed. Many people were affected, more people were gloating, and more people were not affected. Li Hongyuan ordered that the investigation of old Madame Sun's matter could be suspended. Jingwan was somewhat puzzled, but she also seemed to have a sudden realization. What Li Hongyuan cared about now was Jingwan's birthday. On the second day of the second month, the first birthday after becoming a Qin Wang Fei. No matter what, it couldn't be perfunctory. It must be celebrated, and it must be celebrated on a grand scale. The grand celebration that Jin Qin Wang spoke of, could it be an ordinary grand celebration? When Jingwan heard these two words, she subconsciously wanted to refuse. If it wasn't for some taboo, Jingwan didn't doubt that he could make it more grand than the emperor's birthday celebration. But now, even if it didn't reach that level, it definitely wouldn't be that bad. If it was done, it would be flaunting his wealth again and drawing hatred again. Jingwan hesitated, but when she met Li Hongyuan's gaze that seemed to see through everything, and it was also cold, it was obvious that he rejected her idea. Thus, the words that were at the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. Generally, a psychopath wouldn't take her seriously. If he took her seriously, it was simply asking for her life. Therefore, if he really made up his mind, it was best not to go against him. Okay, as long as you're happy. That's right. Are you on? Can he get married? https:///11/11807/10319903. Chapter 459. What? You want to marry one of your maids to him? Since 3 years ago, and he basically didn't go out on a mission. He just completely changed to the light. Li Hongyuan's performance was quite straightforward. Anyway, he had a lot of people under his command. Even if it was a secret guard, it didn't have any impact if there was one less capable than he. His wife just wanted someone. How could he not give it to her? With Jiao as a precedent, it didn't matter even if his wife's maids chose husbands from the secret guards. Jingwan laughed. It's not like that. It's just that Yi's heart was moved. Because of his identity, he restrained himself and didn't show it much. When he faced the person he liked, he would still reveal a little bit of himself. Li Hongyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, he was a little surprised. The secret guards had undergone special training. Their biggest characteristics were strong ability, loyalty, and indifferent feelings. Of course, indifference didn't mean that they had no feelings. It was normal for them to suddenly have some thoughts. The person he likes also likes him. His wife was very good to the maids who served her. If it was purely his people who had thoughts, his wife probably wouldn't have asked him. Therefore, it wasn't unreasonable for the people around him to want to please the mistress. It's Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao is calm and capable. Probably because of Sister Hei, she's more introverted in personal feelings. I thought that she would probably be the last to understand, or that she would need me to choose a marriage for her. It's best to solve it yourself. Li Hongyuan's tone was a little cold. Jingwan naturally understood what he meant. If he wanted her to worry about them, this man would be narrow-minded again. Maybe he wouldn't treat those maids who were originally afraid of him with disdain. In his heart, he would only be satisfied if she put her mind on him at all times. If she diverted a little attention, he would be very unhappy. Jingwan vaguely knew that several of his close maids seemed to have found men for themselves. They first sent them out and then got married. In the current environment, it was shameless for an innocent girl to find a man for herself. Losing one's chastity before marriage was not tolerated. If it was known by others, she didn't know how much gossip she would have to bear. Those who couldn't bear it, well, might be forced to death. Jingwan couldn't imagine how wronged Si, Gu, and Fu had been at that time. Therefore, to a certain extent, being the maids of the King of Hell was definitely the most miserable among all the high officials and nobles. Therefore, after they got married, Jingwan didn't specially prepare any maids for him. In fact, Li Hongyuan's maids were more to deal with trivial matters. Now that Jingwan's maids were here, naturally, there was no need to arrange another one. See, Gu and Fu had not appeared in front of people before. Outsiders were used to it, so they didn't notice that Li Hanyuan actually didn't have any close maids. Otherwise, Jingwan would be criticized again. What about the others? Have they been confirmed? Li Hanyuan asked indifferently. Almost. I've already asked the nanny to deal with this matter. The agenda of the 3 letters and 6 rites still has to be carried out. The servants in the mansion don't matter. My guards are all a good background. As for the secret guards, they don't have any status at all. Li Hanyuan reminded her. Good and bad people shouldn't intermarry. If they were chosen, they still had to consider the issue of household registration. Did he still need to say this kind of thing? Even if she didn't notice, wasn't there still the nanny and the others? Jingwan glanced at Li Hanyuan. How much did he dislike the beautiful maidens by her side? After they get married, they will still serve by my side. Even if they won't be by my side all the time like before, the nanny has already trained the candidates to replace them. Now, they're already learning by their side. Jingwan couldn't help but say. Li Hanyuan glanced at her and naturally understood what she meant. The ones who will replace you now, can they have the deep friendship that you grew up with in the future? With your husband here, you can't count on them. Don't count on them to be the same as the ones now. Jingwan almost had blood on her face. She really couldn't understand. How did a prince in a feudal society develop this kind of clingy wife temperament? If it was in hiding gold, it was possible that the wife was strong and the husband was weak. But this lord, he could kill a bunch of people in minutes. He was so overbearing and powerful that there was no limit to it. This completely didn't conform to the character's attributes. Where did it come from? Although this attribute was annoying, it was also a sweet annoyance. And Jingwan was just curious, so she didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Since they wanted to celebrate Jingwan's birthday, it was natural to give instructions early. As the star of the birthday, there was no reason for her to personally handle this matter. However, the people in Jin Wangfu were all very capable. Now that Jingwan's prestige in the Wangfu had already been established, even without Li Hanyuan, they would still take out 120% of their energy to do it perfectly. What's more, Wang Ye had personally instructed that if it was done well, there would be rewards afterwards. However, if there were any mistakes, they definitely wouldn't have a good fruit to eat. With Gong Momo in charge of the overall situation and controlling the cards, Jingwan continued to be idle until she was moldy. She could only continue to paint, take care of the flowers and plants, and be lovey-dovey with Li Hanyuan. These days, it was so leisurely that it made people want to beat them. The Wangfu's invitation was also sent out early. As long as there wasn't a problem with the brain, presumably, they would leave the 2nd of February empty. If they chose to do things on that day, they would consciously advance or postpone it. After all, they could not give face to Jin Wangfu unless they completely didn't reach this level. The Wangfu of each Wangfu would hold a birthday celebration, so it wasn't surprising to receive an invitation at this time. They just needed to prepare a congratulatory gift and nothing else. The surreal painting that Jingwan painted for Li Hanyuan was finally completed. Perhaps she really spent too much energy on it, but in the end, it basically achieved the effect that Jingwan wanted. Although it didn't reach the level of a photograph, it was infinitely close. However, if such a painting was framed with paper, it seemed a little out of place. When Jingwan was thinking about what material to use for the picture frame, someone came to the Fu from outside. Zhou Shuang was having a seizure, but it was a difficult labor. It seemed that things weren't going well. Zhou Shuang was married to the son of the Imperial College's chancellor. The Imperial College's chancellor belonged to the more noble kind. Moreover, in the Qi Yuan, his rank wasn't very high, so it wasn't easy to invite an imperial physician. Moreover, a life was at stake, so they couldn't delay it. They had no choice but to ask Jingwan for help. Jingwan became anxious all of a sudden. Without saying anything, she directly asked Mu and to go to the Imperial Hospital and invite the best gynecologist and pediatrician to immediately rush to the Imperial College's chancellor's house. There shouldn't be any delay. Muin naturally knew the details of Jingwan's friends before she got married. He didn't dare to be negligent, so he took out his speed to sneak people to the Wangfu. However, it seemed that God was deliberately against Zhou Shuang. The two gynecologists went to the palace. It was rumored that there seemed to be good news in Emperor Lu Cheng's harem. Muin really didn't know what expression to use. He could go to other places to snatch people, but he didn't dare to go to the palace. Moreover, Lele was already an emperor at this age, but he could still have an imperial concubine pregnant. It was simply an example of the vigor of a dragon and the vigor of a tiger. It was the proof that he was still vigorous despite his old age. Muin had no choice but to rush back to Jinqin Wangfu. Jingwan, who was originally anxious, became gloomy after learning about the situation. Li Honyuan raised his eyebrows and appeased Jingwan's anxiety. Let Gong Jiu go first, at least to ensure that there won't be any accidents. I'll go to the palace. Even if something happened in the palace, Li Honyuan could also take an imperial physician with him. Jingwan was startled. Logically speaking, her husband would never care about this kind of thing, but now, in the end, it was for her. No matter how unhappy he was because she had ideas about other people, when something really happened, he could support her 100% and help her. With a husband like this, what else could she ask for? Yuan, thank you. Li Honyuan chuckled. This husband will accept it. Remember to prepare a thank you gift when you go back. A word of thank you is far from enough. He gently pinched Jingwan's nape, hinting at something that couldn't be too obvious. Okay, I'll give whatever Yuan says he wants. Li Hongyuan's expression was cold again. I don't usually see you so generous. Chapter 460. On the way to the palace, Li Honyuan already knew which concubine was pregnant. It was none other than Wei Xian Fei, the former Wei's Princess Yining. According to the time, it was not the first time she was pregnant, but at some time later, the two of them slept together again. It was normal for Wei Xian Fei to plot against a child in order to settle down. But Lu Qingdi, who slept with the wrong person at the wrong time and lost face, should be very unhappy. Under normal circumstances, he would not sleep with the wrong person for the second time, but Lu Qingdi did. No one believed that it was a coincidence. If there was a second time, there would be a third and fourth time. As for how many times, probably only some people in the Jingshi Fang and some people in the harem who paid close attention to it knew. For Li Honyuan, not to mention that Lu Qingdi now had a concubine who was pregnant. Even if there were 10 or 100 more, he would not care. But happened to be Wei Xian Fei when Lu Qingdi missed the imperial noble consort deeply. If Wanwan knew, she would be angry again. Many men, no matter how affectionate they were, did not prevent them from seeking pleasure with other women. Lu Qingdi was probably a typical example. He might feel ashamed and angry at the time, but after that, nothing happened. Wei Xian Fei was a beauty, and she was raised to be delicate. Moreover, the first time she slept with Lu Qingdi, she was so wanton. Even if the hymen in her body was still there, she must have tasted the taste of love. She might even have been specially trained by someone. Who would do such a thing to her? A princess of the first wife. According to some of the words and deeds of the former Wei's eldest prince, one could infer a thing or two. Therefore, for a woman like Wei Xian Fei, unless it was a man with a firm heart, a man who was not greedy for pleasure, or a man who was not fond of beauty, after tasting her once, it would be difficult for him not to touch her a second time. Therefore, as long as Wei Xian Fei had the heart, she did not expect any favor. She just wanted to have sex with a man, which was not too difficult. Li Honyuan entered the palace, and Lu Qingdi was still in the Iha palace. So, there was nothing to avoid. When Lu Qingdi learned that Li Honyuan wanted to see him, he was not only surprised, but also felt somewhat guilty. Because of this, his initial joy could not help but fade a little. He hurriedly asked someone to call him in. Li Honyuan was the first man to truly move Wei Xian Fei's heart. Although it may be because of his excellent and perfect appearance, her heart was truly moved. She had already prepared herself to be a concubine, but in the end, she didn't get what she wanted, especially since the other party had never looked at her directly. It was normal for her to hate him because of love. Under such circumstances, he suddenly stood in front of her. It was also his first time stepping into her palace. She subconsciously placed her hand on her lower abdomen. She suddenly felt the panic of betraying her beloved. She was worried that he would misunderstand. She was worried. However, all these complicated emotions disappeared the moment she saw Li Hongyuan. That man still did not see her. How she was, whether she was pregnant with someone else's child, it had nothing to do with him. The complacency of achieving her goal was gone. Only strong hatred was left. She unconsciously clenched her hand on her lower abdomen. There was also a dull pain in her abdomen, but Wei Xianfei did not feel it at all at this moment. Old Six, why did you come to see me at this time? Lu Qingdi acted like a monarch and a father to cover up the strangeness in his heart. Son congratulates father first. Perhaps in a few months, son will have another younger brother. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was more happy. His concubine's pregnancy was the greatest affirmation of his imperial body. It was good to be old but strong. The longer he sat on the throne, the better. However, Lu Qingdi's good mood did not last long, because this matter would obviously make his wife unhappy, and Li Hongyuan would inevitably make his father unhappy. Therefore, those emotionless eyes stared at Lu Qingdi. Regarding the establishment of the imperial noble consort's altar, can you choose an auspicious date to start construction? This topic was completely unexpected. Lu Qingdi did not react for a while. Logically, this was not an urgent matter. There was no need to ask to see the concubine. Then, Lu Qingdi suddenly woke up, especially when his son's cold eyes swept over Wei Xianfei's belly. No matter how stupid he was, he should have understood what was going on. His Momo was still wandering in the world. Was she by his side most of the time? Then, Lu Qingdi could not help but shiver. Every time before he rolled with Wei Xianfei, it seemed that because he had looked at Momo's portrait for a long time, he could not sleep. If Momo happened to be by his side, how sad would she be? Seeing Lu Qingdi's stiff body, Li Hongyuan was like an ancient well without ripples. Because of the imperial noble consort, he was able to live again and then get what he wanted. Therefore, he wanted to protect her. However, her emotional problems were not within his consideration at all. What kind of entanglement she had with his father, the emperor had nothing to do with him. Imperial father, this son needs to use the 2 imperial physicians. Please allow it. Because his heart was too weak, Lu Qingdi could not wait for his son to leave. He waved his hand, allow, without asking for the reason. Thank you, father. Son will take his leave. The 2 imperial physicians who pretended to be in the background were still retreating. Li Hongyuan directly turned and left. His behavior, to put it seriously, was offensive. However, in Lu Qingdi's eyes, it was his son who was angry. On the day of the emperor's birthday, his son saw how he reacted when he received Momo's portrait. Then, he slept with another woman and was conferred the title of imperial concubine. His son must be unhappy now. Li Hongyuan took people out of the palace. He directly ordered people to take the imperial physicians and send them to the imperial college. As for what would happen to the 2 imperial physicians, sorry, but don't expect the living king of hell to care. Li Hongyuan returned to the palace. Jingwan was anxiously waiting for him. When she saw Li Hongyuan, she hurried to greet him. Yuan, how is it? If it were not for her status, she would have rushed over personally. In fact, it was not that she could not go. However, if she went, not only would she not be able to help, but that family would also be busy serving her. That would be purely adding to the trouble. The imperial physicians have sent it over. What could be done had been done. Next, they could only wait for the results. Seeing that Jingwan could not sit still, Li Hongyuan's expression was a little gloomy. However, he could not flare up now. He sent people over to report immediately when the results were out. However, they waited for nearly 24 hours. This night, Jingwan did not sleep well. Of course, she was not the only one who did not sleep well. She did not sleep well, so Li Hongyuan naturally followed. His face could not be any darker. Then, the news finally came. The child was finally born, but the mother's body was bleeding profusely. She was saved, but her vitality was greatly damaged. It would be impossible for her to recover in a short time. Moreover, she was afraid that she could not give birth again. Moreover, the child was restrained in the mother's body for too long, which was not good. It was not known whether the child could survive. This situation seemed to be a great blessing. Jingwan's heart was still heavy. She asked Nanny Gong to open the storeroom and selected a lot of good medicinal materials to send over. As long as the child could recover, it would be fine. Even if she could not give birth again, she would not let her suffer as long as she was alive. However, the child was in the womb for too long. She was afraid that there would be no amniotic fluid, which would cause hypoxia. In the end, the child would suffer from anoxic cerebral palsy, which would be devastating to Xiangshuang. For Li Hanyuan, giving birth was just a matter. Although it was dangerous, he did not take it seriously. However, after listening to Jingwan's details, his eyes narrowed slightly. For other women, no matter how many of them died, it was not a big deal. But for Wan, Li Hanyuan was thinking about the possibility of not letting Jingwan have a child. When the libation lord received the things sent by Jingwan, he naturally thanked her profusely. Then, seeing so many good things, some people would not be able to see them in their lifetime. Naturally, they could not help but be greedy. They held the things in their hands and did not want to put them down. Seeing this, Nanny Gong was very clear about these things. Naturally, she hinted a few words. Was these things more important? Or was your husband's future more important? You must think clearly. Although Jin Wangye had no power or influence, but to block the future of some people, it was also an easy matter. Nanny Gong looked at Zhou Yingshuang's husband again. Wang Fei Nyang is very concerned about your wife. After all, after Wang Fei Nyang entered the capital, she only made friends with a few girls. If it were not for her status, she would probably visit them in person. Wang Fei Nyang knows that you are a person who values friendship and righteousness. Don't disappoint Wang Fei Nyang's expectations. In the future, her unfinished words were clear to everyone. Nanny Gong took her leave. The libation lord's family had different thoughts. However, as long as they had a little brain, they should know what to do. Chapter 461. In reality, Jingwan had indeed suffered a lot. She had toiled for an entire night and then spent the entire day lying in bed listlessly. Her small eyes were like knives, flying towards Li Hongyuan's body. However, a certain person's skin was too thick and his body's defense was too high. Not only was he not affected at all, he even looked refreshed. Jingwan even suspected that he was like a demon who plucked yin to nourish yang. His complexion was unbelievably good, just like that human-shaped medicine that made people's legs go soft. Originally, the maidservants by her side had never had any thoughts about him, but at this time, they couldn't help but blush and quickly scram even further away. Jingwan sometimes really wanted to say that it was a good thing that he had restrained himself outside. Otherwise, who knew how many hearts would have been broken and how many girls would have done shameless things. Sometimes she would feel sweet in her heart, but then she thought about how her waist was about to be broken and her legs were like noodles. Even with her physique, she could only imagine how miserably she had been tormented. Because of this, her heart was filled with despair. Li Hanyuan sat on the bedside and looked at Jingwan, whose entire body was covered by the blanket. Only the top of her head could be seen. He reached out to pull the blanket away, but Jingwan held it tightly and said in a low, muffled voice, "Scram, scram as far away as your heart can. This princess doesn't want to see you right now." Li Hanyuan slightly raised his eyebrows and curled his lips into a smile. "Scram as far away as my heart can? But this husband's heart is with Wan. Wan's meaning, are you inviting this husband to scram on top of you? Did he have to be so vulgar?" Jingwan almost vomited blood. She was really too inexperienced. When facing this person, whether it was dissing him or flirting with him, she would always lose miserably in the end. If she ever won, it was definitely because the other party had let her win. Moreover, no matter what kind of opening it would always end in a certain color. Probably not many people could cultivate such a skill. Li Hanyuan reached out to pull the quilt on Jingwan's head again, but he still couldn't pull it down. Li Hanyuan wasn't annoyed at all. He held his chin and said calmly, "Look, Wan is still so energetic. Can I continue to do something? After all, she is my wife, and I have to take care of her more or less. However, if my wife doesn't need it, then I don't have to worry too much, right? Jingwan immediately lifted the quilt, revealing her naked body. Her fair skin looked a little pitiful, but it also revealed her boundless lust. Her decadent look caused a certain snake-like beast to become restless again. However, Jingwan was completely like a dead fish. She was listless and did not realize it for a moment. Her gaze was still courting disaster and landed on a certain beast's unspeakable part. Can you still get hard? Before she could finish her sentence, Jingwan was slapped in the face. It was the middle of winter, and there were several layers of clothes. They were thick to begin with, and there was an obvious bulge in that area. Jingwan looked up in shock. Are you really human? Li Hongyuan saw it clearly, and he was also quite clear about her unfinished words. He smiled faintly. Wanwan, what do you think? She thought she wanted to die. He was indeed a beast. Li Hongyuan saw the obvious fear on Jingwan's face and couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and stuffed her arms back into the quilt, tucking the quilt under his chin. The pleasure of having intimate relations was all about pleasure. If she was afraid of this matter, what fun would there be? In fact, last night was already about the same. The reason why he had such a reaction was completely because he had a natural reaction to her, and he couldn't help it. Li Hongyuan touched her face. I won't disturb you, but you should eat something before you sleep. Don't harm your body. Jingwan obviously breathed a sigh of relief, and the words, "That's good," were clearly written in her eyes. Do you have something to do today? Although he usually tidied up very carefully in the prince's residence. I still need to make the final arrangements for the imperial noble consort. I'm going to write a memorial and submit it. Jingwan nodded. Have you already decided on the start date? I've already sent people to look at it. It's estimated that Imperial Father's people will look at the date on that day. However, I'm afraid that someone will make things difficult, and the date might be brought forward. Speaking of this, Li Hongyuan's eyes seemed to be covered with black fog. Brought forward? If it was a good date, someone should look at the earlier date. However, even if the person who made things difficult wanted to bring forward the date, they wouldn't choose a bad date. They wouldn't be able to get past Luqingdi. Her mind raced. The date brought forward is the 2nd of the second month? Li Hongyuan nodded slightly. Knowing what he was worried about, Jingwan smiled indifferently. The 2nd of the second month is fine. It's not a big deal. What I'm worried about is whether the time will be a little rushed. It's fine if the location is close to the capital, but if it's far away, when the imperial edict is issued, the local government will have to make preparations. If someone makes a move, it might cause resentment among the people. We already know the location. Don't worry. The situation will be under control. However, if they disturb your birthday, it will be unforgivable. It was the first time for Li Hongyuan to celebrate his wife's birthday. If it went wrong, it would arouse Li Hongyuan's anger. Jingwan secretly lit a candle for some people in her heart. Good luck to them. After that, Li Hongyuan watched Jingwan eat something and went to do his own things. Jingwan went back to bed and slept. As Li Hongyuan expected, the start date of the altar was set on the 2nd of the second month. It was only his daughter-in-law's birthday. In Luqingdi's eyes, it was naturally not as important as the imperial noble consort. Besides, in his opinion, these two things were not related at all. The imperial edict was sent to various places immediately. Fortunately, the people of the Ministry of Works had already gone to various places and made preparations. Otherwise, it would really be a mess. Originally, although there were rumors among the people that the imperial noble consort was the fairy of the ninth heaven, it had nothing to do with them. Could they let the people have enough to eat and wear? One of the laborers in the family was transferred to do manual labor. This manual labor was outside of the normal manual labor. How could people be happy? However, when they finally heard the news, it was really a pleasant surprise. Although it was a manual labor in name, it turned out that they would be paid. Moreover, it was 3 times the pay. Not only that, they would have 3 meals a day, 2 of which were dry and full. There was also fat meat. For many people, they might not even see a bit of meat in a month. Many people never knew what it felt like to have a full stomach. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Moreover, it was clearly written on the imperial edict. Therefore, they did not have to worry about the government acting one way and doing another. In this way, the people who were originally complaining all rushed forward. After all, many families had more than one able-bodied laborer. Even if they didn't want to be paid, they were very willing to do it based on the daily meals. Unfortunately, this time, the people of the government became serious. They didn't need to be fierce. Each family only had one able-bodied laborer, and they didn't want him. This time, between brothers, between father and son, they all started to fight for this quota. The people who originally wanted to cause unrest all thought that Li Hongyuan was too cunning. They beat their chests and stamped their feet. Before they were done being angry, they started to sneer when they found out about this situation. Jin Xinhuang caused discord between father and son and brothers. If it was serious, it could even cause someone to die, even if there was no such thing. They could also do this kind of thing, so this kind of shit, they didn't believe that Jin Xinhuang could still clean it up. However, these people couldn't laugh for long. However, the next day, the government issued another notice. Father and son. Choose the son, brothers, choose the elder. If they schemed against each other because of this matter, once found out, they would be invited to stay in prison for a few days. Moreover, if there was a similar matter in the imperial court in the future, the family would no longer have the chance. Subsequently, several examples were caught in various places. For ordinary people, prison was definitely one of the most taboo places. If they went in, no matter what the reason was, their reputation would be ruined. They would be spurned and unable to raise their heads. Therefore, the effect was very good. Even if they were unconvinced in their hearts, at most, they could only talk about it with their mouths and didn't dare to do anything. Lu Chengdi, who had been a little nervous about this matter, breathed a sigh of relief after he learned about the situation in various places. Although it was for the sake of his most beloved woman, he didn't want to be a fatuous emperor. However, Lu Chengdi had mixed feelings about his son, who had presented the memorial and considered the matter thoroughly. His son had always done things beautifully. If it weren't for the fact that he was the heir to the throne, there was no need to even think about it. However, because of his outstanding performance, Lu Chengdi began to feel a taboo, especially when the courtiers kept praising him. He didn't want his sixth brother to have thoughts that he shouldn't have because of this. That's right. Recently, there were many people praising Li Hongyuan. His momentum had greatly surpassed that of all the other princes. Now that things had developed to this point, who would believe that there was nothing fishy about it? Li Hongyuan hadn't been to the imperial court all this time, but he knew the details of this matter. Jingwan also knew about it. Jingwan was a little worried because of the momentum. Li Hongyuan didn't care. It's just praising before destroying it. It's not worth mentioning. The method isn't old-fashioned, as long as it's useful. Li Hongyuan, who was writing something with his head lowered, looked up at Jingwan. Wan, don't worry. We'll deal with it when it comes. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. It's good that you know in your heart. I just don't know who is involved this time. This is one trick after another, one after another. It looks like they won't stop until they achieve their goal. It's just those few people. There's nothing to think about. They're just worried that I'll threaten them. It's just that if it's too big, won't the fact that you're the son of a ghost be exposed? Wan, you can rest assured about this. Except for Imperial Father and Imperial Concubine Su, everyone else who knew about this matter is dead. I think Imperial Concubine Su also told Li Hongming that if the matter was exposed, Imperial Concubine Su would definitely suffer. Even if the fabricated version was that Imperial Concubine Su died, the Emperor on the throne would be well aware of it. It would be a slap at his face. Imperial Concubine Su doesn't have the guts, and Li Hongming isn't stupid. Of course, if Imperial Father no longer has the ability to punish anyone, it's another matter. But even if it's really exposed, it won't change the final outcome. Since only Imperial Concubine Su and the Emperor know, then how did Prince know? It can't be that they told you, right? Jingwan was curious. It can't be that you were born with it, right? Born with it? That's a good excuse. The implication was that it wasn't the case, but it was obvious that he didn't want to tell her the real reason. Jingwan clicked her tongue and didn't pursue the matter. The emperor should be summoning you soon, right? Probably, Li Hongyuan said carelessly. Speaking of which, these people are really energetic. They can't even take care of their own affairs, yet they still seize the opportunity to scheme against outsiders. None of them are tired of it. Having power in one's hands did indeed bring a lot of convenience and benefits, but was it really that important? Perhaps because of her previous life, Jingwan didn't understand it as deeply as those people. If they can achieve their goal, no matter how tired they are, they'll probably be happy. Throughout history, not many people who have sat on the throne have lived long lives. It's not that they don't work hard. This is known to all, but it still doesn't stop countless people from wanting that position. They can do anything, they can give up everything, anything. Jingwan was surprised that a certain someone could see through it so clearly. Then, Yuan, your husband still wants to live to 100 years old with you. Jingwan was speechless. But when she thought about how a certain someone planned so many things, she knew that he was probably busier than the emperor. But in her eyes, he was idle all day long. So, she didn't need to worry about him working hard. In this way, she didn't need to worry about him being tired. There was a knock on the door of the study. Master, there's a message from the palace. They want you to go to the morning court tomorrow. Li Hongyuan didn't respond, and the people outside quietly retreated. I thought that the emperor would summon you alone, but now he wants you to go to the morning court directly. What does he want? He just wants your husband to see with his own eyes how popular your husband is now. He wants to see if your husband will become arrogant because of all the flattery. You don't know who you are. You don't know what you're capable of. You also want to fight for the throne. Jingwan was disgusted by such methods. She might as well have suppressed him directly. If he didn't give him any hope, then he would have made him despair to the very end. Why did he have to use such a method of giving him hope and then ruthlessly smashing him down? This was his favorite son. A father like this could only be sad. Jingwan looked at Li Hongyuan. Fortunately, her husband wasn't the kind of person who could be manipulated at will. He also didn't have any feelings for his old man. Going to the morning court on such a cold day was definitely a very torturous thing. Although it was warmer now, it was still far from enough, especially in the morning. Li Hongyuan took his time. He didn't plan to enter the palace early and then wait for the morning court to start. When he entered the court leisurely, the morning court was about to end, and the ministers had almost finished talking about the things to be reported. Lu Qingdi rubbed his temples and cursed in his heart. It should be known that the frequency of his catchphrase in front of Li Hongyuan was getting lower and lower. However, he still had to curse from time to time to feel satisfied. Lu Qingdi wanted to stop him outside, but when he thought about his purpose and thought about the bad temper of this bastard, if he really stopped him outside, he would definitely turn around and leave the palace. Come in. Li Hongyuan, dressed in the imperial robe of a prince, came in unhurriedly. He was handsome and elegant. No one could compare with his appearance. Every time he did this, people would sigh in their hearts. How could there be such a perfect person in the world? However, when he spoke and acted, all the good impressions would be shattered in seconds. It was really heartbreaking. Aken pays respect to Fu Huang. Long live Fu Huang. No need for formalities. Lu Qingdi was a bit weak. Compared to others, his feelings were the deepest. On one hand, he was gratified, and on the other hand, he was distressed. On the other hand, he hoped that he would be outstanding, and on the other hand, he was afraid that he would covet the throne. Lu Qingdi naturally praised his son as well, saying that he did a good job in building the altar for the imperial Gui Fei. As soon as his voice fell, the ministers echoed one after another, praising Li Hongyuan as if he was rare in the heavens, unparalleled on earth, a dragon steed and phoenix chick. It seemed that compared to him, everyone else was trash. First, this time's matter was indeed done well, and it wasn't an empty promise. Second, the money that was distributed all came from Jinqin Wang Fu, but it was under the name of Lu Qing Emperor and the entire imperial court. Maybe they could even get some benefits from it. Third, they raised Jinqin Wang high up. Now, the emperor was afraid of these things. Once they were rejected by the emperor, then there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, it was only a few words, but it was naturally exaggerated. Seeing that Lu Qingdi's face was obviously gloomy, some people thought that they had achieved their goal and spoke more energetically, but they didn't see their own master pinching people's faces. As the saying goes, going too far is as bad as falling short. Lu Qingdi wasn't a fool. How could he not see the intention of these people? They didn't see that some of the ministers, whose expressions had changed slightly, didn't care at all. They even twirled their beards from time to time. Could it be that these people were also planted by Jin Qinhuang? It was just that these people were in the limelight for a while and forgot themselves. If they continued, they were afraid that Jin Qinhuang would be fine, but the others would suffer. Some of the people who held the right to speak hurriedly stood up and cut off their words. They also suppressed Li Hongyuan's reputation. And those people who were talking nonstop just now seemed to have reacted. Cold sweat faintly appeared on their heads. They quickly returned to their ranks, lowered their eyes, and didn't dare to speak again. Li Hongyuan, on the other hand, had the same expression from beginning to end. There wasn't the slightest bit of complacency from being flattered. Lu Qingdi faced Li Hongyuan. Lao Lu, this time's performance was excellent. Zhen wants to reward you. What do you want? Imperial Gui Fei is Urchin's birth mother. Doing something is what she should do. There is no need for Fu Huang to reward her. Those are two different things. What do you want? There's no harm in saying it. Fu Huang really wants to reward me? Golden mouth and jade words. Lu Qingdi said so, but his heart was somewhat anxious. He was really afraid that he would ask for an exorbitant price. After all, this evil creature had done things that he couldn't do. So, Fu Huang sent people to various places to find 100 kinds of exotic flowers and herbs for Ken. Don't alarm the local government, and don't disturb the common people. Li Hongyuan said lightly, sounding really impolite. Lu Qingdi's expression was a bit subtle. 100 kinds of flowers and herbs, it really wasn't a big deal. However, to be so considerate of the common people, this son, wasn't he? Lu Qingdi's expression didn't change, but his heart was already full of twists and turns. Are you asking for this for your wife? Many people in the capital knew that Jingwan was good at and liked to raise flowers and plants. Even some important officials in the imperial court would fight for the flowers and plants in her hands. Is there anything wrong? Li Hongyuan was very indifferent. It's not that there's anything wrong, but you are a dignified prince. Every time you open your mouth, you talk about your wife. Have you ever considered other people's feelings? Especially the ones sitting on the throne. Who is your father? As a son, facing his son in front of his mother can cause trouble, let alone in front of his father. That's pure love? What a good-for-nothing. Not really. You really dote on your wife. Lu Qingdi's words seemed to be mocking him, but also seemed to be happy to see it. Not really. After all, it's what she deserves. I'm a big man. How can I hide it from her? Oh, Lao Lu, you sound like this matter is all thanks to your wife. Lu Qingdi was interested. Otherwise, even if you think that it was Urchin's idea, you still need to have some basis. A Ken grew up under the sun of heaven. What I ate and wore were the best things. The people I met were either rich or noble. Does Imperial Father think that a Ken would know what the lives of ordinary people are like? Father, you should feel lucky that you didn't say something like, why not eat meat paste? If you don't know the suffering of people, how can you know what they need, and how can you know what kind of trouble it will cause? No matter how thick-skinned I am, I can't take this kind of credit. After all, it can't withstand scrutiny and can be exposed easily. Li Hongyuan's tone was calm, but there was no lack of sarcasm in his words. However, no one could say that he was wrong. Lu Qingdi was a little embarrassed. Well, he really didn't think of this before. However, even if he didn't think of it, didn't the entire imperial court think of it? In an instant, Lu Qingdi started a conspiracy theory again. I don't know what those people who keep flattering me are thinking. Are they going to jump out and accuse me of relying on women after I take credit for this? Hearing Li Hongyuan's words, Lu Qingdi felt more and more that this was the case. Therefore, he wanted to mess with Li Hongyuan but failed. He even got himself into trouble. It was a typical case of losing the wife and losing the soldiers. Your Highness, your words are too serious. Princess consort and you are husband and wife. Whether it's her credit or your idea, it's normal to take it on your head. After all, there are some things that a man can do, but a woman can't. Elder Lu of the cabinet stood out and said unhurriedly. As soon as he said this, many people agreed with him. Li Hongyuan sneered. I'm sorry. I'm a man. I can't do this kind of thing. Besides, what's the use of this credit? It's for the sake of Princess Consort's mother-in-law who passed away, for the sake of my father and the imperial family's reputation, and for the sake of the people's lives. I don't want to make trouble. At this point, this matter couldn't be forcefully blamed on Li Hongyuan. After all, no matter how much he said, it was actually nonsense. The most important thing was that Lu Qingdi didn't want Li Hongyuan to have too high of a reputation. Luo Aiqing is a good girl raised by your family. The Luo family's upbringing should be a good example. Luo Peishan hurriedly stood out. Your Majesty, you're too kind. It's all. Lu Qingdi waved his hand. Luo Aiqing doesn't need to be so modest. Jin has seen how Lao Lu's wife is. Don't say that she married into the imperial family. With this evil creature's virtue, it can only be because he is close to ink. Lao Lu's wife is able to keep her heart and constantly admonish this evil creature to restrain himself. This is all because of your family's good upbringing. Come, Jin Xinhuang Fei is virtuous and virtuous. He fiercely praised her, not to be outdone by the praise that some court officials had given to Li Hongyuan. Then he bestowed a lot of things, and the flowers and plants that Li Hongyuan wanted were also granted. Then he gave Luo Peishan a lot of things as a reward. Smart people knew that Lu Qingdi was trying his best to exaggerate Jin Xinhuang Fei's contributions and weaken Jin Xinhuang Fei's reputation. After all, no matter how high a woman's reputation was, it would not stir up a storm in the whirlpool of power. At most, it would be the benefits that the emperor bestowed. Why would they care about that? In fact, this was also the purpose of the other princes' successive calculations. Although the process was different, but in the end, it was all the same. Now, outsiders only knew that Jin Xinhuang Fei was benevolent, but did not mention Jin Xinhuang Fei at all. However, according to Li Hongyuan's thinking, this was also what he wanted. He really didn't need fame at all. This thing, no matter how high it was, in fact, it couldn't affect who would sit on the throne. Unless it was the kind of person who cared a lot about fame and hoped to become a wise emperor. Otherwise, there really weren't many people who would work hard and be careful for this. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. However, unless it was extremely cruel and made the people unable to make a living, there weren't many uprisings by ordinary people. More often, it was the ambition of the superior. For women, it was different. A good reputation was more beneficial to them, especially when it was praised by the superior. For example, now, if someone said that Jingwan wasn't good, a sentence, the emperor said that she was good. You mean, the emperor said that he was wrong, could block that person's mouth. So, in the end, it was a happy ending. Jingwan listened to the servant girl's retelling of the rumors outside and couldn't help but blush. Yuan, isn't this too much? Those things, weren't you the one who brought it up? That's right, but then it's fine. Why bother so much? If you're thin-skinned and embarrassed, just pretend that you don't know. Jingwan could only maintain her silence once again. Forget it. There was no need to think about those useless things. The next day was the second day of the second month. The night before, the entire Jin Xinhuang Fu was brightly lit and began to prepare for their mistress's birthday. Although they were busy, they were all full of spirit. However, Jingwan wasn't that busy. She still did what she needed to do. After eating breakfast, she changed and dressed up. The servant girls did their best to dress her up beautifully without losing the dignity of a Xinhuang Fei. After dressing up, she turned in a circle in front of her lord husband. Women dress up for their sweetheart. Jingwan now also had this tendency. However, Jin Xinhuang today seemed to be somewhat lacking in interest. He held the book seriously and didn't look at Jingwan's body. Jingwan expressed that she wasn't happy. Then, Li Hanyuan finally gave her a charitable look and faintly opened his mouth. If you don't want the guest to wait for you to be in the room and unable to leave, then be a bit more reserved. Don't seduce this husband. Jingwan almost choked. This psychopath, animal, hooligan, and said that she wasn't reserved? Seduce him? Just let him look at the clothes and makeup, that's all. Only a pervert like him would have a brain full of yellow waste all day. So, it could be said that the living king of hell was completely afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself. So he picked up the book to read and calm his heart. Jingwan bluntly slapped his face. Then she angrily walked out. Li Hanyuan rolled up the book in his hand and propped his chin up. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a pure smile. So far, he was very satisfied with his days. Even if there weren't a few little bugs jumping around in front of him and looking for trouble, but the flaws couldn't obscure the beauty. After sitting for a while, Li Hanyuan got up and casually threw the book in his hand and walked out. Finding Jingwan, he took her hand. Wanwan's birthday is today. How about looking at the birthday gift this husband has prepared? Sure. Although Li Hanyuan had given her too many things, she was still looking forward to her birthday gift. Giving a gift was naturally to cater to her preferences. The things that Jingwan liked were really simple and not simple at the same time. From Jingwan's point of view, her husband must have gotten her some exotic flowers and herbs from somewhere. Jingwan guessed wrong this time. Following Li Hanyuan to a courtyard at the back, a cat walked elegantly towards Jingwan and the others. It wasn't afraid of strangers at all. It even squatted in front of Jingwan and meowed. Although it was pure black, it was small and looked chubby. One of its eyes was blue and the other was purple. It looked elegant and noble, but its size was unbelievably cute. Jingwan, who had a soft spot for fur, couldn't help but feel that it was adorable. She bent down and wanted to pick it up. Li Hanyuan used a little strength and pulled Jingwan back. What did this husband say? Wanwan seems to have ignored it. Jingwan was a little stunned for a moment. When what? Then, she finally remembered. So, even though you've given it to me, I can only look at it and can't touch it? Li Hanyuan chuckled. His smile was like a spring breeze, but the words that followed were especially cruel. If you hug it, this prince will get someone to make it into fertilizer. Wanwan, think carefully. Since you've given it to me, but won't let me touch it, you might as well not give it to me, Jingwan complained. This man was simply making trouble for no reason. Since that's the case, this husband will immediately send it away. Send it to be used as fertilizer. Jingwan gritted her teeth. She wanted to bite this bastard to death. Jingwan felt that she would probably have an unlucky year. On the day of her birthday, she had only opened her eyes for a short while, and she had already been angered by her husband twice. Jingwan could only look at the little kitten in front of her. A certain perverted psychopath could do what he said. She'd better not act rashly and let the little fellow lose its life in vain. However, this little fellow had obviously gone through strict training. It was the first time it saw Jingwan. It seemed to be very close and attached to her, but it didn't directly pounce on Jingwan. It was obvious that it wanted to please Jingwan, and it was also in line with the idea of plotting against the king of hell. Li Hanyuan held Jingwan's hand and continued to move forward. Although he had expected that he would give her more than just a kitten, Jingwan knew that someone must have spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and time on this. There were common cats and dogs of various breeds. Although they were all cubs, they were of different sizes. Some were slim, some were round, some were lively, and some were cute. Then there were lions, leopards, mountain leopards, foxes, deer, and so on. In short, cute and beautiful animals could be found here. What surprised Jingwan the most was a snow-white fox. There was a kind of fox in the snow mountains in the north. It was snow-white and had a strange fragrance. In the valley of the summer palace, someone had mentioned this kind of fox. Now, it was actually in front of her. According to Jingwan's knowledge, the population of the fox was very small, and it was even more difficult to catch. It lived in the north in the cold areas, deep in the mountains and forests, and was covered by snow all year round. It could be said that there was no such fox in the Qi Yuan, and it was extremely precious. Jingwan couldn't help but touch its fur again and again. It was soft and smooth, and the touch was really admirable. At this time, Li Hongyuan didn't refuse, but when Jingwan completely ignored him, he said, Wan, if I use this white fur to make a collar for you, it should be very beautiful, don't you think? Moreover, it is said that the fox's fur will still have a strange fragrance after a few years after its death. It is its good fortune to give it to you. When Li Hongyuan said the first sentence, Jingwan retracted her hand. Damn, this narrow-minded man. In addition to these, did Yuan prepare any other gifts for me? Li Hongyuan looked at her quietly for a moment. Wan, for a little beast, you scolded me in your heart and changed the topic with a seductive smile. This kind of beast, I think it really shouldn't be kept alive. Jingwan felt that maybe she should be mentally prepared for death. https:///11/11807/10342228. Chapter 462. Jingwan felt that she should be mentally prepared to die. Therefore, it was not a good thing to have a husband who seemed to be able to see through everything. Yuan, if you kill this little fox, I will be sad. Can you bear to do that? Jingwan sent a tearful emoji. Then Wan, do you have the heart to make your husband sad because of a little bastard? Li Hongyuan asked quietly. This is not comparable at all. It was clearly you, a man made of vinegar, who was narrow-minded. Of course, it is not comparable. After all, I am your husband. What about it? Ha! Li Hongyuan chuckled. Jingwan inexplicably read the sadness in his expression. It was as if the person in front of him was a scumbag woman who could put a beast in front of him. It was as if he wanted to dig out his heart for her, but she did not cherish it. Jingwan was burdened with a sense of guilt. Li Hongyuan, you are good. You win. Sister admits defeat. Jingwan reached out to pull Li Hongyuan's face. Fine. In the future, I will only look at these little things. I will not touch, or hug them. I will only touch, hug, and kiss you. Is that enough? Why don't you just fall into a vat of vinegar and drown to death? How shameless. Her eyebrows curved into a smile. Li Hongyuan held Jingwan's hand and took it away from his face. He approached her, lowered his head, and pressed his forehead against hers. Wan, do you think your husband will be stupid enough to drink vinegar? Before I die of vinegar, I will definitely kill the person who made me jealous first, and then I will take you with me. You are my person in life, and you are my soul in death. Even if you are a few years younger than me, don't expect to die before me in this life. Do you understand? His warm breath sprayed on Jingwan's face. The king of hell was also crazy at this time. However, Jingwan was not afraid at all. She reached out and wrapped her arms around her husband's waist. She raised her head slightly and closed her eyes. They could clearly feel each other's eyelashes. I will remember Yuan's words. Yuan, don't forget it. I'll use the years to prove it. No matter how much he said, it was all just empty words. As for the eyesore fragrant fox, it was quickly carried away by a discerning servant. They had clearly come to see the gifts, but in the end, the two of them were so intimately hugging each other. The maidservants expressed that they had seen this scene many times and believed that this was the norm between husband and wife. They were worried that they would not be happy after getting married. Master can't you restrain yourself a little and avoid taboo a little? So to say, Jingwan still did not realize how much dog food she had spread to her man and how much dog food she had abused. Of course, those who were forced to eat dog food were not all choked. There were also those who learned from it. For example, an who had been transferred to the head of the imperial bodyguards, could not be called an now. However, he had two identities, so now he could only use the name on the surface. Imperial bodyguard Qian paid attention to the interaction between the two masters. Of course, he could not always stare at them. Otherwise, if Wang Ye found out, he reckoned that he would dig out his eyeballs. Some things, with a glance, it was enough to roughly remember it. Then he looked at his future wife. She was calm and capable, her temperament was gentle, and she was also a beauty. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that he had profited greatly. As a shadow guard, he had thoughts about Wang Fei's maidservant. He was already prepared to see the other party marry someone else. He did not think that the road would take a turn and completely turn around. He was not punished, and the marriage was set. It was simply like a dream. He ruthlessly pinched himself. It hurt. Then, the head of the imperial bodyguards of Jin Wangfu, who did not smile, laughed until he became a fool. The future wife had stayed by Wang Fei's side for a long time, so she must have been deeply affected. Therefore, he was already prepared to guard his wife for a lifetime. Speaking of which, as long as one had thoughts about Wang Fei's maidservant, they should have this kind of awareness. Now, they solemnly vowed, but in the future, if they could not do it, they would certainly not have a good fruit to eat. According to Wang Fei's character, she might not directly do anything, but if she only frowned and looked at them coldly, Wang Ye would absolutely be able to tidy them up. Thinking carefully, even if he only guarded his wife, it seemed that there was nothing bad about it. Moreover, Wang Ye could guard her, so why couldn't they? The temptations that Wang Ye faced were as many as the sea compared to them. Originally, everyone was the same, but in the end, as the boss, and he actually wanted his wife and children to warm the calm. The brothers were definitely dissatisfied. Now, seeing him looking at his future wife with a foolish expression, each and every one of them unobtrusively used their elbows, scabbards, and even twigs and small stones to greet his waist. Let him show off. Imperial bodyguard Qian was attacked, but he only turned his head to take a glance and did not take it seriously. He knew what kind of mentality these brothers had. He was a great person and was magnanimous. Moreover, if the commotion was big and alerted Master, he was afraid that he would not be able to bear the consequences. In fact, although these people envied an E, this kind of feeling wasn't strong. They wouldn't try to hook up with the people around the princess consort just because of an E. If they had the same fate as an E, it would naturally be the best. If they didn't, they wouldn't force it. Their attitude had always been very upright, and they knew what they should do. Suddenly, a mournful cat's cry came from the direction of the courtyard door, breaking this tranquil beauty. Li Hongyuan's face did not change, but the people next to him clearly felt the coldness. Speaking of which, who was so bold in the Wangfu to do such a thing? Jingwan pulled Li Hongyuan's hand. Let's go and have a look. No need. Li Hongyuan did not move, but in a moment, Moon had already come in with people. Seeing them, Jingwan couldn't help laughing. Yu Yao, you came so early? Cousin-in-law. The little girl's face was a little uncomfortable, as if she had done something wrong, especially when she secretly raised her eyes to look at Li Hongyuan. What happened just now was most likely her masterpiece. Yu Yao, what's wrong? Jingwan asked with a smile. Cousin-in-law, when I came in just now, I saw your cat. It was sitting there obediently, so I reached out to hold it, but it didn't let me. I was so anxious that I accidentally grabbed its fur. It struggled too hard, so... Yu Yao slowly raised a handful of black fur in her hand. No wonder it cried so miserably. Looking at the fur, Jingwan was sure that it was the little cutie she saw when she came in just now. She felt a little sorry for the little guy. It's okay. You believe that Yu Yao didn't do it on purpose, right? Yu Yao hurriedly nodded. I really didn't do it on purpose. Jingwan reached out to touch her head to comfort her. She turned around. Muin asked people to guard the courtyard door. Don't let the little guys run out again. Also, inform the servants in the courtyard to capture all the animals after we leave. There are so many guests in the mansion today, so don't offend them. Most importantly, there would definitely be a lot of children coming. They like small animals, but not everyone knew how to cherish them. Sometimes, children were naive and cruel, and they didn't think that it was wrong to abuse those animals. In fact, in the eyes of those high officials and nobles, they were just small pets and weren't worth anything. Jingwan didn't want such a thing to happen right under her nose. Some reasons couldn't be reasoned with, so she could only take precautions herself. Yes, Moon responded and hurriedly went to do it. This place could be considered a small rare beast garden. Because it was found by Li Hongyuan to give to Jingwan, naturally, there couldn't be any mistakes. Therefore, at least one person was taking care of each little guy, and it could be a professional. When Li Hongyuan and Jingwan came, they had already been sent away. Because their presence would definitely make the prince, who had brought his wife, unhappy. Therefore, the number of people in the rare beast garden was definitely much more than expected. Your Highness, why don't you go to the front yard first, and I'll show Yao around? Jingwan said. Li Hanyuan glanced at Yu Yao. His good mood and good atmosphere had already been ruined. Could it be that he still had to accompany a little girl? Therefore, there was really no need to stay here. He nodded and directly left. Yu Yao stood beside Jingwan and made a face at Li Hongyuan's back. Cousin-in-law, cousin has always been so fierce. I think you're the only one who can stand him. If it were me, I wouldn't care about him. Jingwan couldn't help laughing. Your cousin is treating outsiders, but he is very nice to me. Moreover, your cousin is at most a little cold. How is he fierce? He is such a handsome man. Of course, these are just thoughts in her mind. Jingwan took Yu Yao's hand and began to walk around. Yu Yao, why are you alone? Where are your parents? When Great Elder Princess and Prince Consort Jiang came, there was no reason for the people outside not to inform them. Sometimes, children could not be restrained and ran fast, so they were not a threat and were let in. They're at home. I don't know when they will go out, so I came here first with them. Yu Yao giggled. Cousin-in-law, when will your parents come? In Great Elder Princess's mansion, there were not many people close to her because of her position. As for Yu Yao, she was somewhat similar to her mother in nature. She was proud and casual. She was naturally close to those she liked. Other than that, blood relations could not make them close. As for the 6th Miss and the 7th Miss of the Luo family, Yu Yao was willing to pay attention to them at first, perhaps because of Jingwan. Later, they really played together. I'm afraid they have to wait a little longer. Oh, Yu Yao was a little depressed, but in a moment, she became happy again. Cousin-in-law, why are there so many small animals in your mansion? Were they? I haven't seen many of them. They all look so cute. Leaning on the edge of the specially made exquisite and beautiful fence, Lin Mingya's eyes were shining. She couldn't wait to go up, hold them all in her arms, and give them a big hug. It's not my birthday. Your cousin specially came to find me. Although she was facing a little girl, Jingwan wanted to show off. After she finished speaking, she realized it and secretly despised herself. It's my cousin's birthday gift to you. Yu Yao's little face fell again. If it were a little rabbit, its ears would have drooped. Yu Yao, you like it? Then I'll give you 2, okay? Can I? The rabbit's ears should have stood up again. The child's face was really childish. The weather in June really changed very quickly. But it's my cousin's gift to you. Isn't it a little inappropriate? Yu Yao was a little hesitant. Her mother said that a woman, as long as it was a gift from her husband, she could not easily ask for it, even if she was the owner. It was not as simple as a beloved thing. In fact, Yu Yao did not understand it very well, but it did not prevent her from listening to her mother's words. As for why Great Elder Princess said such words to her daughter, well, it was purely setting an example. Jingwan understood in her heart. As the youngest daughter of Great Elder Princess, Yu Yao was doted on. Perhaps she was a little spoiled, but in general, she was actually taught very well by Great Elder Princess. Perhaps it was because the former daughter disappointed Great Elder Princess, so she devoted more effort to the younger daughter. It doesn't matter. Cousin-in-law, there are many more. But after Yu Yao takes them back, you must take good care of them. Even if you don't like them in the future, don't throw them away. Send them back to me, okay? Yu Yao promised, and then began to choose the beloved pets to take back with starry eyes. Speaking of which, there were many cats and dogs in Great Elder Princess's mansion, but most of them were relatively common breeds. After all, Yu Yao was just a little girl. In the capital city, even if there were people who raised rare birds for high officials and nobles to enjoy, Yu Yao had never seen them. At this moment, when she saw all kinds of animals, she asked Jingwan what they were one by one. Jingwan answered patiently and thought in her heart that in many aspects, she had more advantages than in her previous life. For example, there were all kinds of strange and magical animals in the natural world. Even very young children could see them. Even if they could not see them in real life, they could learn about them from TV and the internet. But now, even the rich might not see many of them in their lives. Yu Yao's understanding of these animals mostly came from books. Now, She combined the images and the words with the reality, and she was amazed again and again. However, looking at these little guys, she doubted whether they were really fierce, powerful, and even man-eating beasts. Although cousin-in-law said that these were all cubs and were not aggressive, was there such a big gap between adults and cubs? Xiao Yuyao's heart began to stir. She wanted to see their adult bodies. Cousin-in-law, can you give me a lion cub and a tiger cub? Jingwan blinked. Shouldn't girls like cats and dogs? Yuyao, lions and tigers only look very cute now. In the future, when they grow up, they will be completely different. I know. I just want to see how fierce they are when they grow up. Then you can come to see them when they grow up. But I want to see them grow up. Cousin-in-law, can't you give them to me? That's not it. Yeah, it's like this. If it's a kitten or a puppy, I can give it to you directly. But lions and tigers are too dangerous. So, I have to ask your mother first, and she agrees before I can give it to you. Jingwan looked at Yuyao. Could it be that this little girl actually had a valiant heart? Okay. Yuyao was obedient and did not make a scene. Yuyao also saw the fragrant fox and was pleasantly surprised for a while. She lovingly stroked it, and her whole body exuded an aura of liking. A fox was very rare. The energy spent on this fox might be more than that of other animals. Therefore, she was afraid that she could not give it away. Of course, it was not because it was precious that she did not want to give it away, but because she could not let down the man who gave it to her. Jingwan thought about how to refuse Yuyao without making her sad. After that, even when she saw other little guys, Yuyao kept holding it. Until Princess, old Madame Luo, young Madam, Miss and young master here. Ah, they're finally here. Yuyao was about to put down the fox. She turned her head and was a little reluctant. In the end, she put it down. Jingwan gently raised her eyebrows. Did she not intend to take it at all? Yuyao, you don't want it? Jingwan was purely curious about Yuyao's thoughts. She did not intend to not give it to her and deliberately provoked her. I want it, but there is only one. If I take it away, won't my cousin-in-law lose it? Mother said that no matter what it is, if you like it, you can't take it away from others. Yuyao was like a little adult, serious. Indeed, there was more than one tiger in line before. Yuyao is really a good child. Jingwan touched her head. This fox, your cousin-in-law really can't give it to you. Your cousin found it with great difficulty. Well, if your mother agrees, I will give you 2 little lions and 2 little tigers, okay? Thank you, cousin-in-law. Yuyao nodded with a smile. Then, cousin-in-law, can I take one of the front of play now? Didn't you say that they are still young and have been trained, so they won't hurt people? I will take good care of them. Looking at Yuyao's expectant little eyes, Jingwan hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Yuyao took a little lion cub and happily went to find her playmates. Jingwan asked someone to find a person to take care of the little lion cub. It turned out to be a delicate young boy, who looked at most 13 years old. Standing in front of Jingwan, he was a little reserved. Jingwan nodded slightly. Bai Xiao, take him there and keep an eye on Yuyao. Don't let the little tiger cub hurt people. The place was prepared for children to play. After that, it would basically be their world, and there might be some women. Although it was an outsider, it was not a big deal for a young boy to be watched by someone. Yes, Your Highness. Bai Xiao understood tacitly. On the other side, Jingwan also went to meet the Luo family, who had been let in. Madame Luo led a group of people to greet Jingwan. Although it was her birthday, because she was still young, there was naturally no birthday greetings. If a group of lineal elders really birthday greetings, it would purely be a waste of her life. However, because of her status, a few auspicious words were still necessary. After the formalities were over, Jingwan hurried forward to help Madame Luo up. Grandmother, then she called them one by one and said with a smile, I was wondering when you would come over. Now is the right time. I just wanted to come over early to see if I could help. There are only 2 people in the prince's mansion, you and the prince, and I didn't see you call anyone from the internal affairs department. Madame Luo said, there are more than enough people in the prince's mansion, so we didn't ask for anyone from the internal affairs department. But when we entertain the guests later, we may have to trouble you to help us entertain the madams of each mansion. Of course, when a married daughter had something to do in the family, if there were no elders, it was normal for the maternal family to help. Even if the elders and brothers were there was nothing wrong with the maternal family helping the daughter. In the royal family, it was naturally a little special. When the princes came of age, they would be sent out one by one. They naturally couldn't rely on their parents to take care of things. Among the brothers, they were also of extremely noble status. At most, they would greet other brothers or uncles in the royal family. There was no reason for them to help other guests. Therefore, most people could only choose people from the internal affairs department. If they wanted the princess's maternal family to help, they had to be presentable and presentable. Obviously, there was no problem at all with the Luo family. According to Madame Luo's status, it was enough to entertain those old princesses. After the Luo family came to visit, there would be people coming one after another. At this time, there was a need to pay attention to who came first. For Jingwan, it wasn't the first time she had met people like this, so she was able to handle it with ease. After all, she only needed to greet most of the people and get someone to lead them to the flower pavilion or garden. She didn't need to care about them anymore. These people, whether they were old, young, or young, they could find their own place to go. Socializing was almost an instinct for these people, and those who needed her company were a minority. There were also some who didn't even need Jingwan to greet them personally. She just needed to send a maidservant or a nanny. Li Hongyuan's side was even simpler. Most people were still in the yamen, and it was not time to wait for him to come. Besides, even if they came, Li Hongyuan just sat there without moving. His brothers and relatives of the royal family didn't go to greet him, so no one could do anything to him. Even if they were unhappy, they could only hold it in. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was the first time that Li Hongyuan personally welcomed a guest. Jin Wangfu had been established for several years, but it had never done anything. The first time was when Li Hongyuan got married. At that time, there were many people who helped him to entertain the guests. What he needed to do was to go through the wedding agenda and then drink some wine during the banquet. Other than that, he didn't care about anything else. However, Li Hongyuan gave face to Jingwan today. Those who needed to be personally welcomed, he went. Because of this, those who saw him, including his brothers who came relatively early, were all flattered. Some were even frightened. That scene was really a bit funny. Jingwan originally just casually asked about the situation here. When she learned about this situation, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Each and every one of them was really used to being abused by the living king of hell. The living king of hell just did something that normal people would do, but the reaction was so big. Of course, no one would care about this kind of thing. People like Jingwan were just watching the fun. After the more crowded wave of guests, Jingwan also sat down. The people present, other than those in the imperial palace, were the most distinguished group of people in the entire Qiyuan. They carried a decent smile and said decent words. Whether it was drinking tea or occasionally eating something, they were all elegant. Their words and actions were the best examples. These people might be used to it and didn't feel that there was any problem. However, in the eyes of outsiders, especially those who were more lively, just looking at them would make them feel tired and flustered. Jingwan, as the host, from time to time took the opportunity to entertain the guests. She got up and walked around, and she adapted well. This was the first time Jingwan held a birthday banquet in the Prince Yu's mansion. Naturally, she wanted to make it perfect. From the tea and snacks, she thought about the taste of these people and what they didn't eat. As for the others, from the elderly to the children who were crying piteously for food, she made special preparations for them. Even though Jingwan was now the princess, she couldn't be influenced by the concept of hierarchy. Obviously, she was more considerate of others. Even if she didn't personally prepare anything for today's banquet, she would give orders when she thought of something. In particular, the entire Prince Yu's mansion was arranged with people everywhere. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to cheat someone to do something in a certain place. In this way, even if someone tried to nitpick at a bone in an egg, they could only pick out some minor flaws at most. Even if they didn't say anything, many people were sure of Miss Luo's upbringing in their hearts. Regardless of whether the men would like such a woman, these women, especially those who were of a certain age, liked her very much. Nowadays, many marriages belong to the same sex. Mothers-in-law like their daughters-in-law, and fathers-in-law like their son-in-law. If they liked their daughters-in-law, they would make the final decision. As for their children's opinions, whether they liked them or not, and what they liked were ignored. When they were talking happily, a maid in the mansion hurried in and said, "Your Highness, young Master Wangzhu of Great Elder Princess's mansion is fighting with the second young master of Prince Kang's mansion and the heir of Prince Gong's mansion." Before Jingwan did anything, Great Elder Princess, the concubine of Prince Kong, and the concubine of Princess Gong changed their faces. No matter what the reason was, Yu Yao was an elder or a girl, and those young masters were juniors or boys. From this point of view, the latter was in the wrong. Looking at Great Elder Princess's gloomy face, the concubine of Prince Kong and the concubine of Princess Gong, who was used to being arrogant, couldn't help complaining in her heart, let alone the concubine of Prince Kong. In front of a group of concubines and princesses, she could only pretend to be the background. Prince Kong didn't have a concubine, but he had to send a kind of child to Prince Jin's mansion, so she could only bear it. After she came, naturally, she was extremely embarrassed. The two concubines hurriedly apologized to Great Elder Princess. Great Elder Princess ignored them and took Jingwan to the place where the accident happened. Great Elder Princess knew what her daughter was like. After all, she was already 10 years old, so she was not a little girl. Most of the time, she thought that she was an adult and disdained to argue with children. She thought that she had good etiquette and was a little lady. If there was no reason, how could she fight with her juniors? When they rushed over, although the fight had been pulled apart, the scene was still chaotic and the crying was incessant. Jingwan found that her younger brothers and sisters were probably involved in the fight, and there seemed to be more than 2 young masters from the prince's mansion. Yu Yao didn't cry, but her hair and clothes were a little messy. She lowered her head and hugged the bloody and powerless little tiger in her arms. Her heart couldn't help but skip a few beats. When they saw the adults coming, they seemed to see their backbone and stepped forward to complain. "Stand still. It's improper." Great Elder Princess's tone was not heavy, but they all became obedient. Great Elder Princess didn't rush to protect her children, nor did she go forward to comfort them. Instead, she glanced at Jingwan. Obviously, she wanted to let Jingwan deal with it. After all, this was Prince Jin's mansion, and Jingwan was her adopted daughter. If it were in other mansions, it wouldn't be like this. Jingwan understood and said, "Go and ask the doctor to come here." "Bai Xiao, what's going on? Tell me." Bai Xiao stepped forward and squatted. "Your Highness, it's like this." Master Wang and the 2 girls of the Luo family were playing with the little tiger and feeding it. The second young master of Prince Kang's mansion and the heir of Prince Gong's mansion also wanted it, but Master Wang refused to give it to them. They quarreled with each other, and the matter was temporarily settled. But not long after, the second young master and the heir of Prince Gong's mansion gathered the 2 young masters of their mansions and the 2 commanderies' mansions. They snatched the little tiger and threw it to the ground hard. If it didn't fall to death, they picked it up and smashed it to the ground. While smashing it, the heir of Prince Gong said, "What I can't get, no one else can't get." Because there were so many people and the little tiger was surrounded in the middle, we didn't dare to force forward, for fear of hurting the young masters. Finally, the little tiger was thrown to the feet of Master Wang by the heir of Prince Gong's mansion. Its head was covered with blood, and it was dying. Master Wang was so anxious that he rushed up and fought with the heir of Prince Gong. Later, Master Wang bit the heir of Prince Gong's mansion hard. The heir of Prince Gong asked the second young master for help, but the second young master pulled Master Wang's hair. The 2 girls of the Luo family saw that Master Wang was bullied, so they came forward to help, and then the other young masters came forward to help. Leaving aside the details, the cause and effect were already very clear. However, Bai Xiao did mention some details, but these details were all about princely heir of Prince Gong. Great Elder Princess glanced coldly at the princess consort. The princess consort's face turned blue and white. She did notice Great Elder Princess's gaze, but she pretended not to see it and stepped forward aggressively. "You bitch! How dare you slander princely heir of Prince Gong?" She raised her hand and was about to slap her. However, Bai Xiao was a martial artist, so how could she be easily slapped? Moreover, she didn't talk nonsense. If she was slapped, she didn't care, but her master would be disgraced. Therefore, she took a step back without hesitation. The princess consort's face turned darker when she failed to slap Bai Xiao. "How dare you dodge?" She slapped Bai Xiao again. Qin, great elder princess's face was cold. She was used to being arrogant. Except for Emperor Lu Cheng, no one could make her lower her head. This niece-in-law dared to deliberately ignore her. Her son did something wrong, but she didn't discipline him and even dare to be fierce. How could she not be angry? Slander? How dare she, a maid, say slander in front of so many people? Do you think everyone is blind? You have taught such a cruel and domineering son. You're not a good person either. The princess consort didn't dare to slap Bai Xiao again. She was so impolitely reprimanded by great elder princess in front of so many people. Her face turned red, and her nails almost dug into the flesh of her palms. She was even more resentful in her heart and cursed great elder princess in all kinds of ways. Great elder princess sneered. She knew very well what the princess consort was thinking. Some people were like this and never knew how to reflect on themselves. You should also have a good talk with the princess consort. One by one, tell her clearly and in detail. So many children were involved in this group fight. As long as they weren't blind, they should know what the cause was. As a servant from the prince's mansion, although his master was also a prince, he didn't have the slightest bit of power, nor was he favored by the emperor. His little master was forcibly dragged away by the prince's heir, and together they made a big mistake and offended great elder princess. It was reasonable to say that they should be on the side of the Gong prince's heir. After all, the Gong prince had power in his hands and might be able to ascend to the throne. However, there were too many people who saw it. It should be known that in addition to those who were involved, there were more bystanders. They were the children of other families and even some adults and servants. It was also easy for great elder princess to punish a servant from another family. Therefore, it was impossible to completely side with the Gong prince's heir, and half side would offend both sides. It was better to put all the blame on the Gong prince's heir and get his little master out of trouble. Therefore, these people who could serve their little master closely were not idiots. Their minds turned at lightning speed, and they had already made a decision. Therefore, they all talked at once about the matter. Regarding the details, you add a few sentences, I add a few sentences. In any case, the one who made the biggest mistake was the Gongqin prince's heir apparent, followed by Prince Kang's second son, and the rest were not wrong. The princess consort was trembling with anger and fell into a situation of isolation and helplessness. However, no one sympathized with her. Even the servants who served the princely heir of the prince of the Gong mansion were trembling at this time and almost couldn't stand, because they were very clear about what they would face. Gong Jiu rushed over and checked a group of little children. They were all small bruises and would be fine after applying some medicine. Jinghua nodded. Bai Xiao, take them to freshen up, apply some medicine, and change their clothes. Qing Zhu, find out which family these children are from, inform their elders one by one, and explain the matter clearly. The two nodded and acted separately. The concubine of Prince Kong also dragged the second son of the Gong mansion and took him to freshen up in person. It was obvious that great elder princess was angry. If they stayed now, they had to resolve her resentment and might add fuel to the fire. They'd better leave quickly and talk about it later. But Yu Yao stood still and refused to let go of the tiger cub that Gong Jiu confirmed to be dead. Great elder princess finally stepped forward. Yu Yao. Yu Yao looked up and tears fell down. Mother, the tiger cub is dead. It's dead. Cousin-in-law promised to give it to me as long as you agreed. I promised to take good care of it, but now it's dead. It's dead. Mother, great elder princess had never seen Yu Yao so sad, so she was naturally distressed and hurriedly wiped her tears. Don't cry, Yu Yao. I'll ask your uncle to uphold justice for you. Yu Yao had more than one uncle, but everyone knew who great elder princess was talking about. Princess Gong, who also felt distressed for her son and spoke ill of the person who wanted to take her son to freshen up, heard her words, but the resentment in her heart turned into fear. Needless to say, she knew the result of this matter in front of her father. Even if her son was bitten and bled and was seriously injured, the final result could not be changed. She had planned to leave with her son, but at this moment, she had to suppress such an idea. The current plan was to find a way to appease Great Elder Princess, as long as it was not in front of her father. And I was wrong just now. I was also angry. As she said, she pulled her son over and slapped him on the back of his head. "You bastard! Who allowed you to rob your aunt's things? It's just a beast. If you want it, why can't your father and I give it to you? Hurry up and apologize to your aunt." She said that she was apologizing, but the meaning of her words was more and more infuriating. Jingwan really wondered if there was something wrong with her IQ, or if she was just pointing at the mulberry tree and scolding the locust tree. Moreover, did she even realize what her son had done wrong? Crown Prince Gong was younger than Yu Yao, and he was raised by Princess Gong to be a real bully. He was instilled with the idea that he was the imperial grandson, so he could have anything he wanted. Now he was like this, but his mother not only didn't help him vent his anger, but also asked him to apologize. He couldn't calm down, so he straightened his neck and said, "Why should I apologize? I've always been a beast, so what if I snatch something? She's an elder. Shouldn't she give it to me?" Princess Gong was really angry with her son at this moment. Of course, in her opinion, she didn't think her son was wrong. "You bastard, apologize when I ask you. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Crown Prince Gong's eyes were red. "Mother, you help an outsider instead of me. I hate you." After that, he ran away. Princess Gong scolded bastard, but in the face of Great Elder Princess's cold and sarcastic expression, she unconsciously lowered her head. "Aunt, I don't deserve it. Aunt, don't be angry. I'll apologize to cousin on behalf of that evil creature. Don't you think so?" "Yu Yao, your nephew is still young and doesn't know anything. Can you forgive him this time? If you like little tigers, I'll ask your fourth cousin to find you 8 or 10. You can play with them however you want. What do you think?" After hearing her words, Yu Yao smiled sarcastically like Great Elder Princess. "Fourth cousin-in-law, do you think I'm a fool? Forgive him? Okay, I don't want anything else. Leave those 8 or 10 for your son to play with. I just want this one. If you let it live, I won't care about it." Princess Gong was choked by a little girl and couldn't say anything. Yu Yao snorted and then looked at Great Elder Princess and Jingwan. "Mother, cousin-in-law, I'm going to freshen up." Then she left silently with the body of the little tiger. The servants hurriedly followed, and the maid of Qin Wang Mansion hurriedly led the way. "Foster mother, I'm also responsible for this. Okay, it's none of your business. Don't take everything on yourself. Even if you can't be as shameless as some people who can't wait to push all the mistakes to others or find excuses to cover up, at least don't foolishly take the responsibility that you shouldn't take." Great Elder Princess coldly reprimanded Jingwan. "Foster mother, you're right. I'll remember it." Jingwan listened obediently. "Okay, go to your business." Jingwan and Great Elder Princess left one after the other, leaving Princess Gong standing there alone. In the eyes of the children, the people who saw this good show were still pure and innocent. Only those few who were worried about the children or came to slack off couldn't help but whisper to each other in 2s and 3s, using their handkerchiefs to cover their mouths, as if they were deliberately trying to hide something. Being laughed at by such a group of sluts, the Gongqin Wang Fei only wanted to tear them apart. But in the end, she could only endure, acting as if she didn't know anything, in order to protect her dignity. If what Great Elder Princess said today was spread out, her reputation would really be tarnished. Compared with this, how could she explain it to her husband and father? Her son and grandson were not good. It must be because she, as a mother, didn't teach them well. No matter how many servants she used to pay for the crime, she couldn't shirk the responsibility. As expected, the bitch Luo was born to be her nemesis. Every time something happened, it was related to her. Princess Gong really hated her in her heart, but she was deeply powerless because she couldn't take revenge at all. Because of Jingwan's incitement, the child's elders quickly knew about this matter. Previously, when they didn't know the specific situation, the child talked about it after Jingwan and the others left, but they didn't expect that their family was also involved. It was simply a ruthless slap to the face. They really hated Gongqin Wangfei to death. How did she teach her son? Not only did she herself make a stupid mistake, she also implicated their family's child. Fortunately, their family's darling was fine. She didn't look at the situation she was in now. She didn't know when to advance or retreat. Just wait and see. Sooner or later she would fall hard and never be able to climb back up. As for the children of the Luo family, the adults led by old Madame Luo didn't say anything. In fact, not saying anything was already equivalent to thinking that they didn't do anything wrong. They, who were originally a little nervous, looked at each other, understood tacitly, and tiptoed back to play. When it's time to make a move, you can make a move, but you must learn to protect yourself. Don't be reckless. The sneaky children stared blankly for a moment, then reacted. Understood, grandmother. They responded loudly. It must be said that this matter wasn't small, and soon everyone in the front yard knew about it. Li Hongyuan's gaze lightly fell on the Gong Prince. The Gong Prince couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Sixth brother, this is your fault. Since you brought it back, there must be more than one. Why don't you release them all? Everyone has one, so there's no need to snatch one. Was this the preemptive strike? https:///11/11/807/10374442. Chapter 463. Ah, what you mean is, the younger generation snatches the elders' things, the boy snatches the girls' things. If you can't get it, destroy it. These are all correct, right? This is called teaching by example. Could it be that fourth imperial brother is such a person? Li Honyuan propped up his chin. This is interesting. Imperial father advocates benevolence, but fourth imperial brother's ideas are completely different from imperial father's. I wonder if imperial father would be angry if he knew? Li Hongyuan's mouth. There weren't many people present who hadn't experienced it before. He didn't say much, but it was too poisonous, the kind that could take someone's life. Just like now, if it reached Lu Chengdi's ears, the Gong Prince would most likely eat his head. The Gong Prince suppressed his anger because he had learned too many lessons. If he really lost his mind in anger, the end would only be worse. So he repeatedly reminded himself to calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Sixth imperial brother. As the saying goes, things can be eaten indiscriminately. These words can't be spoken carelessly. In the end, I'm still your elder brother. Slandering me like this, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Fourth imperial brother's words are wrong. This prince has never eaten indiscriminately. After all, since childhood, this prince has always been picky. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. This has always been said carelessly. Right and wrong are reversed, black and white are more interesting. So, fourth imperial brother, there are some words you can't say carelessly, especially in front of this prince. The Gong Prince pulled the corner of his mouth. Now he was a bit regretful. Originally, the matter his son caused had nothing to do with Jinqin Wangfu. But when he thought about the possibility of facing imperial father's punishment, he subconsciously wanted to escape the crime. It had become a habit. He didn't even think about it before blurting it out. Provokingly Han Yuan, there was no possibility of escaping the crime, but one more crime was 9 out of 10 times. The Gong Prince even wanted to slap himself twice. Yu Yao is our younger cousin. She has quite a few nephews and nieces. So many people didn't fight with her. Only your son didn't show any respect to his elders. Fourth imperial brother also has the nerve to push the blame onto this prince. However, since fourth imperial brother said so, there's one thing you should know. This prince's things, this prince can give them to whoever he wants. If he wants to take them out without this prince's permission, don't try. Even so, this prince wants to see who dares to criticize this prince. Sixth brother, if you ask me, maybe it's because you have too many good things in your residence, and fourth brother is envious. Since he can share cats and dogs, Maybe he expects you to share other things as well. When it came to matters related to Li Hongyuan, the others had already learned to be smart. Even if the person he dissed was actually their sworn enemy, it was best not to get involved easily. This was because they might not be able to trick their sworn enemy, and they might even bury themselves. Therefore, when it came to this kind of matter, everyone had a tacit understanding to just watch. Now that someone actually interfered, they couldn't help but look over at the same time. 11 was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. The 11th prince was 15 and wouldn't leave the palace until next year. There was a big age gap between him and Li Hongyuan, although he knew of Li Hongyuan's fame. In fact, Li Hongyuan had never done anything to these younger brothers. No matter how you looked at it, these younger brothers were the same person, his father's sons, nothing more. Li Hongyuan glanced at him, and when the others thought he was going to flip out, he just calmly withdrew his gaze. This was not what he had expected. The Gong Prince had hoped that the other side would share the firepower, but this time, Li Hongyuan didn't play his cards as expected. He couldn't do anything to Li Hongyuan, but he couldn't do anything to him. The Gong Prince's eyes flew over like daggers. 11, if you don't have your 6th brother's life, don't learn from him so easily. It's not good. The 11th prince was threatened, but he just shrugged his shoulders indifferently. This younger brother has always been self-aware. I'm not learning from 6th brother. I'm just saying what I think. If 4th brother thinks there's no such thing, then just don't admit it. It's simple. Why should I care? Thinking too much and worrying too much, it's easy to shorten one's lifespan. How to put it? They seem to have a whole new level of respect for this younger brother. Today, he must have eaten the wrong medicine, daring to diss his own powerful older brother. People like him were the ones who truly had no power, no influence, and no favor, a little transparent. These adult princes simply didn't bother to pay attention to him. And even if he was an adult, they still had to see what his wife's family was like before they decided what to do next. Now, this little transparent didn't want to be a little transparent anymore. Jumping out to make his presence known before? Wasn't he afraid of breaking himself? After all, he was a prince compared to many people. Even if he was inferior, he was still somewhat inferior. As long as he knew his place, just like the sickly 5th prince, in the future, whichever brother ascended the throne, for the sake of reputation, he could continue to live a comfortable life, just like the current Gong Prince. The 11th prince was just a pervert. A few years ago, he had already started eating meat. This originally wasn't a big deal, but now he recklessly jumped out. He was afraid that in the future, he wouldn't have the chance to continue hugging a beauty, no matter what the reason was. In short, Li Hongyuan wasn't interested. Of course, if one day this younger brother suddenly rose up and reluctantly became an opponent, Li Hongyuan would probably give him a look. However, even if he rose up now, he was afraid that there was no time. The current chaotic situation was bound to end within 2 years. This prince is in a good mood today. I don't want to care about any trivial matters. Don't come looking for this prince. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood that Li Hongyuan was no longer pursuing the matter. Some people were regretful, but only the Gong Prince rejoiced. It's just that, with a fixed mindset, he believed that Li Hongyuan only liked to deal with things now, and didn't like to settle things after the autumn. Therefore, many times he was tricked. No matter what kind of person he was, he would often choose the wrong target. Those who truly understood, Li Hongyuan knew that his heart was smaller than the tip of a needle, and secretly plotting against people was his specialty. Therefore, the Gong Prince really rejoiced too early. Think about it. If your son killed the birthday present he sent people to find for his wife, regardless of whether his wife had already given the present away or not, would you be able to easily get away without paying any price? Hee, you're really dreaming. The reason why he didn't deal with it now was still that sentence, because of Jingwan. Because of Jingwan's birthday, he wanted to make it perfect. If in the end it was ruined because of him, even if Jingwan didn't say anything, he himself would be depressed. After that, in order to not provoke the King of Hell, everyone was quite well behaved, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. The Gong Prince sat for a moment, thinking about his Wang Fei's temperament. In the end, he couldn't sit still. He didn't want to make another stupid mistake because of Qin Shi and be blamed by Li Hanyuan on him. Husband and wife as one. What did the wife do wrong that it was the husband's fault? That was all nonsense. The Gong Prince only knew that when disaster strikes, everyone flies away. Although it wasn't to this extent now, but if something really happened, he didn't mind pushing his wife out. After searching, he found that his Wang Fei really had left the Jin Prince mansion. The Gong Prince's teeth itched with hatred. This slut who can't do anything right. If it was in the past, the Gong Prince was holding the Gong Prince in his hand, afraid to fall, holding the Gong Prince in his mouth, afraid to melt. The Gongqin Wang Fei was insolent both inside and outside the mansion. She punished the Gong Prince's concubine, but the Gong Prince had to coax her with kind words. That was because his father-in-law held military power. If he wanted to rise to the throne, he absolutely couldn't do without his father-in-law's support. It was just that he lowered himself and tried to curry favor everywhere. However, this father and daughter pair really dared to ride on his head, bossing him around. Because of a small matter, Qin Tianming was cold to him. He was doomed to fail, so why should he lower himself? The Gong Prince lost his patience with Qin Shi, so Qin Shi naturally suffered. However, Qin Tianming was still standing there, and he hadn't completely fallen out with the Gong Prince. Even if the Gong Prince didn't give Qin Shi face, he still had some misgivings. The Gong Prince rushed back to the Gong Prince mansion, but there was no one there. The Gong Prince thought for a moment, then turned around and went to the Champion Marquis mansion. Coincidentally, because Qin Tianming's wife had some typhoid and wasn't feeling well, she didn't go to the Jin Prince mansion today to avoid bad luck. As a result, her grandson, who was supposed to be at the Jin Prince mansion, came back with her daughter. Her grandson was in a sorry state, covered with injuries and crying. Madame Qin still loved her grandson very much, so she hurriedly asked what was going on. The Gongqin Wang Fei came in and comforted her son with kind words, promising many benefits, before letting a maid take him to freshen up. When her daughter was talking, Madame Qin chose to stand on the sidelines. Madame Qin didn't agree with the way her daughter raised the child, but her daughter didn't take it seriously at all, saying something like she only had this one son, and her son was the emperor's grandson, the heir of the Gong Prince mansion. In the future, he might be... She didn't care what he did. Listen to what she was saying. It really made her liver hurt. She really thought she was the emperor, but one day, she kicked an iron plate, then she would know how powerful she was. Over time, it was hard for her to control her. Now she heard that she had provoked great elder princess, but she still dared to say to her son that it was his fault. If she was really so capable, she shouldn't have come to the Marquis of Champion's mansion in a fit of anger. Madame Qin really wanted to slap her to death and tell her to get as far away as possible, so as not to implicate the Marquis of Champion's mansion. Of course, Madame Qin didn't care about the Marquis of Champion's mansion, but her branch. Anyway, although her branch lived in the Marquis of Champion's mansion, her husband and father-in-law didn't get along well. When the heir of the Gong Prince was taken away, the Gongqin Wang Fei began to vent to her mother in all kinds of ways, blaming great elder princess and Jin Wang Fei. In short, except for her, everyone else was wrong. As long as they didn't obey her, they were wrong. Although it was not organized, Madame Qin roughly understood the cause and effect. She was so angry that the blue veins on her forehead stood out. Shut up. Why did she give birth to such a thing? Huh? She didn't have a filter and dare to say anything. If you have the ability, you can say these words in front of the emperor. Father will definitely be unreasonable and help them. Madame Qin was so angry that she slapped her in the face. Who gave you the courage, even daring to talk about the emperor? She was stunned by her mother's slap, but when she heard her mother's words, she dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. There's only the two of us here. Other people can't hear. Moreover, mother, I'm the Gongqin Wang Fei. How can you hit me? This is offending your superiors. Madame Qin covered her chest and almost vomited blood. Okay. You're noble now. I, as your mother, can't even touch a finger of yours. The Marquis of Champion's mansion is small. It can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. asking the Gongqin Wangfei to take the heir and leave immediately, and don't come back in the future. The Gongqin Wangfei also realized that she said something wrong and didn't say anything. After a moment, she said, "Mother, don't be angry. I also didn't choose my words carefully. Besides, if I go out with a slap on my face, how can I meet people? You've already lost all your face. What face do you still have to meet people?" The Gongqin Wangfei lifted the curtain and strode in. Wangya. In front of the Gongqin Wangfei, the Gongqin Wangfei had long been unable to be arrogant. She subconsciously knew that she had done something wrong today, so she took 2 steps back in fear. Why are you here?" Madame Qin wasn't surprised at all. "Greetings to Wangya. Mother-in-law, please dispense with the formalities." The Gongqin Wangfei gestured with his hand. Wangya is here to pick up the Wangfei and heir? If she dared to say no, then she didn't need to think about the emperor's throne. She should be more straightforward, hand over the task at hand, and go home to take care of the child. Yes, 6 sister-in-law's first birthday after marrying into the imperial family. It's not good to be absent. That bastard boy knew that you weren't feeling well, so he came to see you. He was originally filial. If he was criticized, then it wouldn't be good. Don't you think so? Lying with a straight face, this was the Gongqin Wangfei style. However, many people had this skill, so it didn't matter. He didn't see Madame Qin's expression change. She even nodded as if it was a matter of course. That's right. Wangya should take the Wangfei and heir and hurry over. The Gongqin Wangfei nodded. That bastard boy, where'd he go? Logically speaking, it was just washing up and changing clothes. It wasn't a bath. How long could it take? The Gongqin Wangfei turned and went out, personally looking for him. Wangya. The Gongqin Wangfei hurriedly followed him out, afraid that the Gongqin Wangfei would hit her son in a fit of anger. The Gongqin Wangfei was really playing with the 2 children. What happened in Jin Wangfu seemed to have been forgotten beyond the highest heavens. He didn't see his father, but a certain child, at that moment, his face turned white with fright. The Gongqin Wangfei also turned his head. He dared to make a scene in front of his mother, but was very afraid of his father. The lawless little Overlord, at this moment, shrank back like a quail. "Fu, Father King." The Gongqin Wangfei expressionlessly looked at him for a moment, then his cold eyes fell on the Gongqin Wangfei. He coldly snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. The Gongqin Wangfei hurriedly pulled her son and followed. Although she was unwilling, she didn't dare to say anything. "Mufei, where are we going?" The Gongqin Wangfei pulled his mother's sleeve. "Jin Wangfu, I'm not going." He immediately exploded, unwilling to leave. The Gongqin Wangfei hurriedly covered his mouth. "You dead child, what are you talking about?" Unfortunately, it was already too late. The Gongqin Wangfei had already heard and turned around because they were already out of the champion Marquis Fu's gate. His mood was no longer restrained, his face gloomy as if he wanted to eat people. The Gongqin Wangfei was so scared that he hid behind his mother. The Gongqin Wangfei protected her son. Just as she was about to say something, the Gongqin Wangfei vigorously pushed her away, grabbing her son's shoulder. "Not going? Okay, Ben Wang can send someone to send you back, but from now on, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the Gongqin Wangfu. Ben Wang will also write a memorial to your imperial grandfather, using your illness as an excuse to revoke your Wangfei status. What do you think? Now tell Ben Wang, are you going or not?" Even if he was still young, he clearly knew what the Wangfei status meant to him. But right now his father was too terrifying. He was scared silly, unable to make any response. The Gongqin Wangfei wasn't the only one who was scared. The Gongqin Wangfei was the same. She couldn't care less. She rushed over and grabbed the Gongqin Wangfei's arm. "Wangya, how can you do that? You can't do that." The Gongqin Wangfei shook her off, backhanded her. The Gongqin Wangfei retreated a step, then fell directly to the ground, looking at the Gongqin Wangfei in disbelief. Although it wasn't the first time he hit her, but right now they were at the gate of the champion Marquis Fu. This slap wasn't just hitting her face, it was also hitting her father's face. How could he dare? The Gongqin Wangfei was condescending. "Can't? Why can't I? If Ben Wang really did that, then it's all thanks to you, a good son. Look at what you've taught him. Hitting his elders, bullying a girl. Is this what you taught him? If you can't get it, you'll destroy it. Is this your idea? How much ability do you have? How much face do you have? Because of you, because of this evil creature, Ben Wang lost face in front of all the brothers and officials, and you offended the great elder princess. Not only did you not want to apologize, you even dare to bring this disgraceful thing back to your mother's house. What? You did something wrong, and you still feel wronged? The Gongqin Wang Fei's lips trembled, but she couldn't say anything. If she dared to defend herself, she was afraid she wouldn't have a good ending. The Gongqin Wang Fei's gaze fell on his son. You remember, if your position as Wang Fei is really gone, then everything will be your Wang Fei's fault. After today's banquet, I'll give you two choices. Move to the front yard, study hard with your teacher. Without Ben Wang's permission, you're not allowed to see your Wang Fei, or you can follow your Wang Fei for the rest of your life. After the Gongqin Wang Fei finished speaking, he looked meaningfully at the gate of the Champion Marquis residence. Humph! With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and got into the carriage. The Gongqin Wang Fei was in a daze. There was a palm print on both sides of her face, but the Gongqin Wang Fei's hand was much heavier than Madame Qin's, so there was no symmetry. She didn't understand why it was like this. Why was it all her fault in the end? The Gongqin Wang Fei's gaze inadvertently fell on her son, but what she saw was the alienation, vigilance, and even a faint hatred in her son's eyes. Ha! She did everything for her son, but her son was so easily instigated. For his own benefit, he didn't hesitate to abandon her. His own mother, he was just a little white-eyed wolf. The Gongqin Wang Fei stretched out her hand, as if she was making a final attempt to persuade him to stay. However, her good son's mouth twitched, and he ran towards his Wang Fei's carriage with a thump, thump, thump. Her heart turned cold, but it only lasted for a moment. The Gongqin Wang Fei looked at his careful son in front of him, and then looked at Qin Shi through the window, his eyes cold. Still not leaving. Are you waiting for Ben Wang to invite you? The Gongqin Wang Fei slowly got up. The maid serving her wanted to help her, but she shook her off. Madame Qin heard from the maid what happened outside the gate, closed her eyes, took off the prayer beads on her wrist, and quickly turned them. She was very clear. The Gongqin Wang Fei was just acting for her husband to see. Because of her husband's indifference to him, he was telling them that he had lost his patience. Madame Qin thought of her own daughter. In the end, she was her own flesh. How could she not feel distressed? Speaking of which, her original temperament was not bad, and she could be considered smart. But in the past few years, she had been spoiled by the Gongqin Wang Fei, and she really thought that the Gongqin Wang Fei was doing it for her. So she forgot herself, lost her original heart, and became more and more unsightly. The Gongqin Wang Fei was in the carriage, and a maid helped her put on makeup to cover the red marks on her face, but no matter how much the foundation covered it, it couldn't cover the swelling. Returning to Jin Xinwang Mansion, the Gongqin Wang Fei took his wife and children to apologize to Great Elder Princess, looking very sincere. He had no choice compared with Madame Qin. He knew this aunt better. It was better not to play tricks in front of her. If he annoyed her again and again, he would definitely suffer. As for the Gongqin Wang Fei, no one knew what his father said to him, but when he apologized to Yu Yao, he looked very sincere, completely different from his previous arrogant appearance. Many people were surprised. They didn't know that the Gongqin Wang Fei taught his son so well, but whether it was true praise or mockery, only they knew in their hearts. In the end, Great Elder Princess didn't insist. After all, according to some people's meaning, if she didn't forgive them, they would be prepared to sincerely apologize, and when the time came, it would be her fault. Great Elder Princess sneered in her heart. If she wanted to punish someone, did she have to go through her brother? She had been living behind closed doors. Did she really have no connections at all? Huh. Well, do what you need to do. As a man, how can you hide among women? Yes, Aunt, you're right. I'll take my leave. Since he had achieved his goal, the Gongqin Wang Fei left quickly. The Gongqin Wangfei, who stayed, became the object of everyone's discussion. However, the Gongqin Wangfei was like a piece of wood at this moment. In the eyes of Great Elder Princess, she despised people like the Gongqin Wangfei, who acted as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, and she was even more disgusted by her than her previous arrogance. In contrast, the concubine of Prince Kang was more pleasing to her eyes. Although Prince Kang's second son was an accomplice, Great Elder Princess didn't blame the concubine. After all, she was not the legal mother, and the child was not born by her, so it was indeed not her place to take care of him. Moreover, it was rare that she was a smart person who saw through things thoroughly. As time went by, more and more officials arrived, and then a group of people were frightened by the living king of hell. When it was almost time, the banquet began. In fact, most people were satisfied with this banquet. Even the reserved female guests basically didn't eat any dishes that hadn't been touched. It couldn't be helped that the dishes were really good in color, smell, and taste. The smell uncontrollably went into people's noses and aroused their appetite. No matter how reserved they were, they still ate several times. They sighed in their hearts that this was what a banquet should be like. However, the chef of Prince Jin's mansion was really good. The ingredients used in each dish were the best. Although they belonged to the top circle of the whole Qi Yuan, they hadn't eaten some of the dishes on the table. Of course, they were embarrassed to say that because it was shameful. Of course, there were still some people who didn't eat much, including Jingwan, because the bowl of longevity noodles before the banquet was so delicious that Jingwan was 80% full at that time. Later, many people proposed a toast to her. Jingwan didn't drink much, so her alcohol tolerance was naturally low. Halfway through the banquet, she was basically drunk. Most of the older noble women were more considerate and let her rest. Of course, not everyone had good intentions. The younger ones raised their wine cups and laughed like flowers trembling. How could the birthday girl leave halfway? How was it unkind to pretend to be drunk? The older ones nodded their heads in agreement. It must be said that these people didn't bully Jingwan because she was young and thin-skinned, so most of them would endure. Unfortunately, Prince Jin's appearance at the female guest table really surprised many people. However, Li Hanyuan didn't look sideways. He ignored people who paid their respects and directly walked to Jingwan's side. He reached out and stroked her hair, drunk. Whether it was his actions or his expression, they all hid a tenderness that couldn't be dissolved. Jingwan got up but couldn't stand. Li Hanyuan hurriedly reached out to help her. "I'll take you to rest." Without any explanation, he carried Jingwan up horizontally. With a little force, he suppressed Jingwan's struggle and stopped at Luo Laoforan's table. After that, I'll have to trouble Laoforan to help take care of everyone. When Jingwan wakes up, she will apologize to everyone. Who is the living king of hell? Let his king of hell's consort come out to apologize? Looking at how precious she was now, if she really chirped in the future and expressed her dissatisfaction with Jin Wangfei, he would be displeased. If he was displeased, the womenfolk present might not do anything, but their fathers, husbands, or sons might be in trouble. So, these words, it was fine to just listen to it. Each and every one of them hurriedly said that they didn't dare and let him quickly send Jingwan to rest. Because of this, until the end of the banquet, there were still some unmarried young ladies and even young married women who were absent-minded. The notoriety of the living king of hell was well known to men, women, old, and young in the entire capital. However, those who had truly eaten his methods were actually only a small portion of people. It was basically concentrated on those brothers of his and those courtiers who always wanted to make things difficult for him. The other people, especially the womenfolk of the noble houses, only knew about him through rumors. As the saying goes, public opinion can melt gold and accumulation can destroy the bones. After the exaggerated and erroneous rumors, coupled with Li Hongyuan's intentional actions, it was basically people who heard about the living king of hell. Even if on some occasions, if they accidentally met him, they would avoid him from afar. Or if they fancied his appearance, They would also be dissuaded by others and then rationally choose to give up. However, seeing the scene of Jin Xinhuang Fei treating Jin Xinhuang Fei, how could they remain indifferent? Especially those who had actually thought about Jin Xinhuang Fei and were now married, but didn't live as they wished. It turned out that Jin Xinhuang was actually so gentle and considerate. It turned out that Jin Xinhuang wasn't scary at all. It turned out that even if Jin Xinhuang didn't treat other people well, he treated his own Wang Fei completely differently. Why? Why couldn't they become his Wang Fei? It must be known that Jin Xinhuang had started to choose his concubines many years ago. If they didn't listen to those rumors, how could they miss such a man? If they didn't listen to those rumors, how could Jin Xinhuang be taken away by a woman outside the capital? They didn't think that Jin Xinhuang was acting because Jin Xinhuang didn't need to act for anyone to see. Even if he was acting, no man would do it to this extent. Their intestines turned green, and coupled with jealousy corroding their hearts, how many people unconsciously tore their handkerchiefs? In contrast, some unmarried young ladies were eager to move. Jin Xinhuang didn't even have a single cefei, let alone a concubine. They didn't need to worry about Jin Xinhuang's cruelty and might even be able to obtain his favor. Coupled with the monstrous riches and honor of Jin Xinhuang Fu, what could compare to this taste? Even if Jin Xinhuang Fei was a jealous woman, as long as Jin Xinhuang protected her, what else was there to worry about? A group of old noble women could see it clearly. Some were disdainful, some were indifferent, and some lamented, "Evil creatures, evil creatures," each and every one of them was bewitched. If they continued to indulge like this, no matter if they were married or not, they wouldn't have a good life. Married, if they always fantasized about Jin Xinhuang's gentleness and ignored everything else, or if their husband knew about it, would they want to enter the family temple, or would they want to be divorced? Unmarried, if they always wanted to choose a husband based on Jin Xinhuang, would they still want to marry? Each and every one of their hearts are higher than the sky, but I'm afraid that their lives are thinner than paper. Who is Great Elder Princess? For many people, it was the first time for them to watch a play in such a way, which was quite novel. After all, it was common for male singers to sing Hua Dan, but it was more difficult for female singers to sing Wu Sheng. It didn't matter to the female guests, but in the male guest seats, some people were eager to watch a pure female performance. Li Hanyuan was also generous. Okay, they could exchange the second half of the performance. However, those who had evil thoughts were destined to fail. After all, Jingwan had already sent away the performers who were willing to leave. As for the rest, as long as they didn't have any evil thoughts, Jingwan would naturally protect them. For such a trivial matter, the king of hell had always been obedient to his wife. Asking the king of hell to take a woman from him. Haha. In the two neighboring courtyards, there were endless sounds of babbling, and from time to time, there were cheers and applause. However, in the female guest seats, there were always girls who couldn't sit still. For various reasons, they wanted to go out for a walk and exercise, and the place to exercise was the courtyard of the male guest seats. What are they doing? Their thoughts are clearly written on their faces. Shameless. Yuan Xiaoqiao sat beside Sun Yijia and said indignantly, "Why do you care about them? Anyway, at most, they're just thinking about it. Can a toad eat swan meat?" Sun Yijia didn't take it seriously, but the words that came out of her mouth were also poisonous. Although she didn't like Li Hanyuan, it didn't mean that she was willing to let other women covet her sister-in-law's husband. Yuan Xiaoqiao burst into laughter. In fact, the Luo family's thoughts were similar to theirs. They didn't have a grudge against her grandaunt, so they naturally wanted her to be well. In the end, it was Great Elder Princess who didn't like her and wanted to steal her goddaughter husband. We're family. Watch out for yourselves. Don't do anything shameful. As an elder, it was shameful to have such a girl in the family. However, the girls basically gathered together at a certain distance, so it was difficult to control them. What was more, they were afraid that they would make a big noise, which would be even more embarrassing. Now that Great Elder Princess had exposed them, They really wanted to bring back their evil girl and strangle her death. Fortunately, only a few of them really did so, and most of them were still rational. Great Elder Princess, His Highness has been in the main courtyard for an hour. Nanny Gong, who was guarding by the side, said softly. Well, the prince had long been gone. Those who tried to meet him by chance were in vain. Jingwan was sent back to the main courtyard by Li Hanyuan. At that time, she vomited so much that a lot of filth was vomited on Li Hanyuan. Li Hanyuan frowned. Compared with the discomfort caused by the filth, he cared more about Jingwan. He quickly cleaned up and took care of Jingwan in person until she drank the hangover soup and fell asleep. At this moment, Jingwan was almost asleep and sober. Li Hanyuan happened to go to see her, so she hugged Li Hanyuan tightly and didn't want to let go. Jingwan couldn't be blamed for being so clingy. Although she was drunk, she didn't drink too much. She could still remember everything. Li Hanyuan had gone to this extent for her, so how could she not be happy? Not to mention the era of male chauvinism. Even in her previous life, there weren't many men who could go to this extent. Even if her heart was as firm as a rock, it was difficult for her not to love him. Li Hanyuan also held her in his arms and gently rubbed her temples. Still uncomfortable? Jingwan shook her head. Yuan is here. I don't feel uncomfortable. She was now as if she had been filled with honey. Li Hanyuan gently knocked on her forehead. It's useless to say nice things. You're still a stupid person. If you can't drink, then don't drink. Drinking is already giving face. Do those people dare to have any objections? Only you are so stupid to drink it. Most of them are elders. Jingwan was scolded, but she wasn't angry. So what if they are elders? Jingwan was helpless. You can ignore them, but I can't. When the time comes, the gossip will not only target me. Li Hanyuan kissed her forehead. It's been hard on you. One day, anyone in front of you can only do things according to your mood. It's natural not to do things that you don't want to do. Giving them a smile is a gift. Jingwan smiled. Why did this domineering style feel a little Chinibu? What was there to feel wronged about? I know. I'll wait. It was a little perfunctory. When that day really came, Jingwan wouldn't be like this. It wasn't that she couldn't, but it was just the most ordinary of getting along well. There was no need for so many twists and turns. I've rested enough. Let's go to the theater. There are only 2 of us in the prince's mansion. We can't be absent all the time. It doesn't matter. Jingwan was helpless again. Here it comes again. Let's go. I want to watch the show. https://11//10807/1054156. Chapter 464. Li Hanyuan glanced at her and didn't say anything. Jingwan got up and let the maidservant dress her. Now this person was going to replace Qing Zhu and the others. She was 15 years old, but her skills in dressing and doing makeup were quite good. However, at this age, she could stay by her side for at most 3 years before she got married. If she hadn't prepared these people before she got married and didn't enter the prince's mansion to further train them until she returned from Jiangnan, Jingwan would have suspected that this person was selected by someone who didn't want outsiders to stay by her side for too long. However, there were advantages to being a little older. If she was too young, Jingwan would feel guilty when she ordered her around. Jingwan's eyes were half closed. Her thoughts were still on Li Hanyuan. Sometimes, she even suspected that a certain someone's IQ ate up his EQ. That was why his IQ was so high and he was always online. However, his EQ was so low that he attracted hatred all over the world. However, even if he attracted hatred, it didn't affect him at all. More often than not, he had to make others retreat. In addition, he used all kinds of tricks on her. Could you say that his EQ is low? It was completely impossible. His EQ was obviously off the charts. This was a combination of the right time, place, and people. Even the emperor couldn't be as casual as him. However, Jingwan didn't think that this opportunity fell from the sky for no reason. For today, her husband had done so much behind her back. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. Jingwan wasn't a person who reminisced about the past. At this moment, she wanted to know about his past. It was a pity that she wasn't involved in that period of time. Who knew that many years before they met, she was also a part of his life, a very important part. After preparing, Li Honyuan found that the way his wife looked at him seemed to have changed a little. It made him a little confused. It was said that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Looking at it now, his wife was no exception. Jingwan also didn't know Li Hongyuan's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been angered to death. She was emotional once, and he could slap her into pieces in seconds. Was this called high EQ? It was obviously so low that it had no boundaries. Fortunately, Li Honyuan would never say this kind of thing. Therefore, his EQ was definitely online. After preparing, Li Honyuan held Jingwan's hand. The two walked side by side, unhurriedly in the direction of the theater. Along the way, Jingwan smiled from beginning to end. Her eyes were basically on Li Honyuan. Li Hongyuan's expression was a little lazy. It seemed that he didn't respond to Jingwan. However, from time to time, he gently pulled or put his arm around her shoulder. Therefore, Jingwan, who didn't look at the road, walked steadily all the way. She didn't bump or bump into anything. From here, the theater where the female guests were placed was closer. Although they weren't seated, Li Honyuan still sent Jingwan in. He stroked her hair that wasn't messy at all and gently tidied her clothes that weren't messy at all. He whispered a few words to her. He might not have noticed it himself, but in the eyes of others, it was really gentle and affectionate. The restlessness that had been calmed down became more and more intense at this moment. Li Honyuan lowered his head and kissed Jingwan's forehead. Jingwan hurriedly retreated and looked around like a thief. She seemed to reach out and smack him in a fit of anger. She seemed to grumble. At the same time, in the eyes of others, Fen Min was surprised and shy. She was still pretending. Everyone said that Jin Xin Wang Fei was a person who was used to pretending. It was true. She gritted her teeth and pulled at her handkerchief. She wanted to tear Jingwan apart and replace her. This kind of ugly behavior was clearly seen by those who weren't blind. As the elders, they really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was really too embarrassing. Of course, this was only one aspect. There were a few women who didn't even control their emotions and completely fell into the eyes of their mother-in-law. As a mother, how could she allow her son to be cuckolded by her daughter-in-law? Her eyes were like they were dipped in poison. Slut, not abiding by a woman's virtue. These kinds of words were the lightest. Also, even if they were angry, they couldn't blame it on Li Honyuan. He didn't seduce them. He just treated his wife very normally. This was also his own territory. No one had a reason to criticize him. These people, when they went back, they didn't know how they would be dealt with. It was a pity that these young ladies and daughters-in-law didn't know anything at this time. They were completely attracted by Li Honyuan. As for Jingwan, haha, that was because she automatically replaced Jingwan's face with her own in her mind. Jingwan urged twice. Only then did Li Honyuan leave. He didn't forget to remind Jingwan's servant girl. She was in a good mood. Jingwan's smile naturally couldn't fade. It was just that when she approached, she couldn't help but stop. What happened? She was just drunk for a while. What happened? Why was there such a strong resentment? Not to mention the scene of Jingwan and Li Honyuan getting along. Jingwan's current complexion didn't show any discomfort after being drunk at all. Her white skin was tinged with red. The corners of her eyes were a foxy color, as if they had been ruthlessly moistened. How could it not make some people who couldn't get resentment to the sky? If Jingwan knew, she would definitely cry out that she was wronged. Because she knew Li Hongyuan's nature, even if Jingwan was unusually happy in her heart, she didn't dare to take the initiative to kiss him. Foster mother, if you think it's good, when you want to listen to it, you could tell me a sentence. I'll ask the troupe to sing it for you in your mansion. Okay, I'll have a chance in the future. Great elder princess didn't refuse. After all, she had a special relationship with Jingwan. If they were too distant, it would obviously be too much. The boundary didn't need to be clearly drawn all the time. In the second half of the play, Muin came to Jingwan and said, "Your Highness, His Highness has promised to exchange the two troops. Now it's almost time. Do you think—" Li Hanyuan didn't mention it to her before, but since it was her husband's decision, it wasn't a big deal, so Jingwan naturally wouldn't disobey. But who suggested it? In Jingwan's opinion, it was definitely not her husband who suggested it. It's the other princess. Jingwan understood and said, "I see. In that case, let's change it." Well, there was no need to ask for others' opinions. Anyway, these women usually watched the male troops. After all, they were not raised by their families. Every time they watched a play, there would be a lot of people. The troops were never allowed to walk around, so there were not so many taboos. In fact, there was even no physical wall between the two courtyards. The performers put on makeup and changed their costumes in the same place, but there was a partition in the middle. In this way, it was very simple to change the costumes. They didn't even need to disturb the people watching the play. In the next place, a group of performers would go on the stage. It was very simple. After the change, many people didn't even find the difference. They just thought that the performers on the stage were probably another group. Of course, the gluttons of operas could still tell at a glance. About half of the first song after the change, they suddenly found that the male guest side seemed to be more and more enthusiastic. It was so noisy that it even affected this side. It was so quiet before and basically had nothing to do with each other. Some people felt strange. What were these men excited about? Weren't they the same? Was it possible that the two sides' operas were very different, and the male guest side was particularly wonderful? In this way, someone joked with Jingwan, "Are Prince Jean and Princess Yu favoring one and discriminating against the other?" Jingwan really didn't know how to answer this question. How should she say it? She couldn't directly say that those men were naturally excited when they saw beautiful women, right? If she said so, she would be criticized. Jingwan had scruples, but Great Elder Princess didn't have any scruples at all. It's not to the extent of favoring one and discriminating against the other. It's just that men's bad habits are triggered. It's normal for their eyes to light up when they see beautiful women. Some people still didn't understand, but after being reminded by the people around them, they understood in an instant. They all shut their mouths and didn't want to ask anything. After all, the male guests had their husbands. Women always hated their husbands for being lecherous, but for their sons, they were always worried that there wouldn't be enough people to serve them. They were always so loyal to both sides. They complained about Jingwan in their hearts, but they also didn't dare to say anything. These people's reactions were reasonable. Jingwan was very calm and didn't care at all. No matter how those people praised, they could only enjoy their eyes. It was absolutely impossible for them to touch and eat. Great Elder Princess patted Jingwan's hand and said, "Don't worry about them. Men have bad habits, but women also have bad habits. The root of women's bad habits is that they know it's their men's problem, but they have to blame others and think that it's the outside vixens who seduce them and force themselves to become resentful women. As the saying goes, it takes two to clap. If it's not the men who have bad thoughts, how can the women outside cling on to them?" Great Elder Princess said and sneered. Jingwan was a little surprised by Great Elder Princess's words, but it was reasonable after thinking about it. After all, no matter what kind of environment and background people were in, there would always be some outliers. If everyone's thoughts were the same, then there would be no ups and downs in the long river of history. Jingwan smiled. It was always more pleasant to get along with people who could resonate with her thoughts. Great Elder Princess didn't suppress her voice at all, so there were many people who heard her words. However, at least 9 out of 10 of these people were successful in cultivation. It was even the most basic thing that they couldn't express their emotions. Therefore, even if they were flustered in their hearts, they could still smile decently on the surface. When it was finally time to leave, most of the afternoon had passed, and most people basically chose to leave at this time. When they left, there were not many people who needed Jingwan's help, but there were also quite a few. However, when some young ladies talked to Jingwan, Jingwan always felt that they were a little sarcastic. Otherwise, They would look at her with hidden bitterness, as if she had done something very wrong to them. Jingwan couldn't help but have goosebumps all over her body. Then, she saw their elders frowning at them and apologizing to Jingwan with a smile, asking her not to mind and so on. Jingwan was still a loss. She could only make perfunctory noises. Then, she recalled the incident at the opera house. She had forgotten about it. Now that she looked at it again, it was necessary for her to have a deeper understanding of it. She didn't want to ask others, but she could ask Nanny Gong. Firstly, Nanny Gong wouldn't hide it from her. Secondly, she had been here all the time, so she knew everything clearly. Nanny Gong told her everything in detail. After listening, Jingwan fell into a state of speechlessness for a while. Then, she cursed in her heart. "You mother, what was this?" Ever since she married a certain person, that certain person's peach blossoms had basically never stopped. However, there was a premise, and that was that those people didn't know anything about the living king of hell. They only knew that he looked good and had a noble status, but they didn't know anything about his nature. Moreover, those peach blossoms bloomed one by one, unlike this time, where a large cluster bloomed all at once. Jingwan felt that perhaps this was just the beginning, and there were more and more lively things to come. It was said that Jin Qinhuang was dissolute and fond of beauty. In the past, the beauties by his side never stopped. However, after Jingwan came to the capital, the gossip about that certain person seemed to be from before she came to the capital. Even if he stopped releasing rumors at that time, it had been almost 2 years. After such a long time of fermentation, even a slow-witted person would have reacted. And today, his gentleness and consideration towards her became the fuse that completely blew up this matter. Jin Qinhuang cursed his wife, but wasn't she fine now? Moreover, he didn't say anything about cursing his concubines. With her at the front, what were they afraid of? Li Honyuan didn't have a tsefei or concubines, but he was a Qinhuang. He had countless wealth, and even more, he had unfailing imperial favor. Even if he had a group of wives and concubines, it was a matter of course for people to think about him. Now, they were all gathered together. Even if Jingwan knew that he wouldn't have anyone else by his side, at least before he no longer loved her, it would be like this. And Jingwan was willing to believe that he would love her for a lifetime, so there was no need to worry about this problem. Jingwan's heart was still a little stingy. No matter who encountered this kind of thing, they wouldn't be happy. Those who stayed until the end were basically those closest to Jingwan. Because of the limitations of their status, those who couldn't talk to Jingwan before could now say a few words. Seeing that Jingwan's mood was a little strange, they naturally had to ask. Jingwan was very helpless. "What else is there? My husband is too charming, attracting bees and butterflies, peach blossoms everywhere, ah?" Sun Yijia and Yuan Qiao Qiao very unkindly covered their mouths and laughed. "Hey, that's enough, ah. Don't be like this." Jingwan only felt her hands itch and wanted to pinch them. "Isn't this Jin Qinhuang's matter? What are you worried about? Whether he rejects or accepts, it's all up to him. When that time comes, you can decide what to do," Sun Yijia said very straightforwardly. Jingwan chuckled. "This matter can only have one result. Looking at your expression, I already know what the result will be. Then what else is there to say? It's purely a person worrying over nothing." Sun Yijia gracefully gave Jingwan a supercilious look. Yuan Qiao Qiao also laughed mischievously. "That's right. You should listen, cousin-in-law. After all, cousin-in-law has a lot of experience in this area." That's right, the peach blossoms that bloomed outside of Luo Jingbua might not be as good as Li Hongyuan's in terms of quality, but the quantity was definitely far superior. Every time they went out, they would encounter some kind of situation. Moreover, without the lethality of the king of hell, it could be said that those people simply had no way of stopping them. Sun Yijia had long been calm about this kind of thing, and even specially prepared a box for her husband to bring back those things that were accidentally left on him. Moreover, they couldn't be found from the original owner of the body. There was no need to secretly deal with them. Now, it was almost filled to the brim. Sun Yijiao was quite used to this kind of thing and was even able to deal with those people who directly came to find her. Jingwan didn't really care about it in the first place. Now, all the gloominess in this life had disappeared. However, she secretly warned herself in her heart that she had to appear very angry in front of a certain someone. Otherwise, according to that certain someone's character, he might think that she didn't care about him, and then his illness would act up and destroy her in a second. As for hiding it from him, it was unrealistic. She could hide it from him, but those people outside would also try their best to get close to him. When they were almost done talking, Great Elder Princess, Madame Luo, and the others came over. Sun Yijia and Yuan Chao Chao hurriedly bowed to them. Great Elder Princess nodded and held them up slightly. Get up. Her eyes lingered on Sun Yijia for a moment. Yijia, you look good now. You are much more popular than before. Sun Yijia smiled. Great Elder Princess, you're right. I'm really living a good life now. That's good. Just live a good life in the future and don't think too much about other things. Yes. Great Elder Princess's eyes fell on Jingwan again. You know all about it? Jingwan smiled and nodded yes. Don't you have any thoughts? Great Elder Princess teased Jingwan with a little interest. I don't have such thoughts. It's just that I should be the one who should be angry when they covet my husband. Each and every one of them acted as if I had stolen their husband and treated me like a vixen. No matter how I think about it, it's a little strange, isn't it? Or I can't keep up with those people's thoughts. Now that I think about it, it feels like they're all wearing fashionable clothes, but I'm still wearing the clothes from 3 years ago. Jingwan said with a smile. The others also laughed. Great Elder Princess touched Jingwan's forehead modestly. You are so mischievous. You're an outsider, and they're locals in the capital. You stole them. Sun Yijia said with disdain. There's no time to force things in life. Those people are all at a dead end. If they were clear-headed, they wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Just wait and see. Those who were unhappy before will be even more unhappy when they go back today. They will suffer a lot before they know what's good for them. These people don't care about them, but I'm afraid that if they meet those who love their daughters, they will directly beg my brother. You're the only one in Hong Yuan's backyard. If they really ask my brother, he won't refuse. Great Elder Princess reminded her. Foster mother, don't worry. Father won't refuse, provided that the Lord agrees. We all know what kind of person the Lord is. If he doesn't agree, he will still refuse the people sent by my father. Seeing that Jingwan was so confident, Great Elder Princess seemed to understand something. Maybe this is your luck. Jingwan smiled and didn't say anything. In her heart, she was sure that maybe God really favored her. Of course, one day in the future, when Jingwan knew the whole truth, she probably wouldn't think so. Her luck was not because of God, but because of him. Well, as long as you know in your heart, I'll go back first. Then, Yu Yao, who had been depressed since the death of the little tiger, came to find her. Yu Yao, foster mother has agreed to let you raise the little tiger and the little lion. Can you take them back directly? Yu Yao shook her head. Cousin-in-law, I don't want to raise them. I just took care of the little tiger for a while, and it died. I may not be able to raise it well. I don't want anything to happen to the little tiger and the little lion. Jingwan touched her head. It's not Yu Yao's fault, and it's not that I didn't take good care of them. I believe that Yu Yao will be able to raise them well. Besides, if you raise them in Great Elder Princess's mansion, what happened today will never happen again. Yu Yao was a little hesitant. Then, can I come back to pick them up later? Was she worried that when she saw them, she would think of the dead one? No, I can't. After being raised by me for a while, they will be familiar with my aura. If I take them back, they won't be familiar with me, and it will be difficult for them to be close to me. Take them back. I'll help you raise them together. Great Elder Princess didn't want her daughter to be depressed, although it was more likely that she would think of something when she saw it. If she had something to do, she could distract her attention and the sadness would go away faster. In this way, Yu Yao didn't hesitate anymore. However, she didn't expect that what she took away in the end was the body of the little tiger. After Great Elder Princess was sent away, except for Yuan Chao Chao, The rest were all members of the Luo family. Jingwan didn't need to ask whether there were any male guests left, because the Luo family wouldn't stay for too long. Jingwan naturally seized the time to learn about the situation of the Luo family. First of all, the concubine's younger sister's marriage had basically been settled, which was Sierra Nui. As for the younger sister, she was far from being old enough. When they talked about marriage, the overall situation might have been settled. Then they would have better choices. Among the siblings of this generation, the second son of the eldest branch was born by a concubine. He was the same age as Jingwan, but a little younger than Jingwan. He was also 16 this year. However, as a man, it didn't matter if he didn't get married. Although there were many people who wanted to settle down because of the good situation in the Luo family now, the Luo family insisted. Later, they learned that the younger Madame Wang was pregnant again. It hadn't been long since she was diagnosed, so her cousin and the members of the first branch were very happy. Jingwan was not so optimistic, mainly because she was worried that the child would be unwell when her cousin got married. However, it was a happy event, so Jingwan couldn't dampen their spirits. She just smoothly changed the topic to the third branch. Luo Romping was paralyzed and could only lie in bed for the rest of his life. Madame Lu was calmer now and took care of him more carefully. Luo Romping finally accepted the reality and no longer made trouble. It was much better than the beginning when he was paralyzed. Then there was Luo Jingying. Well, it was Luo Xiying's birthday now. Tomorrow was her 16th birthday. It was just that she was sitting in front of a lamp and sitting in front of a statue of Buddha. She didn't want to come out of it herself, but there was nothing she could do. But looking at Madame Lu's expression, she should be getting better. By the time Li Hanyuan came over, the Luo family had already taken their leave. Jingwan was a little resentful of someone who drove away her family. She stared at Li Hanyuan faintly. "What's wrong? Do you have something to say to your husband?" Li Hanyuan looked at Jingwan with a seductive smile. However, this smile didn't charm Jingwan. Instead, it woke Jingwan up immediately. The expression on her face became more and more unpleasant. She even reached out and poked Li Hongyuan's chest. "Tell me, why do you seduce women all day long?" Jingwan praised herself for her wit in her heart. However, Li Hanyuan looked at her suspiciously. "What do you mean by that? When did it happen?" "You don't know?" Jingwan's resentment deepened. "Well, Wanwan told me clearly, and I knew." Li Hanyuan calmly held her hand. Then, Jingwan angrily scolded him about the peach blossoms outside. Li Hanyuan was not affected by her mood. On the contrary, he looked at the expression on her face with great interest. When Jingwan finished speaking, he reached out and pinched her face. "Wan, do you know what you're pretending to be in front of her husband?" Jingwan's expression was slightly cracked. She thought that her acting had always been good. "However, seeing that you're working so hard to please your husband, I'll be generous and let it go since you don't care about it." Perhaps it was because it felt too good, he couldn't help but pinch it again. "Hey, if you want to deceive your husband, you still need to practice more. However, when one day Wan can deceive your husband, I believe that there's no one in the world that Wan can't deceive. Work hard. Your husband is optimistic about you." Jingwan was really depressed this time. "What are you talking about?" She pinched Li Hongyuan's waist. Unfortunately, not only were they separated by clothes, but because his flesh was too hard, she couldn't pinch him at all. All right. Jingwan also knew that because her mentality was different, and because she didn't want to deceive him at all, her acting naturally couldn't deceive him. Li Hongyuan smiled and didn't continue to pester her on this matter. "In a few days, let's go to the farmstead and stay for a while. We'll stay there until we don't want to." Speaking of the farmstead, Jingwan suddenly remembered something that she had forgotten. "Has the horse farm been built?" "You only remembered it now? It was built long ago. In addition, the rare animals garden has also been built. Compared to the animals in the mansion, those are all adults and not limited to the animals on the ground. There are many animals that fly in the sky and swim in the water." Jingwan looked at Li Hanyuan and was sure that he wasn't joking. She resisted the urge to hold her forehead. This man was really, every time he played big. According to his words, it was not as simple as a zoo. At present, the cost of building such a garden was absolutely beyond imagination. Jingwan felt that Emperor Lu Chengdi, who indulged him in every way, would scold him for being extravagant after knowing this matter, and those courtiers who turned a blind eye to him might want to criticize him. Can't you take it easy? Take it easy? What's that? Jingwan was once again defeated by this capricious and overbearing man. However, it was already built, could be torn down. That would be a true waste of natural resources. That would be a shameful waste that could not be tolerated. All right, it's already built. If I don't take a closer look and play around, I really would be letting myself down. In any case, she was being led by a certain person to live extravagant days, so she shouldn't think about poor days. There was still some time before the sun set in the west. Jingwan pulled Li Hanyuan and prepared to rest. She had been drunk at the banquet. Her mind might be good, but her body was faintly resisting. Halfway back to the main yard, a message came from the front. He Jihai, a young general, he had come with gifts to congratulate Wang Fei on her birthday. Today's banquet naturally included the He family. He Jihai was not present. Before this, there was no news of him returning to Jing. So, he came to visit as soon as he came back. Li Hanyuan watched as Jingwan walked back. Are you going to see him? Wanya doesn't want you to see him? Jingwan smiled faintly. If Wanya doesn't want me to see him, then I won't see him. Li Hanyuan clicked his tongue. He was quite assured that Jingwan would see He Jihai. That boy definitely wouldn't have any thoughts about Wanwan. He Jihai was covered in wind and frost. He brought a few soldiers with him. From the looks of it, he hadn't returned to the He family and came to Jin Wangfu first. Although He Jihai was an official now, his old man still didn't give him the right to lead troops. True New Mountains troops were already crippled this time. Therefore, He Jinwei also submitted a request to return to Jing. He Jihai wasn't restricted by anything for the time being. Therefore, he came back very quickly and no one knew. He Jihai looked the same as when he left Jing. After all, it was only 2 months, so there wasn't much change. However, those who had come into contact with him before and after would keenly discover that he was different. This kind of change might not be obvious normally, but once he was on the battlefield, he would gradually evolve into a war god. This was what Li Hanyuan wanted. Therefore, he was naturally satisfied with He Jihai's change. After He Jihai gave his greetings, he casually took out the gift prepared for Jingwan. In an iron cage, there was a snow-white fox. Whether it was the appearance or the smell, it all showed that this fox was a fragrant fox. It was similar in size to the one that Li Hanyuan gave to Jingwan. He Jihai didn't know Jingwan's birthday, but this was indeed a gift for Jingwan. As a fan of Jin Wangfu, he didn't know what to give to Li Hanyuan. He inadvertently obtained this fragrant fox and decided to flatter Jin Wangfei in a roundabout way. Husband and wife were one body, so it was the same to flatter either one. On this point, He Jihai hit the mark by a fluke. After all, the number of husband and wife who weren't one body was far greater than the number of husband and wife who were one body. It was just that this fragrant fox didn't look too good. He Jihai put the cage on the table and scratched his head. The journey was a bit fast, so it doesn't seem to be very good. There shouldn't be any problems, right? He said uncertainly. These things are delicate. Jingwan couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. What kind of little overlord was this? This was clearly an idiot. Who would give a sickly animal as a gift? Especially when the other party's status was far higher than their own. This wasn't giving a gift, this was a curse. If it was another person, 8 or 9 out of 10 people would think that you had malicious intentions. If your intentions were murderous, maybe they would kill you in minutes. How big was this little overlord's heart that he would send this in front of the living king of hell? Li Hongyuan's face really was a bit dark, especially when this was something that was given to his wife. Jingwan covered the corner of her mouth and hurriedly called for the person who specialized in looking after the fragrant fox to come over and see the specific situation of this little thing. She hoped that it was all right. Otherwise, He Jihai would definitely suffer. The person came quickly. After a careful examination, there was no big problem. It would be fine after a period of time. According to the person who raised the fox, The vitality of the fragrant fox was much stronger than people imagined. Jingwan's heart calmed down a bit. This idiot. Li Hongyuan's expression also calmed down, but it didn't mean that he was completely calm. He stood up. Martial arts practice field. I want to see whether your martial arts have improved or not. Although he said it in such a dignified way, it didn't change the fact that he wanted to teach He Zhihai a lesson. He Zhihai was immediately excited, as if his whole body was burning. Jingwan's face was paralyzed. Sure enough, he was an idiot. Jingwan stood up slowly. Although she knew that he really didn't have any bad intentions, she didn't mind a Yuan teaching him a lesson. Jingwan went back to the main courtyard to sleep comfortably. The fight between the living king of hell and little Overlord, he was quite exciting and also quite satisfying. Even though little gangster, he was still being suppressed. Li Hongyuan's suppression on him was much weaker than it was at the beginning of the fight. Only Li Hongyuan knew clearly about He Zhihai's improvement. Before he left Jing City for the northeast border city, his improvement was obvious. It could only be said that his improvement actually came from his stronger heart. Even though He Zhihai was lying on the ground for a long time and couldn't move, he was still very excited. However, he was still thrown out by Li Hongyuan. He Zhihai was used to being thrown out. He Zhihai didn't feel anything. He didn't want to get up, so he asked the bodyguard to carry him back. He Zhihai was carried back to the He family. The He family was scared. The surprise of them coming back early was gone in a flash. What happened? Did something happen on the way back? The bodyguard hurriedly denied and then quickly explained the matter clearly. After listening, Old Madam He and Old Madam He had the same expression. They didn't say anything. They just beat this bastard again. Look at what this bastard did. This kind of person deserved to be beaten to death. When He Zhihai was fighting with Li Hongyuan, he was very excited, but he didn't say anything. Now he was beaten by his own mother and grandmother, even though the former felt more pain than the latter. On the other side, Jingwan slept for a while. After she woke up, she was applying medicine for Li Hongyuan. In the past, when she fought with He Zhihai, she would get injured from time to time. Although except for the first time, there were no obvious injuries. But this time, there were more bruises. Jingwan didn't say anything. She applied medicine to his bruises bit by bit. Finally, Jingwan said, "In the future, can you not fight with me anymore?" Although he didn't even blink his eyes, but Jingwan still felt distressed. "Okay," Li Hongyuan answered straightforwardly. Jingwan was a bit speechless. It wasn't the first time she said this. In the past, she didn't get this kind of answer. https:///11/11807/1075127 HTML. Chapter 465. In the beginning, Li Hongyuan might have been interested in fighting with someone who could make him use his full strength, but after all, he wasn't a martial arts fanatic like He Zhihai. Based on this point, his original intention was probably just to satisfy the regrets of his previous life. Once, twice, or thrice was the most he could do. The reason why he still fought later was naturally because of the most essential purpose, to train He Zhihai. Now, although He Zhihai hadn't finished his final form, it was enough. Jingwan was naturally happy that he didn't get injured every once in a while. However, I'm afraid that young master he won't give up so easily. His toughness is obvious to all. Jingwan chuckled. If this prince doesn't accept the challenge, what can he do? Besides, he's no longer a virgin. No matter what the reason is, if he comes into frequent contact with me, it will arouse some people's suspicions. As a good son, I have to be considerate and know when to advance and when to retreat. For him, this prince even gave up one of the few likes, so he should at least give some benefits. Li Hongyuan put on the clothes that Jingwan shook out, and his movements were neither fast nor slow. He Zhihai's progress is godly, faster than expected. Perhaps in a year or so, I won't be his opponent anymore. His temperament is still somewhat unstable. If he doesn't have a goal, he might slack off again. He Zhihai's potential is limitless, and it's unknown how strong he can be. Instead of letting him stagnate after defeating me, it's better to leave him hanging and let him continue to hone himself. Moreover, as long as I'm always stronger than him, I can easily make him obedient, and he won't be like a runaway wild horse that only focuses on martial arts. After a few years, some things will be engraved into his bones, and his temperament will also mature. This was a preparation to kill several birds with one stone. Saying so much, isn't it because your highness is worried that you will lose face if you lose? Jingwan teased. All right, this was purely a joke. Li Honyuan wasn't someone who didn't have the breadth of mind and temperament. Although this person was narrow-minded and vengeful, that was only towards love rivals and people who weren't on his side. Li Honyuan tidied up his clothes and looked at Jingwan. Wanwan, what do you think? As long as you're happy. Although he did indulge her in many things and pampered her, this husband follows his wife. Tone on the surface still made Jingwan extremely speechless. All right, let's not talk about this topic anymore. It's just that Yuan has nothing to say about young Master He. Although his methods are a bit special, in essence, he serves him wholeheartedly. There are many people who work for you, and others don't receive this kind of treatment. Young Master, he can't even be considered one of your subordinates. Wan, you have to know that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially when it comes to this prince. The more you ask this prince to contribute now, the more you will have to repay in the future. Your husband has never been someone who would work hard without asking for anything in return. He Jihai needs to be personally trained by this prince, so he should be prepared to be enslaved by this prince for the rest of his life. Therefore, it could only be said that he Jihai was unlucky, which one of the others wasn't mature enough to do their own jobs. Only he Jihai, because his talent was too good, and he was someone who could be forced but not cowed by persuasion. Laozi and the others couldn't suppress him, so they couldn't teach him well. He fell into Li Hongyuan's hands, and the process of being trained was very painful. Then what about me? If I were to be ranked second in terms of what I got from Prince, no one would dare to be ranked first. So, Wan, don't tell me you don't know that you have been reserved by this prince for eternity? Therefore, there really wasn't anyone who was an exception. It was different from other people being enslaved. Jingwan was very willing. She happily hugged his waist and leaned on his shoulder. She was reserved by him, and correspondingly, he was reserved by her. Therefore, it wasn't a loss at all. Li Honyuan naturally reached out and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. One day passed. Jingwan and Li Honyuan sat down and started to deal with the matter. Because today was not only Jingwan's birthday, but also the day when the Imperial Noble Consort's spiritual altar was to be started. As long as someone didn't give up, they would definitely make trouble. Moreover, they deliberately brought forward the date to today. The spiritual altar closest to the capital was less than 20 miles away. If they wanted to do something, and if they wanted to do something, and if they wanted to do something, and if they wanted to send the news back in time, it was the best place to start. However, Li Honyuan had already made preparations. How could he let something unpleasant happen? Therefore, according to the news sent back, the heaven and earth ceremony was held before the start of the spiritual altar, and everything else was ready. Although the sudden collapse of the foundation didn't cause any casualties, it was definitely not a good sign. This matter was quickly reported to Lu Qingdi. Of course, Lu Qingdi was unhappy. His heart was beating like a drum. However, thinking that Momo was the goddess of mystery who had descended to the mortal world, Lu Qingdi gritted his teeth and ordered them to continue. There was no stopping. The spiritual altar must be completed on time. After receiving the order, the craftsmen had to clean the site. When the foundation collapsed, it was only a matter of seconds. However, it took a few hours to clean up. However, at the end of the cleaning, they found something underneath. At first, the craftsmen thought of the stone tablet that was exposed after the collapse of the Shishan barracks. Could it be that this was something similar? They swept away the initial haze and sped up the cleaning. However, they became more careful. In the end, the thing was dug out. However, it wasn't a stone tablet. However, In terms of value, it was more significant to a country than a stone tablet, because it was a wine cauldron. Although most of the people present were craftsmen, there were also officials from the Ministry of Works and a group of imperial guards present. There were many knowledgeable people who immediately recognized that it was one of the 9 cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons, to a certain extent, could be regarded as the true symbol of the country. After all, it represented the supremacy of the royal power and the unification of the country. If someone were to rebel with the 9 cauldrons, then regardless of whether the person sitting on the throne was a wise ruler or not, regardless of whether the weather was favorable, there would definitely be a lot of people who would raise the flag of rebellion. This was because the person sitting on the throne would be regarded as unjustified. Since he was an imposter, he should naturally be removed from the throne. However, the 9 cauldrons had disappeared for thousands of years. They hadn't appeared for several dynasties. However, it appeared now. What did this mean? It meant that Qi Yuan was going to rise. It was a great auspicious sign. Originally, the former Wei still said that they were the orthodox and that Qi Yuan was a thief like the former dynasty. But now that this cauldron was thrown out without a single word of nonsense, it could make them speechless and could even change the positions of the 2 countries. How could they not be excited? Lu Qingdi was also waiting for something to happen. However, he didn't expect that he would be waiting for such a good thing. When he heard the news, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He immediately ordered someone to send the cauldron back to the palace. As he was worried, he even asked Yu Zhongqing to go personally. While waiting, he couldn't sit still and paced back and forth in the imperial study. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurried back to his bedroom. He took out the portrait of the imperial noble consort that he had carefully kept. Hua Hua, you really are. At this moment, Lu Qingdi no longer had any doubts about the imperial noble consort's identity. Lu Qingdi was even narcissistic enough to think that the imperial noble consort came for him. Moreover, she had such deep feelings for him. Because the locations of the spiritual altars were not prosperous places, no one would excavate them unless it was a special situation. As such, no one would know what was buried underneath. This time, it was excavated because of the imperial noble consort, allowing one of the 9 cauldrons to see the light of day again. Needless to say, this was already the best proof. Regarding this matter, no one would raise any objections. Those who tried to tamper with it in vain would have to consider the consequences if they were discovered. In front of the country, even one's own son could only step aside. Therefore, even if Lu Qingdi valued one of his sons, if he knew that one of his sons was causing trouble, he would definitely slap him to death without mercy. In a lighter case, he might be demoted to a commoner. In a more serious case, he would directly lose his life. At this time, even if he killed his son, he probably wouldn't think that Lu Qingdi was unkind. At this moment, the cauldron had been sent to the palace. It was obvious that this matter was not small. However, to some people, it was still a small matter. Therefore, it could be said that the entire capital was in an uproar. Only Jingwan knew about it now. Jingwan was slightly surprised. Yuan, aren't you playing a little too big? 9 cauldrons, that thing can be faked? It is not only a national treasure, but also a real antique. There must be a lot of people who are interested in it. Even if ordinary people can't get in touch with it, there is no lack of people in the imperial court who are interested in it. If they find out that it is fake, it will inevitably be counterproductive. Li Hanyuan looked at Jingwan as if looking at a little fool. It's okay if you're stupid, but don't think that your husband is stupid too. Jingwan choked. This man's mouth was getting more and more poisonous. He even treated her like this. It was so infuriating. What? Are you still not convinced? Li Hanyuan rubbed Jingwan's head. Jingwan was depressed, but thinking about it carefully, she was indeed stupid. She knew that if it was seen through at a glance, there was no need to play such a self-destructive trick. Therefore, this cauldron, was it that the person who faked it was so clever that no one could see through it? Or was it originally one of the 9 cauldrons? Jingwan's heart leaned towards the latter. After all, no matter how clever the method of faking it was, there was no guarantee that it would not be seen through. Therefore, It was just that how did someone get hold of something that had disappeared for thousands of years? And where did he get it from? Actually, he did not take it out at all now. In the future, it would be even more useful. Jingwan asked the question in her heart. However, Li Hongyuan's gaze towards Jingwan did not change. This attitude made Jingwan really want to strangle him to death. Obviously, Jingwan did not get an answer. Actually, this cauldron was indeed real. The bottle that was discovered today was actually not buried by Li Hongyuan. It was originally under the cauldron. Because he knew it was there, Li Hongyuan had designated one of the 81 spell altars. Choosing the location of the spell altars had nothing to do with Li Hongyuan, nor did he participate in it. However, it was very easy to decide one of them. The reason why he knew was because of his previous life. After ascending the throne in his previous life, he spent many years fighting wars. At first, it was not very smooth, but later on, it became smoother and smoother. Li Hongyuan had swept through many places. Once, he accidentally found one of the 9 cauldrons. It was used as an ordinary cauldron by a declining family. After that, Li Hongyuan intentionally or unintentionally searched for the whereabouts of the 9 cauldrons. Of course, he did not spend too much effort. He actually did not believe that the 9 cauldrons would do anything just because he had obtained them. However, he did not want them to fall into the hands of others. He did not know if the 9 cauldrons had really reached the time of their birth. With an attitude that they were dispensable, Li Hongyuan actually found the whereabouts of all the cauldrons in the end. He did not care what methods he used to get them all. Actually, the bottle that appeared now was the most difficult to find. It was also the last to be found. In this life, he made good use of it. As for when he took it out in the future to consolidate his position, it did not matter. It was just one bottle. In his previous life, he was able to get all the cauldrons without knowing it. How could it escape from his hands in this life? Even if there was an accident and it was found by someone else, he could still get it back. In fact, 4 of the 9 cauldrons were in Qiyuan, and the other 5 were in other countries. As for the 4 cauldrons in Qiyuan, except for the one buried in the ground, the other 3 were already in Li Hongyuan's pocket. It was worth mentioning that when he was on the throne in his previous life, he did not let the 9 cauldrons appear in the world. Instead, he left them to his son. Although he tried his best to cultivate his son and left behind many capable and important officials, his image as a tyrant was deeply rooted in people's hearts. He was worried that after his death, his son would not be able to control him. With the 9 cauldrons in his hands, it would be different. After all, in his eyes, the 9 cauldrons were just 9 cauldrons. However, the world did not see it that way. It was not the time to tell this to Wan Wan. In fact, sometimes she clearly had doubts, but she stopped her investigation time and time again. Occasionally, she would look forward to finding out something and ask. Then, he did not mind telling her some things in advance. Unfortunately, in fact, as Jingwan said, there were too many evil people who were interested in the cauldrons. When they heard the news, even if it was not early, it was convenient for them to enter the palace, so they all hurriedly entered the palace. He believed that when the news spread, scholars from all over the country who were interested in antiques would rush to the capital. Even if they knew that the chances of seeing the 9 cauldrons were slim, they would not give up. They would use all the methods that they disdained to use in the past, as long as there was a chance to see it. Your Majesty, there are a total of 81 altars built for the imperial noble consort. Will there be other cauldrons in other places? The number of altars is not any other number, but the number of altars is 9 by 9. Originally, it was not very suitable for the imperial Gui Fei, but because it was Master Liaochen, no one questioned it. Now that I think about it, could it be that it coincides with the meaning of the 9 cauldrons? A cabinet scholar was a fanatic in this area. At this moment, he was so excited that he came up with such a bold guess. It sounded a little ridiculous, but there was no strong evidence to refute it. Perhaps it was so. Lu Qingdi's eyes also flashed. If he could really gather all the 9 cauldrons, he would definitely leave a deep mark in history. No emperor could refuse such a thing. Without saying anything, he immediately sent out the blackguards overnight to rush to various places. Although he might be disappointed that there were no other cauldrons, it was also good to supervise the construction of the altars to ensure that nothing went wrong and that the imperial noble consort's ritual could be carried out smoothly. Now, not to mention Lu Qingdi, even the officials in the court hoped that this matter could be done perfectly. However, there were many people who were happy, but there were also many who were unhappy, or even more. Other things aside, the better this matter was, the more benefits would be Li Hongyuan. As for the others, Imperial Noble Consort, Su might be able to gain some benefits. However, she was estranged from Li Hongyuan and was disliked by Lu Qingdi. Coupled with the matter of Princess Minxiang, she had not seen Lu Qingdi for a long time. Li Hongyuan had already made them afraid. At that time, he was not a fundamental threat. Now, it was completely different. If this continued, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be a real threat. Once Li Hongyuan got involved, it could be said that they basically had nothing to do with it. Therefore, many people smashed their cups and flipped their tables. After all, according to the arrangement, the collapse would not have happened. It was completely planned. If 2 more people were killed, then the altar would be affected even if it was not affected. Because they did not know the reason, everyone would be suspicious and guess the reason. The craftsmen did not dare to continue because they were afraid of death. The imperial noble consort would also be questioned again. In the end, no one died, and a cauldron appeared. It was fine if it was an ordinary cauldron, but it was one of the 9 cauldrons. For example, at this moment in Prince Rue's residence, the people who served Prince Rue wanted to find a hole to hide in and disappear completely. It was no wonder that Li Hongming had the biggest reaction. In fact, he was very worried now. Since New Year's Eve, he realized that there had been no good news in his residence for a long time. Originally, he was not very anxious about having an heir. He thought that as long as he could have one, there would be no problem. But what if he could not have one? What if his imperial father found out? Then he could be 100% sure that he would have no chance to be the emperor. No one would be assured to give the throne to a person who was destined to have no heir. With such suspicions, the doctor in Li Hongyuan's manor checked his pulse, and the result was that there was no problem. However, even so, he was still worried. He urgently needed a child. He urgently needed a child to prove himself. As long as someone in the harem was pregnant, no matter if it was a Wang Fei, a concubine, or a concubine, it would prove that there was no problem with him. The reason why he did not think that it was the women's problem was that they had been pregnant from time to time. The princess had even given birth. It was impossible that all of them had problems. If 1 or 2 pieces of land did not grow seedlings, it might be the problem of the land. But if all the land did not grow seedlings, it was more likely that there was a problem with the seeds. After all, the seeds were the same, even though the land was different. In the name of concern, Li Hongming asked people to check the pulse of every woman in his harem. Except for a few who had a cold womb, the rest were all fine. In this way, even if Li Hongming did not want to admit it, he knew that if there was really a problem, it was very likely that it was his own body. Although the doctor did not find the problem, once a person like him had doubts, unless it could be completely dispelled, it would be like a thorn in his heart, scratching his heart and lungs. Therefore, during this period, Li Hongming, who had never been greedy, had been a stud horse almost every day. Even if his eyes were black, his legs were weak, and he drank bowl after bowl of tonics, he still continued. He asked the nannies around him to schedule the periods when the women in his harem were easy to get pregnant. He slept with them one by one, including the concubines who he did not want to take care of. Moreover, he also reached out to those maids who looked good as long as they were not too bad looking. To this extent, he still felt that it was not enough. He suspected that his princess had done something in the harem in the past and had raised 2 outside. Because Li Hongming had always maintained a good reputation in the outside world, he was very careful in doing this. He knew very well that once it was known, his image would be ruined and it would be very bad for him. For example, if a bad person did an ordinary bad thing, others might not even blink. But if a good person did the same thing, it might cause a huge wave and be condemned by everyone. Therefore, a good reputation was a sharp weapon, but also a shackle. Li Hongming hid it from the outside world, but he was not so strict with his family, especially in front of his princess. It could be said that he almost said it out loud. It showed that he really trusted Princess Lu very much. However, to give her trust, it was natural for her to do things for him, but he did not give her much in return. Most of the time, he did not even say a word. In his heart, it was probably a great gift for Lady Lu to be his princess. She should treat him as her everything and do everything for him. Even if husband and wife were not one, they were a community of interests. Li Hongming was anxious, and so was Princess Lu. If her husband had no children and had no chance to be the emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, he had been fighting with his brothers for a long time. There was no way out. If he died, she might be able to live, but she would be imprisoned for the rest of her life, and her children would be, in this way, although she did not say it out loud. Princess Lu was secretly thinking of ways to keep the harem firmly empty. She could not let any negative rumors spread. Although she was very miserable, she still took the initiative to find a woman who could give birth to him. At the same time, she made some warm soup and water. Because she did not know the specific situation, she did not dare to use medicine directly. This tacit understanding lasted for a while. It was only a month, and there was no obvious effect. Knowing that, she still could not sit or stand still. Knowing that Li Hongming was more unhappy than before, Princess Lu personally prepared some food and sent it to the study and sent all the servants out. Li Hongming had no appetite, so he ate a few mouthfuls hastily. "Your Highness, why don't we find a doctor to confirm it?" "Confirm? How can we confirm it?" Prince Rue's face was gloomy, and the teacup in his hand was about to be crushed. It was too late to cover up this kind of thing. Once there was any sign of trouble, even if it turned out to be nothing in the end, there would be trouble. It was not impossible to confirm it. There were two ways. First, he led someone he trusted very much to find a doctor. Whether by coercion or bribery, he had to control the doctor. Second, he could hide his identity and find a doctor among the people. Yes, no matter which way he chose, he could not have anything to do with the imperial doctors, even if they were loyal to him. Because it was hard to know what was in a person's heart, and it was difficult for a person like Prince Rue to trust someone wholeheartedly. Take Princess Lu, for example. He believed that she would always stand on his side, but he also suspected that she would secretly harm other concubines in his harem. "Should I tell mother?" Princess Lu said with a little difficulty. Prince Rue was silent for a long time, and the atmosphere was almost suffocating. After a full 15 minutes, Prince Rue slowly said, "Go to the palace tomorrow." His voice was a little hoarse. "It's better to confirm it as soon as possible. In case, it's better to be prepared." "No." Princess Lu suddenly reached out and held his hand. Princess Lu, who had always been dignified and virtuous, had done such a thing at the beginning of her marriage. "Your Highness, you have to believe that there won't be any what if." Prince Rue was a little touched at that moment, but it only appeared for a moment, and he didn't even notice it. Then he calmed down, withdrew his hand, picked up the teacup, and said, Compared to many people who couldn't sleep that night, Jingwan and Li Hongyuan still slept very well. Having an heir might be a problem for Jingwan, but it didn't affect her. In addition, Qin Shufei probably slept well. She went to see the imperial noble consort in her sleep. Qin Shufei calmly told the imperial noble consort about this matter, and finally sighed. "Yuan, that child, usually has a bad temper and looks at everyone with his nose up at the sky. But in reality, he is a sentimental person. His younger sister said that he is much better than those people who have a Buddha's mouth and a snake's heart." The imperial noble consort naturally knew what her son was doing. Although she didn't know the essence of Li Hongyuan's actions, she only knew that he wanted to keep her. Originally, she thought that he made too much of a ruckus and was worried that he wouldn't be able to collect it. In the end, he felt that it wasn't enough and took out the 9 cauldrons. Toward this kind of son, she was really worried and proud. The two intimately spoke some words. Speaking of which, they had coexisted together for more than 10 years. There was no one more intimate than them. Especially Qin Shufei knew that the imperial noble consort originally had the opportunity to completely control her body and make her disappear. However, the imperial noble consort didn't do that and even dissuaded Jin Qinhuang. However, this peach blossom incident developed very quickly. Even without Su Guifei thinking of a way to send someone to Li Hongyuan, at this time, the 9 cauldrons falling from the sky was a joyous event. Although it was the imperial noble consort who brought this wealth, the imperial noble consort had already passed away. As the direct beneficiary, other than the emperor, there should also be Jin Qinhuang. And now, it could be said that Jin Qinhuang didn't lack anything. It was just that his knees were empty. Jin Qinhuang Fei has been in Jin Qinhuang Fu for almost a year. Until now, there is still no good news. Shouldn't the emperor consider appointing Tu Si Fei to Jin Wang Yi? Moreover, Jin Qinhuang Fei is serving Wang Yi alone. It's really hard. Someone should share the burden with her. Moreover, when it's inconvenient for Jin Qinhuang Fei to serve, wouldn't Wang Yi be wronged? The more Lu Qingdi listened, the more he felt that it was reasonable. Originally, he was worried that an innocent girl would be cursed by his son. But now, his wife had been by his side for almost a year and was still doing very well. Not to mention whether his fate had changed or not, with his wife supporting him, it shouldn't be a problem to appoint Tu Si Fei. Are there any suitable girls in your families? Now that several important concubines in the inner palace were useless, Lu Qingdi decided to personally take action and directly asked at the imperial court. The people who planned this probably didn't think that it would go so smoothly. In fact, there were many people who knew about this idea. Not only were they unable to withstand the crying of their daughters at home, but there were also great benefits to be gained here. Therefore, when Lu Qingdi's words came out, they eagerly stood up to promote their own daughters. As the saying goes, if there is one, there will be two. One after another, the number of people really wasn't small. It seemed that they were all afraid of falling behind. Lu Qingdi's hot head finally cooled down. When did his evil spawn son become a delicious cake? In the past, when it came to choosing a concubine for his 6th son, each and every one of them avoided it. Now, each and every one of them wanted to be his cheap father-in-law. The nature of this matter was completely different from some people who maliciously supported that evil spawn before. In-laws, that was a good relationship between 2 surnames. This was already hinting at certain things. Lu Qingdi's expression didn't change. This Si Fei still had to be given, but this person had to be carefully considered. Her status couldn't be too high, but it also couldn't be too low. Everyone might as well go back and prepare a small portrait of your daughters and send it to the palace. Jinwan's, let Xu Fei take a good look and then choose 2 people. As Jingwan's maternal grandfather, although Luo Peishan kept silent, his face was as peaceful as ever. In fact, several real big shots were basically like this, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Only in the end, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet stood up. Emperor, should we inform Jin Wangye first? If it was other people, there was no need to deliberately do this. After all, they were bound to participate in the morning court. When encountering a lifelong matter, they would know. Jin Wangye was different. He could close his doors and not go out for a month. Lu Qingdi wanted to heroically say no need, but in the end, these 2 words circled around the tip of his tongue and swallowed them back. If he chose someone and directly sent it over, his evil spawn might really not give him face and directly throw the person out. That would be really shameful. At that time, should he punish that evil spawn or not? If he punished, he would be distressed. If he didn't punish, where was the heaven's prestige? In that case, beloved official Luo should take some time to go to Jin Wangfu. Shouldn't this kind of thing be done by his personal chamberlain? The intention of letting Luo Peishan go was actually very obvious. This official obeys. Luo Peishan respectfully responded, without the slightest discomfort. For Luo Peishan, this was really not a big deal. He just said a few words. Once he did it, he could just pat his butt and leave. His granddaughter didn't need his advice, and he didn't need to intervene in this matter. He just needed to wait and watch the show. After the court meeting, Li Hongming went to noble consort Su's place. Princess Lu was already there. Obviously, noble consort Su had already understood the matter. She cared far more about this matter than Li Hongming and Princess Lu. This was because she knew that some problems couldn't be found out. No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't give birth. Even if you could give birth in the past, it didn't mean that you could always give birth because this problem could come back at any time. Noble consort Su looked very calm at this time. She was so calm that she blocked out everything from the outside world. Then, as if she suddenly realized that there were still people there, she said, "Go back first and wait for my news." Prince Rue and his wife looked at each other. They both found that their mother was very strange today. However, they knew very well what kind of temper noble consort Su had, so they didn't ask more. Because they wouldn't get an answer even if they asked, they could only say goodbye. After they left, noble consort Su sent everyone around her out. Then, the calmness that she had maintained collapsed in an instant. Her face suddenly turned pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and the tip of her nose. She couldn't even sit still. She leaned over the gorgeous chair and gasped for breath. Noble consort Su clenched her teeth. It took her a long time to recover. Then, noble consort Su sat up and muttered to herself, "Are you taking revenge? Because I drugged your son, you also want my son to have no children? It's been a long time. It's been so long that I've forgotten. Yes, it's been a long time. If it was really you, if you really knew, you would have done it long ago." Noble consort Su rubbed her temples. She hadn't slept well for a long time. Things had never been smooth again. It could be said that she was exhausted and sometimes even a little hysterical. It was no wonder that she had such a big reaction after knowing what might be wrong with her son. "Good sister, I can take care of you on her wholeheartedly." However, it's because you've been dead for so many years and still occupy the Emperor's heart. Even if Yuan is a devil, he's still a big threat. Therefore, I can only avoid future troubles. Don't blame me. As the saying goes, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. If it were you, you would do the same. Come in. The palace servant guarding outside the door hurriedly came in. "Your Highness. Tell old Madame Su to enter the palace." "Yes, Your Highness." Old Madame Su also acted quickly. Noble consort Su pulled her mother to talk for about an hour. Noble consort Su knew that there was one person who could confirm her son's situation, and this person was the traveling doctor who saved Li Hongyuan at White Dragon Temple 2 years ago. Therefore, when noble consort Su knew that the white ape had fished out her adopted son from the river, she didn't have any doubts in her heart. Because noble consort Su had personally seen this traveling doctor, and she had also personally experienced his medical skills. She had truly seen what was called bringing the dead back to life. Wasn't the young doctor in Jin Xinwang Fu very good? But compared with that person, noble consort Su really felt that Gong Jiu was not enough. Unfortunately, the traveling doctor owed her a small favor and gave her a token. That was more than 30 years ago, and she hadn't married yet. However, the traveling doctor said that as long as he was still alive, he could help once without violating morality. The reason why he said so was that the traveling doctor didn't have a name and didn't have fixed residence. He would go wherever he went, and it was basically impossible to specially look for him. However, if there was a token and it was handed to a specific place, he would appear within 3 months. 3 months might seem a little too long, but he might have gone deep into the mountains and forests. Moreover, he wasn't from some mysterious organization, and there were people who specially sent him a token. Therefore, it was already very impressive for him to appear in 3 months. For so many years, noble consort Su had been keeping the token well. Originally, she planned to give it to her son after the throne was confirmed. At that time, whether the one sitting on the throne was her son or not, she thought that it might be useful. Unexpectedly, it was used at this time. The token was taken out of the palace by old Madame Su. What she had to do now was to wait. Regarding this matter, noble consort Su was not afraid of the follow-up trouble. First of all, the traveling doctor couldn't know her identity. Second, after so many years, How could such a person remember who he gave a token that was very common to him? In fact, noble consort Sue had thought of keeping the traveling doctor at the beginning. However, as soon as she revealed such a thought, she fainted in the blink of an eye. When she woke up, the traveling doctor had already disappeared. She couldn't even find him. This matter was temporarily like this. Noble consort Sue then remembered that her adopted son was going to choose a concubine. She asked someone to call the two palace maids that she had carefully trained for her adopted son. The two stood respectfully in front of noble consort Sue. Their expressions were pleasant, generous, and decent. Not to mention their charm. Even their appearance was a bit similar to Jingwan. The two looked like this now, but after taking off their clothes, noble consort Sue felt that even a woman would tremble and want to have a good time with them, let alone a man. After the training was successful, she originally wanted to find a reason to send them over. Now it seemed that it was unnecessary. After the concubine was chosen, she would directly send them to the two people and then bring them to Jean Prince's mansion. She would also be saved from being a bad person. Noble consort Sue was very confident about this matter. After all, she was the one who sent them. First, she was the noble consort, so she couldn't refuse. Second, she wanted to be a good daughter-in-law. With her support to fight against Jean Prince's mansion, she naturally had to curry favor with her. https://11/11807/1075127 that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.